Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars novel, Legacy's Edge, Book 1, A Shadowed Peace, written by Gregory O. Scott. Part 1, The Long Peace. Chapter 1. With a shudder and a flash, the light show of hyperspace fell away, and Tidewater's great bulk drifted among stars. Carfedian, lush and emerald, gleamed like a cultivated jewel against the vast spread of blue gases and violet stardust called Thul's Shroud. Steadily, the heavy cruiser began its descent into the planet's orbit. One of the newest vessels off the shipyard at Mon Calamari, and almost 2,000 meters long, Tidewater showed off the best in Galactic Alliance warfare technology. Packed inside the artful organic hull its peace-loving, worthy creators were known for. Tidewater was durasteel wrapped in soft velvet, and as he stood on his bridge, watching two corvettes rise from Carfedian's picket fleet to meet them, Jever Hain of the Alliance Diplomatic Corps muttered a silent prayer that the people on the planet were smart enough to realize that. "The corvettes are decelerating," Tidewater's first officer reported. "The lead vessel is hailing us. They say they are on guard." Hain glanced sideways at Captain Ormesh. The Mon Calamari's bulbous eyes rolled to lock his. "Your call," the captain seemed to say. And a lot of tiny sigh. "All right. Tell them we accept. Captain, keep your shields down as a sign of good faith." "Very well, Ambassador." Ormesh waved one webbed hand, signaling his crew to obey. "Will you be taking the shuttle down to the planet?" "That's why we're here, isn't it?" Hain looked to the comm officer. "Tell them to hold position off our bow. The Alliance negotiating team will be joining them shortly." Hain waited on the bridge, watching until the corvettes took up stationary positions in front of Tidewater's nose, before he finally turned for the door. "The bridge is yours, Captain," he told Ormesh. "Smooth currents to you, Ambassador," the Mon Cal replied. Hain merely grunted. One could only hope. When he stepped off the bridge, his aide was waiting for him, as always. Verena was idealistic and eager to please, but on the plus side she had a memory like a metal trap, and a tireless attention to detail which made her one of the best he'd had in over 30 years in the diplomatic corps. As they walked briskly down the halls, the young Togruta asked, "Have we gotten any message from Kalor Vandran, sir?" "I'm afraid not." "Anything from Saren Anchery?" "No again." Her green-painted lips made a serious, straight line. "They're supposed to be our primary negotiating partners. And they will be, but they don't want to look too eager to please. They're from ancient aristocratic lines, just like all the other Sinex Juvex lords. They don't deign to talk to outsiders like us often. Frankly, I'm encouraged we'll be meeting them at all." "Assuming what'll meet them?" Hain smirked as they got into the turbolift. She was learning cynicism after all. As their ride whisked them down toward the docking level, Verena held out a data card. "The latest news reports, sir." Hain arched a brow. "Something happened in the last 12 hours. Saver made another speech," Verena said in a too careful, too neutral tone. "Broadcast it to all the news nets." "I can't watch it later." Hain took the card and pocketed it. "I can't imagine it's much different from her other ones, is it?" "Not particularly, sir. Except she mentioned these talks specifically. She said the Alliance risked selling its soul just by sitting down to talk with Vandran." "Well, she would, wouldn't she?" Verena looked straight ahead as the lift tube rattled on. Hain said, "She can be quite persuasive, I admit that. But then, someone her position has to be." Verena nodded as the door opened up. As they began marching down the hall toward the hangar, Hain said, "It was never a question of inviting her to these talks. There are plenty of people on Coruscant who think she's a terrorist. They've never proven any links with terrorism. No, but she doesn't condemn violence done in her name either. And you can't deny there has been violence." Verena said nothing and kept walking. Hain didn't begrudge her sympathy with the dissidents in Sinex Juvex. The reigning aristocrats were hard ones to like, even if they had officially denounced the system of slavery that had thrived in their sectors for centuries. Firebrands like Saviar claimed what replaced slavery was little better, and plenty of beings were listening. The tricky part was that she wasn't exactly wrong. As they stepped through the portal into the hangar, Verena muttered, "I just don't want it to be another Hapes, sir." "I agree entirely, though you'd best keep that particular opinion to yourself," Haynes said as they approached the waiting shuttle and saw the tall red-haired woman waiting for them at the base of the landing ramp. Under his breath he added, "Though I'm sure she agrees too." Senator Alana DJO, representative of the Happen Exiles and chair of the Senate's Federal Relations Committee, greeted them both warmly. Unlike Hayne and Verena, who were dressed in formal gray civilian suits, Senator DJO had donned dark green shimmer-silk robes that, to Hayne's eye, recalled both the Happen royalty she'd been born into and the Jedi Order she was still formally a part of. Despite being the only Jedi elected to the Alliance Senate, she normally chose not to flaunt the fact. Hayne could see no lightsaber dangling from her waist and was glad for it, though part of him also hoped she had one of those weapons tucked beneath her silks, just in case. "Are you ready to leave, Senator?" Hayne asked. Alana's gray eyes darted up the ramp and to the shuttle's hull. "Our pre-flight checks complete." A voice, female, young-sounding, came down. "Standing by and ready to fly, Senator." "Very good." Alana adjusted the robes on her shoulders, looked back to Hayne and Verena, and said, "Let's get going, shall we?" When the shuttle left Tidewater's hangar, it glided out without escorts, right between the two corvettes. Both were Nubian vessels, all smooth lines and reflective hulls, elegant in the way one expected from the Senex Juvex lords, though from the reports Hayne had read they were quite capable in combat if need be. One little Alliance shuttle wasn't going to give them much of a fight, however, and he tried to hide his nervousness as the shuttle and his guards fell into Carfettian's atmosphere. "I wouldn't expect duplicity here," Alana said, as if reading his mind. Being a Jedi, she'd probably done just that, and they wondered why so much of the galaxy still felt uneasy about them. "On the ground, then?" asked Hayne, curious against himself as to what those Force powers might have told her. "In their words, probably." Alana gave him a wry smile. He had to admit she was a very attractive woman as she entered into middle age, which still made her a good 15 years younger than Hayne himself. "I was expecting as much," Hayne allowed. "Still, as long as words are the extent of their duplicity, I suppose I'll be happy." "That depends on if we can get concessions from them." "I expect minor ones, though we'll have to get through a lot of bluster first." He glanced at Verena, sitting behind him in the back of the cockpit cabin. "Not enough to satisfy Saviar, of course." "We're diplomats, not miracle workers," said Alana. Hayne knew that was true enough, even if one of them was a Jedi. In a low voice, he asked, "Tell me, Senator, speaking privately, did the committee ever discuss bringing anyone from Saviar's organization to these talks?" Very briefly, she shook her head. They all agreed negotiating through the legitimate government of an Alliance member state was essential. Any overtures to Saviar's organization would put the Lords on the defensive, if they didn't cancel talks entirely. "The smart choice," Hayne allowed. "That's what they called it." Alana's expression went soft, melancholy. "Of course, it's occurred to some people that the actions of the dissidents, fighting against oppressive rulers, has some echoes of how our government started." "That was a long time ago," Hayne said dryly. He could almost feel Verena's eyes boring into his back. In a low voice he added, "I had a grandfather who was in the Rebel Alliance." "Grandmother, too." "So did I." It took Hayne a moment to remember that Senator DJO had been raised for a time by Han Solo and Leia Organa. That late, great duo had embodied the spirit of the old Rebel Alliance and New Republic both. It must have been a huge change from the palace where she'd been born to a Jedi Queen and whatever anonymous, servile Happen courtier had fathered her. As atmospheric wind currents buffeted the shuttle and the sprawling green gardens of Carfettian sprawled out beneath them, Hayne reminded her, "We're in no position to defy the Lords. Senex and Juvex are member states of the Galactic Alliance, and we're here to make sure it stays that way." "I agree completely," Alana said, voice brittle with the memory of a lost home. When the shuttle set down, Hayne was the first to unbuckle his crash webbing and rise. He, Verena, and Senator DJO marched to the back hold, where Atlanta's two blue-uniformed senatorial security officers were waiting to open the hatch. On the senator's signal, they sent the landing ramp down with a mechanical groan. Sunshine reflected upward off his metal surface, lighting the faces of the guards. They were smooth and young, both of them, prompting Hayne to do a double take. One boy, broad-shouldered and tall but still a little gangling like a teenager. One girl, short and slim, sandy-colored hair balled into a bun that jutted out from behind the back of her blue cap. He glanced at the senator, wondering what in the blazes could have motivated her to bring along two security officers fresh from the academy, if they'd graduated at all. Jedi that she was, she sensed his confusion, his accusation, but she only gave a tiny shrug and walked first down the ramp. The two blue-uniformed children followed behind her. The lords had brought a more impressive party, a half-dozen gleaming droid servants, a full dozen bodyguards in metal armor that was surely as functional as it was ornate, and, at the head, two elegantly aged humans. He recognized them instantly. The man was Kalor Vendrone, head of House Vendrone. The woman was Saren Antry, head of House Antry. Heirs to ancient aristocratic houses, neither of them deigned to bow, not even to the senator who'd once been a princess, but they did spread both hands in a sign of greeting. "Welcome to Carfedian," Vandren said warmly. "I hope your journey was a pleasant one." "Most pleasant. Thank you for your hospitality." Alana spread her hands in a mirroring motion. Hayne spotted tiny surprise on their faces, quickly hidden. Only those of noble blood were supposed to make that gesture. Clearly, the Jedi Senator was reminding them she was, legally, in the eyes of the Alliance, still the rightful princess of Hapes as well. As a mere commoner, Hayne had no right to spread his hands like that, and sticking one out for a shake would have been a straight-up insult. So instead he dipped his head in a short bow, not too deep. He spent 2 hours on Tidewater practicing it in a mirror, getting it just right, formal and respectful, but not enough to look like he was kowtowing. He was pretty sure he got the point across. Coolly, Saren Anturi said, "Please, let us take the speeder to the Vandren estate. We've prepared quarters for you and your staff." "We appreciate that," Hayne said, "though you understand we don't want to delay the start of negotiations." "Of course," said Vandren, "but we would be poor hosts if we didn't show you proper hospitality." "I wouldn't mind a short tour of the estate before we begin," Alana said graciously. "I'd love to see how it compares to the Fountain Palace I grew up in." She was laying on a fellow royal act thick, then. A risky strategy, Hayne thought. After all, the people in the Fountain Palace now were no friends of hers or the Alliance. In their xenophobia and stubbornness, the Happen usurpers had more than a little in common with the Senex Juvex lords, certainly more than Alana did. The small sea of guards and droids parted, letting the two lords lead their guests toward the pair of speeders awaiting them. Like everything else on Carfedian, they were sleek and gorgeous things and no doubt exemplary pieces of engineering as well. A borderline feudal society could produce all sorts of luxuries, Hayne decided, but only for the ones with the estates. For almost 5 decades since its founding at the end of the US-Hinvong War, the Galactic Alliance has striven to be a true galactic government, one that unified all the various races and polities across the lone galaxy. In theory, that meant the promotion of shared values like democracy and equal rights to all sentients. In practice, that was a lot harder. There had been some success stories, most surprisingly the remnants of the old empire, which had gradually transformed itself from an authoritarian rump state into a mostly functional democracy, albeit one with an overbearing military arm. On the other end of the spectrum, there was Hapes, which had violently wrenched itself out of the Alliance and returned to its historic state of isolation. Hayne was too old to be an optimist. He didn't expect Vandren and Anturi to imitate Jagged Fell and Vitor Riage with sweeping reforms, but he was still hoping to defuse a potentially explosive situation. As Verena had said, and Senator D.J.O. surely believed, they needed anything but another Hapes. The speeder limousine they were placed in had exactly enough room for the 5-person Alliance delegation, the 2 lords, and 2 more bodyguards. Other speeders packed with more security personnel rode ahead and behind them, and a few patrols and speeder bikes flitted around for good measure. The limousine had no roof but a pressurized energy field spanned over their heads, allowing them views of the sprawling gardens that ringed House Vandren's estate without the wind or insects in their faces. Very luxurious, very artificial, Hayne decided. About what he'd been expecting. A wall 5 meters high and surely thickly enforced ringed the entire grounds of the Vandren estate. Their caravan slowed to a halt before the main gate. The speeder ahead of their pulled to the side and their own edged up to a portal. Even after coming to a halt, the portal did not open, and Kalor Vandren allowed himself a frustrated frown. Tell them to open the gate. He leaned forward to tell the speeder pilot. Is our security transponder not working? Seems to be working correctly, sir, Hayne heard the guard say. Then why don't they? Get down. Elena shouted, right before the speeder behind them exploded. Smoke and fire belched into the air. The concussion force of the shock wave slammed their speeder's nose hard against the gate that still wouldn't open. The energy field over their heads held back the smoke and fire, but Hank could still feel the heat from the explosion. Then he spotted two of the speeder bikes, topped by armored security officers, swooping toward them. He saw two tiny black spheres drop from the pilot's hands and fall. Down, 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 Elena shouted, even as she thrust a hand upward as if to catch the falling grenades. They exploded without hitting the energy shield, but the force was still enough to overload the barrier. Smoke and heat rushed in. The speeders whirled around for a second pass. Hayne heard laser fire from somewhere, but as he tried to look, someone shoved him in the shoulder blades, pinning him to the deck of the speeder. He struggled to turn his head and look up. He blinked his eyes to focus, and made out the shape of the girl in the blue senatorial police uniform standing over him. A gust of hot wind blew her cap off, long sandy hair furled behind her. She lifted a fist toward the sky. He spotted the stout metal cylinder she clasped just before a brilliant blade of violet energy shot out and caught two laser blasts right before there could lance into their crippled speeder. Jadram, behind you, he heard Alana cry. Still on his stomach, Hayne writhed to look at the front of the speeder. The other guard, the lanky boy, stood over the two stricken old lords with a golden lightsaber in both hands. He caught two more blasts from another speeder bike, but as the bike whipped by, another dark sphere fell out. Hayne watched as Alana thrust her hand. The other bike, he thought they were just too veered down on them. The boy caught two shots, then threw himself into the air. Hayne watched, amazed, as the Jedi kicked the rider off his mount, knocking him out of the air, and wrestled the bike into submission. The assassin tumbled head over feet, slammed into the ground with a crunch, rolled hard into the burnout husk of the rear speeder. Then exploded brightly, spewing more debris and smoke from the already shattered vehicle. Hayne forced himself to sit upright. Verena was still on the deck, cowering but all right. Alana was moving to check on the two lords, and the second speeder bike looked to be making a run for it. Jade, Alana called. Go with Jadram. Catch him. The girl shut off her lightsaber and waved a hand. The boy wheeled his captured speeder bike around and slowed for one more pass. You, Hayne gasped, coughed up smoke. All of you, Jedi. Technically an apprentice, the girl looked down at him, almost sheepish. Don't worry, sir. We'll catch him. After fighting off two attackers, saving a half-dozen lives, she still looked young. But, thank you, girl. My name's Jay Skywalker, sir, and you're welcome. Before she could say anything else, the boy's speeder swooped low and she jumped up to meet it. She nimbly landed behind the boy, clasped him round the waist, and a half-second later they were off. The sprawling gardens, plantations, and cultivated forests that surrounded the House Vandren estate stretched for kilometer after kilometer over the flat landscape. There seemed to be no place for the would-be assassin to run or hide, but that clearly wasn't stopping the guy on the speeder bike, because he was charging ahead as fast as he could, dipping his bike load to the ground, winding around trees and dancing over treetops, clearly frantic to escape his pursuers. Jade counted herself lucky, and the assassin anything but that Jadram Tainer had been the one to end up behind the controls of their speeder instead of her. They said he was the best air flyer in the academy, and right now she totally believed it. He was certainly reckless enough to hang on the assassin's every juke and jump, and Jade did her best to cling onto Jadrum in turn, and every other second she felt like she'd be wrenched away at any moment and sent flying into the nearest manicured garden. She tried to calm herself, tried to drop into the Force and find some inner stability inside her like her father and masters always said she could, but she'd never been good at that even when she wasn't being tossed around at 100 kilometers an hour. The wind whipping past their faces was enough to drown out any sound, even the drone of their speeder bikes, but she felt Jadrum's presence in the Force, familiar for years now. He was telling her, "Get ready, and you'll have to take him." She picked her head off his back and looked over his shoulder. They were approaching a stretch of open land without any copses or buildings to hide around, which meant Jadrum was planning on burning his engines to overload just to get them the extra kick to catch up with their target. Of course, if said target chose the right moment to juke or jump or pull a U-turn, they'd blow out their engines and maybe get themselves killed for nothing. Jade knew her father could done something else, maybe grabbed that bike in the Force and willed it to stop or at least not pull another crazy turn on them. But Ben Skywalker was halfway across the galaxy, and even Elena was back with those two old lords, and that meant that it was up to two apprentices, not even full-blown Jedi Knights, to get this guy or die trying. "Stop thinking and get ready," Jadrum told her. Getting ready, she sent back, and she felt him shift against her and reach down and pull back the emergency throttle that normally controlled the power shunted to the engines to prevent an overload. Jade slipped one arm away from Jadrum's waist and clutched the lightsaber at her belt. She saw him pull the lever, felt him send one last warning, then braced herself just before their speeder bike roared forward. The bike ahead seemed to fall toward them, fall slowly but fall surely, and just when Jade thought Jadrum was going to ram it head-on, he twisted the control stick and their bike cut ahead of the target. Jade let go of Jadrum and threw herself once again, this time right for the assassin. His head cocked sideways, and before he could do a thing, Jade smashed into him shoulder first. He was bigger than she was, but she had surprise and momentum, and they both went tumbling one way, their speeder the other. They fell. She called on the Force, not for intercom or aerobatic magic, but just to arrest their fall and soften the blow. The grassy field beneath them came up fast and wouldn't slow. They hit it hard, but the assassin took most of the impact. Jade rolled off him into the grass. Their legs tangled, and she kicked hers free. She stood up, head spinning. She looked around for anything in the sky, but neither speeder bike was visible. She saw a plume of smoke rise in the distance and reached out in the Force. "I'm okay," Jadrum said, faintly. "Did you get him?" Before she could send a response, she saw a blaster come out of his hand. Her lightsaber sprung to life, and she caught his fumbled shot easily. This was something she had down to instinct. The assassin got off one more blast before she lunged and swiped the barrel of his weapon clean off. Pointing the tip of her violet lightsaber right at his helmet, she panted, "You're done. Now you'll tell us who you're working for." The assassin held out both hands, pleading, but didn't speak. Jade called on the Force and wrenched off his helmet, revealing the face of a young human male, pale, flat, bland, forgettable, but the eyes were full of fear. "I don't know what they tell you about Jedi here, but I'm not going to hurt you," she said. But the assassin wagged his head back and forth. He opened his mouth and creaked. "Get back." "What?" "Get back," he shouted, and Jade heard a whine and a click. She pulled on panic and the Force. She tried to throw up a wall of energy in front of her, the kind her master had taught her to use, but it was too late. Fire and thunder ripped from the core of the assassin's armored chest and washed the world away. Senator Lana Solo Dijo, who privately claimed the surname of her father and grandparents as well, had learned a long time ago to look for the bright side to any situation. Compared to some of the other situations where she'd had to scrape for good news, this one was easy. Jade Skywalker, fresh from a short dip in a Bacta tank with nothing worse than fresh pink skin on her face to worry about, didn't look as optimistic, but Alana's cousin was young. She would learn. It looks like an explosive device was placed in the armor of both assassins, Alana told her. It was powerful enough to make identifying the bodies difficult, but not impossible. One of them had been employed by House Vandren's security team for 3 years, the other for 5. Some screening process they have, Jade grunted as they made their way out of the Vandren estate's medical wing. Alana couldn't say Kalor Vandren had been anything but helpful in patching up the 2 wounded Jedi apprentices. She wished she could say the same about everything else. House Vandren is performing a more thorough check into each of them, Alana went on. Will they share that information with you? That, Alana admitted, remains to be seen. Jade grunted, like she'd expected as much, and ran 2 hands through her long, still wet hair. What does all this mean for your negotiations? Delayed, but not cancelled. Ambassador Hayne convinced the lords that killing talks would be letting their enemies win. Which enemies, though? Do they think this was Saviar? I wish I knew. She's never publicly condoned any act of political violence, but she'd gotten good at looking the other way when people who support her blow up ships and storehouses owned by the houses. Straight-up assassination would be a big escalation. So you think it was someone else? Alana sighed. I'm waiting on a more thorough investigation. If House Vandren lets you see it. Oh, to be young and cynical, Alana sighed. I remember that stage. What are you now, then? Jade asked, looking up at her with earnest seeking in her eyes. It was enough to make Alana's steps falter. She may have lost her homo 12 years ago, but Jade had lost even more. A pragmatic optimist, Alana said. It's the mindset for politics. Jade gave another grunt and followed her cousin through a set of doors into a small clean lounge. Jodram Tanner was already on his feet. Either he'd sensed them coming or he'd been pacing worriedly for the past half hour, and Alana suspected it was the latter. Ignoring the older woman, he went right up to Jade and put a hand on either shoulder. He looked over her face hard enough to make the girl flinch and look away. They said it was only superficial burns, Jade muttered. Nothing Bacta couldn't fix. I think she looks good as new, Alana said. Don't you, Jodram? I think so too, the boy nodded enthusiastically. Really, Jade? You look great. When I heard that explosion. Yeah, you thought I was dead or blown up or something. We're both tougher than that, right? She stepped back and gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. What about you? Any broken bones or anything when you ditched that speeder? Just a few scrapes. He looked to Alana. Everyone else is okay too, right, Senator? Alana could never decide if Jodram's reverential insistence on using her government title was endearing or annoying. Ambassador Hayne and his aide are all right. The House Vandren guards from our speeder will recover from their injuries, but they still lost 5 people in the other speeder. Jodram winced. At least it wasn't worse. Chief of State Savash has already commanded Kalor Vandren directly to offer condolences and assurance. Alana shrugged. I think Vandren's more galled that someone tried to kill him than anything else. You'd think it would be an occupational hazard, the way things are here, Jade said as she sat down on one white-cushioned sofa. Jodram dropped down next to her. Alana took a seat opposite them. You think wrong? The Cynics and Juvex lords have been very good at keeping their servants in line. Slaves, you mean? Muttered Jodram. Technically, slavery was abolished here a century ago. In practice, well, the Alliance has been pressing them to reform their system of indentured servitude for decades. But they never really took that talk seriously until they started having problems from the inside, Jade said. And the Alliance still doesn't want to press hard, does it? Alana sighed. They're afraid the houses might straight up withdraw from the Alliance like Hapes did. Worse, these sectors have billions of former slaves and an underclass just waiting to explode. She let her eyes fall on Jade's. If it does, what happened at Hapes will look like nothing in comparison. For a moment the pall over the conversation was so grim, no one could think of anything to say. Then Jodram asked, why now, after all this time? Is it because of this Saviar person? Because the people finally have a leader. Leaders only lead if there's people who want to follow, Alana said. And right now Senex Juvex is full of those. Why is that, after all these centuries? A lot of reasons. They can see all the better opportunities they'd have in other parts of the Alliance, for one. Alana leaned forward and laced her fingers together. But it's more than that. During the U.S. Invon War, billions of refugees flooded into the Senex and Juvex sectors because they were outside the invasion corridor. The houses welcomed them at first, then put them to work like they were slaves. We're talking billions from Tyna, Ondo, Rhodia, and other planets that got devastated, so the people here have no home to go back to and no hope for the future either. There's a full generation of Tynans and Aquilish and Falling like Saviar who were born in Senex Juvex and have never seen their ancestral homeworlds. A lot of those planets have been Vong formed so heavily they're not worth going back to. Now they're faced with raising a second generation of orphans into a life that's almost like slavery. At some point, that pressure's going to burst. The two young Jedi didn't respond. The situation here was messy, politically and emotionally, all the more because Alana couldn't deny the sympathy she felt for beings like Saviar, trapped permanently in a foreign land. Alana, at least, had the Jedi and the Happen Exile communities, as well as the hope that in some distant future the usurper government on Hapes might collapse. For those abandoned in Senex Juvex, there was no hope or recourse except violence. She sighed and stood up. The others didn't rise. She walked over to the communications console built into the corner of the room and inserted a data card from the folds of her robe. She watched and waited as it interfaced with the comm system, importing algorithms that would make it impossible for anyone in House Vandran to listen in on their connection. I also made a call to Asas, she explained. Jade, your father requested we hail him once you were out of Bacta. Jade rose and nodded, suddenly serious. All right, let's get this over with. Jadram followed her over so all three stood before the comm display. Alana tapped a button and waited. After a long moment, a holo image sprung to life in front of them, displaying the head and shoulders of a man about 10 years older than Alana. The red in his shaggy hair didn't show through the holo's blue tint, though one could make out the pale streaks of gray that ran from his temples and through his beard. Grandmaster, Alana said formally, I'm happy to report your daughter is perfectly hale. A little embarrassed, Jade shifted on her feet, avoided his electric eyes, and said, Hi, Dad. The relief in Ben Skywalker's smile was obvious. You don't look bad at all. Congratulations on stopping an assassination attempt. I just tried to catch the assassin, Jade bleated, and I failed. Dad, the guy blew up. Sounds messy. Good thing you cleaned up before calling. Jade made a face, but Alana couldn't help but smile. She said, Ben, the talks are still going to go forward, but after this I can't say what the schedule will be. I'm going to remain on Carfedian until they're done. Of course. Ben looked to Jadram and his daughter. As for you two, I think you did well, but it's time you came back to Asas. Jade looked like she wanted to protest, but Alana could feel Jadram leak relief through the force. He asked, is Master Mjalu still there? She is, and I know she'd anxious to see her two apprentices again. But what about here? Jade asked. Dad, we have no idea who launched that attack or who their target was. I understand House Vandran has investigators looking into that. Alana cleared her throat. Unfortunately, there's no guarantee they'll share information with us. Couldn't the Alliance make a formal request from a member world? It will, Alana said, very much meaning I will. I've also talked with Chief Sevash, and he's authorizing an independent intelligence team to look at it. Ben nodded thoughtfully. The relationship between the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order and the Chief of State of the Galactic Alliance was complicated and not entirely friendly right now, but at least it wasn't like what her grandfather had sometimes called, with rolling eyes, the dollar days. There's more, Dad, Jay said. The guy who I tackled, the guy who blew up, he yelled at me before he died. He told me to get away. Defeats the purpose of a suicide bomb, doesn't it? Asked Jadram. Second thoughts before he died. I don't think so. I think somebody planted that bomb on him to kill him if he failed. He knew that, but he didn't set off the bomb. Someone else did, probably by remote. You mean someone was watching us? Jadram frowned. We were in the middle of a field. Nobody was around for whole kilometers. Something in the armor, then. Jade thought aloud. If they could fit a bomb inside that ceremonial getup, they could fit a holocam and transceiver too. I'll see what comes out of the wreckage once we sift through it, Alana said. And I will see that wreckage with my own eyes, I promise. And if there's nothing there? What about satellites? Jadram asked. This planet has to have plenty of them in orbit. A good enough satellite and someone could have watched the whole fight from space. And there were a billion ways to slice into a satellite network, even a secure one, if you had a good enough slicer. Alana sighed. Something else to suggest to Alliance Intel. Then? Anything else? Not right now, Jade admitted. Then I think it's time you two head back to Ossus. She placed a hand on either apprentice's shoulder. What do you think, Ben? Does that sound good to you? To me, yes. His holographic gaze rested on Jade. To Alana's relief, the girl didn't put up a fight. All right, but I want to find out everything that happens here. You'll do that, won't you? Alana nodded. You've got my word. She nodded, satisfied. When Alana leaned over to turn off the transmission, her eyes locked with Ben's for a moment. Even across so much distance, with only a blurry holo image to bind them, shared emotion passed between them, a mixed brew of relief and determination. Relief that Jade and Jadram could be moved out of harm's way, and determination that these children, this new generation, not have to face the same trials they had growing up. There were some people out there who got into calling the current state of affairs no war between Alliance and Empire, no alien invasion, no Jedi versus Sith conflict, the long peace. Never mind how the term conveniently ignored the violent Happen secession and dozens of local brush fires. Even Alana had to admit it spoke to a larger truth. For 30 years now, the galaxy had endured stability, order, and prosperity unknown since the waning years of the Old Republic. As a Jedi and a senator, Alana had made it her purpose to protect the long peace. If the day came when peace went crashing down, she wanted the people she loved to be as far away as possible. She knew it was the same for Ben. They both lost so much on the road to today. After a full 30 minutes of berating his security chief for his appalling failure, capped off by the threat of lifelong imprisonment if anything like this ever happened again, Kalor Vandran retreated to the solitude of his personal quarters and tried to settle his nerves. After shouting until his throat was sore, that proved rather difficult, but after swallowing a full chalice of Hestrian wine, he began to feel a little better. Much as the main Vandran estate on Carfedian covered as much ground as a moderately sized city in the core world, his personal quarters were as large as a small town. Staffed with hundreds of droid servants and hundreds more organics, the estate had been expanded generation by generation for 1,000 years, and every visitor who entered it, including the harried Alliance team today, not that they noticed, was brought face to face with the towering 10-meter obsidian statue of Thul Vandran, who settled the planet Senex 1,000 years ago and begun the establishment of aristocratic rule over the two sectors. Kalor Vandran liked to think he bore an unmistakable resemblance to his ancestor statue, though Thul had been a picturesque 40 years old at the time of his commission. Kalor, by contrast, was nearing the end of his first century, and all the anti-aging drugs and treatment in the galaxy could only do so much. He consoled himself that he could still pass for a many 40 years younger, which was good enough. After berating the chief and downing the Hestrian wine, Vandran made his way to the estate's botanic wing. Flora from all over the Senex Juvex sectors and beyond had been gathered here, and while Vandran was not actually an enthusiast for horticulture, he enjoyed the melange of rich flower smells, the birds that clacked and called through the aviary, and most of all the upper observatory tower, where he could stand amidst trees and flowers and look down through pane glass walls at the sprawl of the family estate, the 1,000 years of glorious history it was his duty to defend. When he rode the lift to the top of the tower, he climbed to the highest platform and found a solitary figure waiting there. A black cloak, glaringly dark in the sunlit observatory, obscured the figure's body shape one Vandren knew to be starkly non-human. The cloak covered long limbs, claw-tipped hands, a thick tail, and a reptilian face with slit pupil eyes and long toothy jaws. The Cynics and Juvex houses were all human, and for centuries aliens had been deemed fit only for slave labor. Kalor Vandren has seen little to make his challenge that assumption, but in the whispering chambers of the galaxy's most wealthy and powerful, this bearable's name had been uttered with a special, lethal reverence. They said there was no assassin more deadly, intrepid, or capable than the one called Kikit. You came swiftly. Vandren stepped up alongside the hooded alien. I am impressed. You had already called me to Carfedian, Kikit hissed. I was expecting to use you for another purpose, Vandren allowed. In truth, he hadn't planned on turning his assassin loose against any of the intruders from the Alliance. He merely wanted Kikit here, just in case. His suspicions about the Alliance had proven right, of course. In addition to sending the sole Jedi in the Senate, and a happen exile to boot, they secreted 2 more Jedi Knights into her security staff. He was, he supposed, grateful for their help, but a paranoid corner of his mind wondered whether the whole attack hadn't been staged by the Jedi and their Alliance pets to work their way into his trust. Things have changed, Kikit said simply. That they have, Vandren sighed. Naturally, I need to know who attempted that attack. Your security team? They were stupid enough to allow this to happen. I can't trust them. I'll share the forensic evidence they collect and keep you in touch in whatever fumbling investigations they do, but I want the people behind this found and killed. Only after you've learned everything you can from them. A few birds chattered in the canopy overhead. Silence passed between them for a few long moments. Finally, Kikit asked, what if it is Saviar herself? I wouldn't be surprised. She's been getting more and more bold. Vandren licked dry lips. If it is her, tell me first. Finding her, killing her, will take considerable resources, and the ramifications would be hard to predict. He glanced sideways at the hooded alien. Y'all can do it, can't you? Of course. A slightly offended snarl. Just keep me informed as I keep you informed. Vandren tugged his robes into order and smoothed his hair. The Alliance negotiators want to meet. I have to go soon. Kikit turned to face Vandren. Sunlight slanted past the edge of his hood, revealing that fierce reptilian face, sharp teeth, and yellow predator's eyes, all the more striking for his coloration. Obsidian blackness streaked through by patterns of jagged blood-red lines, too symmetric and complex to be anything but artificial. I know what to do, said Kikit. Yes. You always do? Without sparing the assassin a word of farewell, Vandren turned, walked down to the lift, and rode it down. Kikit watched the lift door shut and listened to the vibrations of the rattling car as it dropped down 20 stories to the estate below, leaving the Barabel alone amidst greenery, sunlight, stillness. From his cloak, Kikit removed a tiny disc-shaped transceiver. He tapped his side with one claw, then waited until the shrunken holo image of his master appeared. Darth Zorin, the Bearable said, I bring news from Carfedian. Go on, the voice, blurred by static, replied. There has been an assassination attempt, perhaps on Lord Vandren, perhaps on the Alliance negotiators. I've been tasked to find those behind it and eliminate them. He waited, watching for some indication of his master's response in the holo's shrunken face, but got nothing. Is there anything else? He'd been hoping his master might know more about the assassination attempt, but it seemed Zorin wasn't telling one way or the other. The Alliance brought Jedi along. We know the child of Ketis was there, Zorin said with distaste. 2 more Jedi as well, both young. I've not been able to learn their names. They've been sequestered inside the Vandren estate. He waited, half hoping Zorin would order him to find these young Jedi and eliminate them. It would be a brash act, too brash for the one Sith who'd been operating in shadows for the past 30 years. Still, Bearables were hunters by nature, and the craven remained. In all his tests and trials as a Sith apprentice, he never had the honor of fighting and killing any Jedi, young or old. Zorin was one of the few honored one Sith who had. Their master had ordered a policy of strictly avoiding confrontation until the time was right. It was past time to change that policy, he felt, and he knew Zoran did too. But in the end his master said, "Leave the Jedi be for now. Do as Vandrin ordered and find the assassins. Could they be useful to us?" Another long, thoughtful pause, before Zoran said, "Our plans are our own, and these assassins are not part of it. Kill them and everyone involved." "As you wish, Master." The holo flickered off. He slipped the transceiver into the folds of his robe and took one last look around the observatory. Then he stepped off the platform, into the cultivated undergrowth of this artificial forest. After glancing at the sun one last time, Keekit slipped into shadow and was gone. Chapter 2. They circled each other on the dueling floor, stepping carefully, always keeping the same distance between them. Each held a glowing blue lightsaber in both hands, and it would have taken a single forward lunge to commence the battle, but neither of them seemed ready just yet. Watching from outside the circle, Arlen Fell knew that it was not a matter of two new duelists sizing each other up. Quite the contrary, these two, master and apprentice, had sparred many times and knew each other's techniques well. There was a point, though, where knowing everything meant as much as knowing nothing, and certainty became elusive. So, hesitation. He sensed it especially from the younger duelist, though Ranwarrick Sapler tried very hard to keep his emotions stifled in the Force. The first and only member of his race to enlist in the Jedi Order, the young Chiss stepped in careful circles, his weapon held forward and tilted in a defensive angle. His opponent usually liked to make the first strike. Warren's glowing red eyes were narrowed as he watched Arlen's mother heft her own saber in a similar pose. Jaina Solo Fell still moved nimbly for a woman in her 60s. Small and trim, mostly gray hair pulled out of her face in a bun, Jaina had her eyes on Warren's feet, like she was waiting for him to lunge. It occurred to Arlen that his mother might be waiting for Warren to make the first strike for once. Apparently the idea occurred to the young Chiss too. Warren didn't give her the expected lurch forward. Instead he shifted his lightsaber to an offensive position, as though daring his master to strike him with his guard down. Still Jaina held back. Warren shifted to a defensive posture again, took 2 steps right, then danced back left. He swiped his blade out horizontally without extending too far, and Jaina nimble stepped back to avoid the blade, not bothering to parry with her own. Warren wasn't finished. Already off balance, he allowed himself to lunge further still. He thrust his saber forward like a spear, and this time Jaina batted the weapon aside. Warren let himself be carried and jumped high to avoid Jaina's counterattack. He landed behind her, but Arlen's mother pivoted easily and caught his attack on her saber. She spun and thrust in return. Warren dodged that attack but was left off balance. He swiped his lightsaber high and Jaina ducked low beneath his saber and slipped in close enough to snap an elbow right into Warren's chin. The Chiss staggered back, stunned. That was all Jaina needed to grab his lightsaber with a free hand and wrench it from his fist. One push with the Force sent Warren to his knees, looking up at the triumphant old woman with the saber blazing in each hand. Warren bled indignation and anger in the Force, but he tried to stifle it. He hissed, "Okay, I surrender." With a satisfied nod, Jaina shut off both lightsaber and held Warren's out, pommel first. Before rising, Warren looked at the weapon and, almost reluctantly, took it in hand. "That was good," Jaina told him. "You started strong and caught me off my guard, but you were too wild. Never let your opponent get in so close your lightsaber doesn't do any good." Warren nodded and hooked his weapon to his belt, looking chastened. "I understand, Master. Should we try one more time?" Jaina looked out from the dueling ring and found her son amidst the small gathering of onlookers, mostly trainees like Warren. "What do you think?" "I think you've drubbed enough people into submission today," he replied, "though I might be willing to give it a try if there's any takers." He said it with a smile, but nobody jumped forward. It had been 5 years since Grandmaster Skywalker officially conferred on him the rank of Jedi Knight, and in that time he'd run a lot of missions to far corners of the galaxy, but for the past 4 months he'd stayed here, on Bastion, helping his mother train Force sensing recruits found within the territorial, remnant that still called itself the Galactic Empire, even if neither word exactly applied to the state his parents had helped remake over the past 35 years. Anti-Jedi sentiment lingered in Imperial territory, and even now there were less than 50 Jedi in their rank, from masters down to young apprentices. The ones who signed on to learn the Force, often bucking the will of their families, were a generally tough lot, which was why neither Arlen nor his mother went easy on training. Unfortunately, it seemed tough lessons didn't always make for eager students. When no one stepped forward, Arlen said, "How about this? I'm willing to take on some 2-on-1 sparring. I need 2 takers." The students exchanged glances. One boy, about 10 years younger than Arlen, raised his hand. "Dare Sende," Arlen acknowledged. "Are you willing to try?" "If someone else is." "I'll go again," said Warren, voice hard with determination. "That sounds excellent." Arlen stepped into the dueling circle, replacing his mother, and waved Sin forward. He unhooked his lightsaber from his belt and ignited it, stretched out a sizzling white gold blade. He felt a wave of concern roll off his mother, but when he glanced at Jaina, her expression was stolid. Lightsaber practice was not like normal sparring. There was no way to foil the blade or prevent serious injury, or even death if the fighting got too reckless. Jaina herself always admonished trainees that lightsaber fights were never a game, and that learning to use the Jedi weapon was, in itself, a vital lesson in self-control. As Arlen took his place in the center of the dueling stage, and the 2 teenagers began to circle around him, he hefted his saber in a defensive position. Warren and Sin watched his posture as they slowly drifted apart. Arlen shuffled to keep both of them in his view at the same time. He expected Sin to attack first, and he was right. The young man darted forward with a low thrust. Arlen batted it aside easily and immediately pivoted, bringing his blade up to block a wide vertical blow from Warren. He took 2 steps back to keep them both in sight. Warren made 1 blow, and then another, forcing Arlen to keep himself angled toward the chest. All of them were fighting with big, deliberate movements, fractionally slower than they use in a 1-on-1 sparring match. All of them were well aware of how easily this match could turn deadly for one or even all 3 of them. For that reason, Sin hesitated a second before plunging in, and that allowed Arlen to muster a wall of force energy that sent the trainee staggering back before he could even bring his blade to bear on the older man. Arlen kept his attention focused on Warren and began raining his own set of blows on the young ch's blade, forcing him back 1 step, and another to the edge of the ring. By then, Sin was on his feet again. He didn't hesitate this time. He lunged forward, forcing Arlen to will away from Warren. He skirted back until his heels were on the edge of the circle, and the 2 trainees were both in sight. Both stood 2 meters away, sabers in both hands, watching, waiting, trying to decide among themselves who would charge in first. They had him cornered, and confidence warred with caution. This time it was Warren who charged first. Instead of lunging, he took 2 steps forward and began bashing his blade against Arlen's with heavy blows. At the same time, Sin charged against Arlen's open flank. The Jedi, still on Warren, sent out another force energy push, this time knocking the young human off his feet, skidding him on his butt to the far edge of the ring. That was enough to steal his attention away for a critical second. Warren dropped low and swiped horizontally at Arlen's legs. Only a high leap kept the blade from going as his kneecaps. He hurled himself into the air, spiraling over Warren's head, before coming down on the opposite side. He spun on one heel, lightsaber up and ready to defend the attack he knew was coming. He'd been expecting another wild horizontal swipe from the chest. Instead, he'd been surprised with the quick jab that took him in the upper arm as he was spinning. Heat speared through his arm, heat and pain. He swore, dropped his lightsaber, and grasped his wounded arm. "I'm so sorry," Warren immediately squawked. "No harm done," Arlen hissed, even as hot agony shot from shoulder to trembling hand. "No bone damage," he didn't think, but that blade had sheared through cloth, skin, and muscle for sure. "I'm sorry," the Chiss repeated. "I was reckless, sir." "You were reckless," Arlen's mother said as she came to his side and put a hand on his arm. But you also won. Warren's red eyes blinked. I didn't mean to hurt you, sir. I'm aware of that. Arlen blinked hot tears from his eyes and looked around the chamber at Sen and the other trainees. This could have been a lot worse, all of you. You have to learn control. I'm so sorry, Warren said again. We understand that, Jaina said. Everyone, this training session is done. Please, return to your quarters, and consider this a lesson in the dangers of recklessness. The students murmured assent and began to gather their things and head for the door. Jaina leaned close to her son and said, It's a lesson for you too, you know. Trust me, I know, Arlen winced and took his hand off the wound. How bad? His mother touched the scorched fabric around the wound, very lightly. I've seen worse. Well, that's THATS reassuring. Nothing Bacta won't cure, she said. The last trainees were filing out the door now, and finally he noticed the two new figures standing next to the threshold, watching. Likely they'd seen the whole embarrassing show. The older man wore a trim civilian suit but carried himself with a stiff, martial bearing despite not having served in any military since before Arlen was born. His hair and beard had gone all gray, though a streak of stark white ran up from the scar on his forehead. A black patch over his left eye gave him a vaguely dangerous look, though Arlen knew the current galactic peace owed an unpayable debt to his father, Jagged fell. The younger man also had a martial bearing, plus the uniform to match, the olive green suit of the Imperial Navy, with the junior grade lieutenant's badge on his chest. Davik bore a marked resemblance to the youthful holos Arlen had seen of their father, though without the white streak and battle scar. It's not bad, is it? Jagged called after all the trainees had left the room. Flesh wound, Arlen tried to shrug and instantly regretted it. A couple days with a back to patch, and he'll be fine. Jaina let her hand fall from his arm. Warren's learning to be an aggressive fighter, isn't he? Jagged asked as he and Davik walked into the circle. He's gotten a lot more confident, Jaina confirmed, but he's still pushing hard to prove himself. That's no surprise, given his circumstances, Arlen said. And anyway, that was my fault as much as his. To again one. Jagged cocked a gray brow. Trying to show off, were you? Maybe a little. Arlen let his eyes fall on Davik. It's been a while. His younger brother nodded curtly. Voidwalker is undergoing a major refit, so we've got a week's shore leave. Then it's back to combat exercises. It's not often we get all four of us together, their mother said. Arlen, go get patched up. Once you're done, we're having a nice, big family meal. I've got no problem with that, Arlen said, and did his best to smile despite the pain. Like you said, we're never together anymore. Davik Fell had known from a young age that his family situation was not exactly normal, so he'd always taken in stride the fact that a home-cooked meal usually meant a droid-cooked one. The family had owned the same apartment in the city of Ravlin, Bastion's administrative center, since he was 4 years old, and before moving to the Imperial Naval Academy at 18 it had been the only home he ever remembered. He didn't come back often anymore, but when he did he was always struck by a weird nostalgia. Everything felt wistful at first, the remembered view from his bedroom, the mismatch of collected items in his father's study, even the droid-cooked meals. The server bots in Voidwalker's galley just couldn't make things the same. After the droids prepared the meal and everyone started to sit down and eat, they talked about Jedi things first, of course. What happened at training today was totally my fault, Arlen was saying. So I'm not going to hold it over Warren's head, though he'll probably hold it over his own. Do you think it will make him more timid in future matches? Asked Jagged. Arlen glanced at his mother. As the member of the Jedi Council designated to oversee all activities in Imperial space, part of her job was watching over all new apprentices. It was, Davik thought, a tribute to Imperial stubbornness that out of all the billions of beings in remnant space, there were still few enough Jedi trainees for Jaina to know and watch them all. Once a closed off and secret headquarters, Bastion had become a cosmopolitan world with millions of civil servants and expatriate business beings from other Alliance worlds, and it hadn't been until the academy that Davik had started interacting with students from far-flung Imperial colony worlds where prejudice against Jedi and non-humans was still commonplace. Jaina thought about the question of their Soul Chiss apprentice for a moment before saying, I think he'll back down at first, maybe leave it to Sind or Nimrel or one of the other apprentices to take the lead for a while. But he'll be back in the circle. He's not the type to back away from something. Quiet determination, that's what Weinsa called it, Jagged said after a sip of wine. Frankly, when my sister suggested the boy might have force powers, I was shocked. Because there's no history of Chiss Jedi? Asked Arlen. That, and because she actually suggested he be trained here. It's been 30 years since the Ascendancy established its consulate on Bastion, and 10 since they put one on Coruscant, but they're still loath to allow their citizens to travel outside Chiss space. Afraid what they might find out there. Given some of the enemies the Chiss have faced in the past, it's entirely justifiable, Jagged said firmly, and took another sip. Davik had only been to his father's homeworld once, almost 10 years back, to see his Aunt Weinsa and her family. Aside from being snow-coated and freezing, the entire society seemed cold and regimented, and all the blue-skinned, red-eyed aliens seemed to view him with suspicion and perhaps contempt. The fact that his father had managed to not only survive in that environment but thrive had been a staggering realization, and had left Davik with an admiration that had never since failed. Because of his special situation, I've been trying to train Rand personally when I can, his mother said. He really does have a talent, not to mention ambition, but he's got a long way to go in the self-control category. He's a Chiss, Jagged said, as if that meant he had self-control aplenty. He's also training to be a Jedi, and that requires a whole different kind of control than what they taught you, dear. I'll have to take your word for it. After swallowing his last chunk of nerve steak, Arlen said, well, Warren's going to get a whole new chance to prove himself soon. We got a call from Master Skywalker this morning. He wants me to take Warren to Asas for some new training. We're supposed to leave the day after tomorrow. Really? Jagged raised both brows. Have you told him yet? No. If I had, he'd have been even more edgy and probably taken my whole arm off. Not funny, child, Jaina said, slightly scowling. Arlen laid his fork down on his dish. Well, do you want to give him the news or should I? I think you should. You're the one who will be going with him. Me? Don't look shocked. I know you've been feeling cooped up on Bastion, looking after the little ones. You want Ben to send you off on some adventure again, don't lie. So you won't come with us. Someone has to handle the young ones, Jaina said. Besides, your dad just got back from Coruscant and I don't want to run out on him. Not right away, at least. Davik looked at his father. Who'd you talk to on Coruscant? Important people, Jagged said with a mild sigh. For as long as Davik could remember, his father had acted as chief liaison between the Empire and the seat of the Galactic Alliance. That necessitated a lot of back-and-forth travel and a lot of stressful interactions with a lot of different high-ranking officials. But as his father had said more than once, it was a far better job than getting shot at every day. Anything to do with Senex Juvex? Asked Arlen. Among other things. Jagged leaned back in his chair. There's some talk about putting together a joint alliance peacekeeping force. They sending troops. Davik felt a spike of alarm. Now. No, not now. He shook his head. We're just talking worst case scenario. And this doesn't leave the room, you understand. We talked preemptively about how, if a peaceful solution fails, we should be ready to act this time to restore order and keep Senex Juvex in the alliance. In a lower, sadder voice he added, we don't want to be caught off guard. No one wants another Hapes. You think the Empire would send troops? Asked Davik. It should, Jagged said firmly. We're members of the alliance, and that means we have obligations to fulfill. Otherwise we're takers, not partners. He knew his father better than to expect any other answer, but he couldn't deny the thought chilled him. In the 3 years since he'd graduated the Naval Academy, he'd seen only a handful of skirmishes, always with pirate or outlaw groups, and never close up. If he'd been a fighter pilot like either of his parents, perhaps it would have felt different, but from the bridge of Voidwalker, or any of the other ships he'd served on, he'd never truly felt his life threatened in a combat situation. And yet, strangely, a part of him felt a little excited by the prospect of open conflict. It was a sick thought, he knew, but every other young naval officer felt the same way, though most only admitted to each other when the lights were dim and most of the crew was in sleep cycle. In what his parents called the Long Peace, the Imperial Navy had become effectively a glorified interstellar police force. In his modern incarnation, it cherished selected pieces of his history, revering late admirals like Thrawn, Mukade, and Pelion, who remained, more or less, politically palatable outside Imperial space. Davik had learned at the Academy that there were plenty in the outer systems who also revered the likes of Tarkin, Vader, and Palpatine himself, but the people in charge, the ones who curated the history young officers learned, the stress was always placed on former group, the tactical geniuses, officers, and gentlemen who'd avoided excess brutality in the Empire service. Because of his unusual family background, Davik could see how artificial that history was, but it didn't wholly take away the romance. Even when put to questionable cause, tactical genius was still genius. He learned all about the great commanders in Imperial past, and he wanted to replicate their feats, even if he was simultaneously scared of getting the chance. It all left him conflicted, and in an effort to hide it, he looked to his mother and brother and asked, "Have the Jedi been doing anything in Senex Juvex?" They could go on forever with Jedi talk, and his mother started off, "Your cousin's leading the Senate delegation. She should be on Carfedia now." "Any Jedi secret agents gathering up intel?" asked his father playfully. Jaina scowled. "Sorry, I can't share everything." "Why?" "I just did." Jaina leaned forward and cupped a hand around her mouth for a theatrical whisper. "You never know. Those server bots could be bugged." Arlen chuckled and reached across the table for a slice of spice loaf. "Oh, I'm sure they've heard plenty already. You know, I heard an interesting rumor about who else was going to Carfedian with Alana." Jaina looked at him warningly. "Did you now?" "Yes. It seems like she's keeping it in the family just a bit." She sighed. "Ben didn't tell you, did he?" "Oh no. He's Grandmaster. Too professional to let things slip." "Lobacca then?" Arlen looked away. "Well, I do keep in touch with my old master from time to time." The Wookiee could never keep his mouth shut. Jaina rolled her eyes. "Did I tell you about the time we had to deal with the Thamiri Night Sisters on Kashyyyk?" "More than once, Mother?" Sure that they weren't paying him attention anymore, Davik allowed the faintest smile. Jedi talk really did go on forever. But as it turned out, that tiny slip of relief didn't totally elude notice. After dinner, after everything clear and the lights had been turned off, Davik went to his bedroom and found himself drawn to the window. He pushed it wide open and found himself leaning against the frame, breathing in the breeze and watching Ravelin's familiar city lights and getting so entranced that he didn't notice when his father stepped into the room. At the sound of knuckles rapping on the wall, he jerked around and saw his father's silhouette against the light in the hall. Shaking off his shock, he said, "What's up, Dad?" "I was just checking in." Against the backlight, his face was impossible to read. "You didn't talk much at dinner tonight." He shrugged. "It was pretty much all Jedi talk." "It doesn't have to be. Only half this family's Jedi, remember." Davik nodded. He knew that, of course, but it rarely felt like only half. He tried to tell himself that he was past it all, never quite believing he ever could be. It was hard to forget all the stories he'd heard as a child from his mother and grandparents about the great Jedi family he'd been born to, all the great people who tapped into the Force and saved the galaxy again and again and made it into what it was today. It was even harder to forget the slow process of realization that he simply did not have it, and the dawning disappointment in his mother's eyes when she realized the inevitable blossoming of his inherited Force powers wasn't going to come. No matter how hard he tried to touch the Force, no matter how deeply he craved it, and he craved it like nothing else, especially growing up 4 years behind a brother for whom the Force came as easy as breathing, He would never be also to use or manipulate that mystic energy field his family had drawn onto mold history. He couldn't even tell it was there. If Davik Fel wanted to make history, or anything else for that matter, he was on his own. He knew his father was the same, but sometimes he let himself forget. He forced a weak smile. I didn't mind letting them talk. I've been hearing Jedi stories since as far back as I can remember, and you gotta admit they've got some good ones. Oh, I'll never deny that. Jagged crossed his arms over his chest. How's the Voidwalker? It's a good ship. Captain Lorne is a good man. A good Muin, you mean? Exactly, Davik chuckled. He knows who I am, of course. He knows who you are. He says without you they'd never let a non-human captain a frigate at all. I did my part. Typical modesty. After a pause, he added, I guess everyone else knows who you are, too. It's been like that since the academy. I'm okay with it. If I weren't, I'd have signed on with a fake name like Aunt Syal. That didn't last long for her. They do call her Admiral Antilles nowadays. Right? The point is, no problems. Not with the ship, not with the crew. How about being shipped out to a potential combat zone? Davik wanted to say he was okay with that, but they both knew it was a lie. Instead he said, haltingly, you were a lot younger than me when you first saw combat. By the time you were my age, you'd already been through a huge war. I'm thankful you haven't. Every day? His voice ached a little, and Davik remembered the 3 uncles and 1 aunt he'd never meet. I know. So I just wondered, before you saw your first real combat, what did you think it would be like? Jagged thought a moment. I'd already heard plenty, from my siblings, from your grandfather. I knew what to expect. Fear, anger, confusion, adrenaline, plus a giddy thrill once it was over. Is that what you got? It was, but knowing something and experiencing it are very different. Davik sighed. You were a fighter pilot, though. I'm just a bridge officer. That's just a different kind of danger. It's still battle, and you'll feel all the same things. Maybe. Davik licked his lips. I've Voidwalker sees combat. That's still a very big if, Jagged said. The Alliance has its best people trying to defuse this situation. And peacekeepers are needed. The Empire won't send more than a small task force. Voidwalker's a combat frigate. It's made for frontline duty. The Empire has plenty of combat frigates. Actual allocation is decided by Bernadette and Admiral Riedge. They have the final say. Cautiously, very softly, Davik asked, would you intervene to keep Voidwalker off the list? Also cautious, also slow, his father asked, would you ask me too? No, Davik said quickly. Even the thought is brief temptation, make him flush with shame. All right. Jagged nodded. Silence fell between them in the dark. Eventually he said, good night, Davik. Good night, Dad. His father turned and left. The door slid shut, blocking out light from the hall, leaving Davik alone with only the distant Ravlin city lights for company. He leaned against the open window and watched the lights for a long time. He wondered how long it would be until he saw them again. After sat down in the co-pilot seat of Arlenfeld's ship, Ranwark Sapla strapped himself in, fidgeted awkwardly for a few seconds, then said, I'm sorry about your arm. Yeah, I get that, Arlenfeld said as he ran through pre-flight checks. Warren watched his movements from the corner of his eyes. If the Jedi Knight's wound was bothering him after 2 days, he didn't show it. As the engines warmed to life and the cockpit subtly vibrated around them, he looked directly at Warren. When was the last time you were on Ossus? 3 years ago, when my training started, the Chiss said, then added, my only time. Was that your only time meeting Grandmaster Skywalker? I met him again, when he came to Bastion. What did you think of him? Truthfully, Warren had found him terrifying for reasons he couldn't even name. The Jedi Master had seemed at once older and younger than his years, serious yet jocular, curious yet knowing, casual yet ever watchful. The society he'd grown up in had been one where every being had a certain place and a certain role. The personality always reflected the role. Ben Skywalker seemed muddle every role together, from student to teacher, and he still hadn't made sense of it. Instead of trying to express any of that, Warren said, "I think he's done a fine job running the Jedi Order." That seemed to take Arlen by surprise, but before he could say anything, a light on the overhead board flicked flash green. "Hold that thought," he said. "Ravelin Flight Control just cleared us for takeoff. Let's be off, then?" "Yeah, let's." Arlen pulled one lever, and the Starlight Champion's repulsor lifts kicked in. Those swayed gently as they rose on a buffer of air. Then he kicked in the engines, and the inertia pinned Warren against his seat as they soared into clear skies. Starlight Champion shuddered only slightly as they climbed out of the atmosphere. A Corsair Lightskimmer-class personal scout. It was a small ship, but elegantly made, maneuverable, and well-armed in case of emergencies. Once they entered hyperspace, beginning the long multi-jump journey to the Jedi headquarters, Arlen asked, "So, why do you think Ben Skywalker's done a good job running the Jedi Order?" Warren blinked his red eyes. "It was just an observation." "I know. I was asking for something specific. It was just a political observation, not a personal one." Arlen smirked a little beneath his trim beard. "Talk politics, then? What you get here has to be a far cry from what you get back home." "That's fair to say." In truth, Warren was still mystified that the crazed melange of the Alliance, with its thousands of species and systems and worlds, managed to function at all, let alone that it did so via peaceful arbitration between mostly democratic members. Despite a limited opening up to the galaxy at large, the Chiss ascendancy still functioned the same way it had for centuries through the ministrations of the heads of the 7 noble houses. Members of some Alliance worlds might call it ossified and overly aristocratic, but it was a system that ensured order, a system that guaranteed a place and role for everyone. Sometimes he thought the Alliance could use a system like that. "He has much to balance," Warren said. "Much to account for, especially since the Jedi Order isn't part of the Alliance. Technically, we're a non-voting observant member. But you're right, Asus has no say in what happens on Coruscant and vice versa. It would be strange if it did. There's hardly any Jedi on Asus, except for the Academy. It's that way by design. The Jedi Temple used to be on Coruscant, you know." "I do know, and I know why they relocated to Asus. I've read the histories." "Don't call it history to my mother, she lived." "All right." Warren fought a frown. Arlen Fell was 10 years older than him and a full Jedi Knight, so he might have earned the right to talk to the Chiss apprentice like he was a kid, but Warren still didn't like it. "The point is, Jedi serve the Force. Serving the Alliance officially means you serve whoever's in power, and they might not serve the Force." "It's happened once or twice," Arlen said grimly. "So the Jedi can't trust the Alliance, and the people can't trust the Jedi, because they seem to become a parallel state working against the imperatives of elected government. So what Grandmaster Skywalker has done makes sense. He's moved the temple to a far-off planet and spread Jedi all across the galaxy, placed them on planets where they can be seen doing good so people will trust them again. That was pretty much the idea, though it was really his father who came up with that policy." "Yes, I know, but now that Luke Skywalker is gone, his son seems to be carrying the torch. The primary goal, as I can see, is to have the Jedi as a decentralized, widespread organization that functions almost as a federal system, with council members like your mother running regional academies out of planets like Bastion." "You sound like you approve," Arlen said. "In peacetime, in period without major crises, it seems to function well." "Ah, where's the but? If there is a major crisis, one that forced all Jedi to mobilize, well, Skywalker's federated system won't cut it. He'll need to resume strong central control." He waited for Arlen to respond, but got nothing. He looked sideways and saw the human staring at hyperspace, expression unreadable. "You disagree?" Warren asked. "No, I think you're right as far as it goes." He smirked. "You'll have to tell Master Skywalker all of this when we get to Asus." Warren looked away. "Only if you insist." Arlen chuckled and said nothing more. Chapter 3. "Welcome, Senator," Kalor Vandran said with the polite and sincere smile he'd been practicing all his life. "I'm very glad you could join us." Thank you so much for making allowances, Alana DJO replied, with a smile she'd surely practiced for all of hers. Are your people ready? Right this way, Vandrin waved her forward. She passed him and walked straight down the hall. Right behind her were Ambassador Hayne and his little Togruta aide, plus a horn-faced Deveronian in a Blue Alliance security uniform. The two Jedi were conspicuously absent. Vandrin had been told that they'd ship back up the Mon Cal cruiser in orbit, along with most of the security team, but he had a hard time believing Senator DJO would throw away her allies and the advantage they clearly gave so easily. He knew better than to ask outright, so instead of talking to Senator DJO, he sidled along Jever Hayne. He was a plain little man, drab and dark-haired, past middle age, but he'd already shown a tenacity that belied his looks. The ambassador had straight up threatened to stop negotiations before they began unless the Alliance delegation was given full access to all information about the assassination attempt. Vandrin had had half a mind to let them walk, but Saren and Turi had insisted on agreeing. The woman always had been soft on outsiders, and Turi was waiting for them in the forensics laboratory, along with a handful of technicians employed by House Vandrin and 2 Alliance observers in blue. She waved them over to a long steel table strewn with charred debris taken from the scene outside the gate. Thank you for coming, the lead House Vandrin technician addressed them all. We've completed our initial review of the scene and have come to some conclusions. Please, go ahead, said Joe. The bomb inside the second speeder was a concussion grenade, probably the same type used to overthrow the energy shield for the speeder you, sirs, were in, said the tech. The grenade is standard for House Vandrin armories and for most house militias in the sectors. It was remote detonated, wasn't it? Asked Joe. That's correct. The tech moved to one pile of blackened, twisted metal Vandrin could recognize as belonging to a member of his household guard. This is the armor of Officer Morgany, the first assailant killed. As you all know, there was an explosive inside his armor that detonated when he was thrown from his bike and impacted on the remains of the second speeder. The body was mangled quite, messily, but we believe we found the remains of the short-range portable transmission device on his person. Are those available in any house armories? Asked Antry. The technician shook his head. Not to my knowledge, no. The device matches one commonly used by assassins. What about the second officer killed? Asked Joe. The one my security team chased on a bike. Security team was an odd euphemism for Jedi agents, but the tech, like Vandrin, let it pass without argument. We found a similar transmitter on Officer Siberi, in fact, which was used to destroy the second speeder. We can't say. Do you think this transmitter was linked to the explosives that killed him? The Deveronian the Alliance had brought with them said, possible, but unlikely. A minor technical problem, and they could have blown each other up instead of that speeder. It's standard procedure for these kinds of jobs to segregate and simplify. Do you have reason to believe the personal bombs were set off by remote? Vandrin asked the senator. Our working supposition was that the hard impact accidentally detonated Officer Morgany's bomb. After a short, noticeable pause, DJO replied, according to my security team, they attempted to apprehend Officer Siberi on the ground. He detonated then, is how my agent got wounded. Manual suicide switch, Hayne suggested. My agent believes, based on Officer Siberi's reaction, that he was not the one who detonated the bomb. That looked like it was news to Hayne. It certainly took Vandrin by surprise. You never mentioned this. I believe I just did. The bomb must have been detonated by remote, the Deveronian mused. It's possible the transmitters we found in their armor were for that purpose. Then who blew up the second speeder? Asked Hayne. Probably the same person who blew up Officer Siberi. DJO looked at the tech. Is there any chance you found audio or visual surveillance technology in that debris? The tech shook his head. No. It's always possible it got vaporized, though. I would have expected some wreckage, said the Deveronian. Of course, there are other ways to monitor a situation from a distance. DJO looked straight at Vandrin. Sir, I believe we may need to take a look at your surveillance satellite system. Carfedian does have one, doesn't it? Of course, Vandrin said, mind whirling. We'll start looking at it right away. Yes, DJO said, we will. Vandrin looked at the chief tech. Please, prepare a forensics team for an orbital jumper. And please, leave room for a few Alliance guests. Hain and DJO looked mildly mollified. Vandrin met their polite, satisfied smiles with his own, even as he casually let one hand slip up to touch the metal collar of his robe. One finger slid around the tip, depressing the button that ended the audio transmission of their conversation to his assassin, Kikid. He begun the transmission immediately before the Alliance team showed up, and ending it now would let the bearable know exactly what to do. Vandrin would stall the Alliance as long as he could. That wouldn't be for long, but it would be enough time for Kikid to get a crucial head start, to learn what needed to be learned and cover his tracks. It was a hard feat, but Kikid had served him well in the past. The bearable seemed touched with a magic talent for committing impossible feats. If he didn't know better, he'd think Kikid a Jedi Knight. But perhaps, Vandrin reflected that mystical force merely favored the assassin in another way. When Kalor Vandrin had begun transmitting his audio stream, Kikid was inside the intruder, drifting in low orbit over Carfedian. Smaller than a shuttle and larger than a starfighter, shaped like a flying wing and black as space, Intruder's fiberplast hull had been designed to resist scans from any ship that happened to spot it, itself a hard task, thanks to the blast-tinted modules that nearly did its thrust signature and the gravitic modulator that prevented its mass from being tracked. If Carfedian's security patrols did take notice of it, Kikid had also been provided with security codes that would grant him clearance through any House Vandrin survey. Kalor Vandrin had provided Kikid with those codes for that purpose, but it seemed like they would come in handy for something now. Judging from the way he sharply cut off the transmission, Vandrin wanted Kikid to get to the orbital security station first. Already in the air and armed with the highest level security codes, it would be frighteningly easy. The security net over the planet consisted of dozens of the best surveillance satellites an aristocrat could buy, but there was only one fully staffed station that coordinated the movements of the unmanned drones. The Alliance people would be heading there first, but Kikid vectored his fighter for the satellites located closest above the main Vandrin estate. There were, in fact, 3 of them, and Kikid maneuvered a stealth ship to pass by each one. He assumed that whoever had monitored the attacks had done so from the main station, but there was always the possibility someone had docked with and manually hijacked one of the surveillance drones. The sensor suite aboard Intruder was as good as they came, and Kikid detected no thrust residue and saw no sign of tampering with the drone satellites. He immediately set course for the main station as fast as he could without raising an alarming thrust trail. He glanced at his chronometer, 15 minutes already wasted by checking the drones. An unfortunate diversion, but a necessary one. The one Sith had not evaded detection by the Jedi for decades by being sloppy. When he reached the main station, Kikid waited until he could see the people moving around on the command deck before he turned on Intruder's forward floodlights and flashed the bridge. He turned on the comm system and hailed their communications array, repeating only the security code Vandrin had provided. The station crew reacted promptly and without question. The personal hangar bay on the station's lower section opened its hatches, and Kikid easily slipped his vessel into his berth. He was pleased by the small greeting party, 1 officer and 2 armed guards. Kikid walked straight up to the man and pushed the hood off his head, revealing the black and red scales of his face. For a moment the officer was struck speechless. Sinex Juvek still celebrated a human supremacy that would have made the old empire blush, and Kikid saw one of the guards reach for his sidearm. It took only a light touch from the Force to freeze the guard's hand in the air. "My name is Kikid," the Sith said, knowing none of these human would remember it anyway. "I have been sent here by Kalor Vandrin on a mission of highest security. Do you understand?" Dumbly, like puppets on strings, all 3 of them nodded in sync. "I need to review access records from all your surveillance satellites. Take me to your computer core." He sensed the confusion, the hesitation, from the lead officer. With the touch of the Force, and a predatory hiss, the bearable said, "Take me. Now." "We'll take you to the computer core," the officer said, "right away. We must take a secure route. No one else is to see me or know I'm on the station." "Understood, sir. Please follow me." The officer and guards had been bred and trained for obedience. Manipulating their minds was pathetically easy. They led him through unused utility corridors, up ladder shafts, and through double-layered blast doors before finally delivering him to the computer core in the heart of the station. Keegan knew exactly what he was looking for, and he knew how to get it. The codes Vandran had provided blazed through every security wall thrown up in his path, and he quickly found the recorded satellite feeds showing the initial assassination attempt on maximum zoom. The feed also followed the would-be assassin as his two Jedi pursuers as they raced on speeder bikes that took them almost 50 kilometers from the initial battle site. Finally, the camera locked onto the wounded assassin and caught his final moment in his magnified glory. The only shame was that the Jedi attacking him survived. Every time the cameras on the satellite went under manual control, the user's identification codes were also logged into the system. From what the computer told Keegan, the one who had commandeered the satellite was a warrant officer named Corfulus. Keegan tapped the computer screen with the claw. "This Corfulus. Bring him here." The officer nodded and turned on his comlink. "This is Chief Norhaven. Warrant officer, please report to the main computer core immediately." The response was muted and confused. "Did you say the computer core?" "Sir." "Immediately, warrant officer." "Sir, the shuttle from the planet is about to arrive. I was about to go meet them." Keegan gave Norhaven an additional prod, and the officer said, "Now, warrant officer." "All right." Corfulus gave a tiny sigh. "I'll be right there." Norhaven clicked off his comlink and looked to Keegan. "Will that be all?" Keegan nodded, but inside he wasn't sure. Corfulus did not sound like a guilty man, though where Keegan used the Force to touch his mind, the truth would come out quickly. More, he hadn't expected the Alliance delegation to move so quickly. Vandran would have done his best to delay them. Like Leia was the Jedi among them who moved things so fast. A small part of him, that hungry predatory part, wanted to confront the vaunted child of Darth Vader here, and now. But Darth Zorn had reminded him, again and again, to lie low, be patient, and complete the task in front of him. He would do that. A reckoning with the Jedi had waited decades. It could wait a little while longer. Despite Kalor Vandran's fussing over the minutiae of security procedures, Alana was able to get the shuttle off Carfedian and into orbit as quickly as possible. Aside from herself, Hain, Farina, and the Deveronian security chief Malazor, the rest of the party were all from houses Vandran and Antri. Alana would have liked to have more Alliance staff, to say nothing of the two young Jedi they sent away. Everything she gathered in the Force told her that Anturi and Vandran wanted the would-be assassins caught as much as anyone, but she still couldn't trust them fully. Doubtless they didn't trust her either, so at least there was equity. When they arrived on the orbital station, the staff seemed curiously out of sync. The officer who greeted them doubled down on obsequies as he led them to the command deck and gathered them in front of a computer console. "From here," he explained, "we can access the main computer core, which contains recorded footage from all the surveillance drones going back over a standard year." "We only need the time of the attempt on my life," Vandran said. "Pull data from all drones located within the viewing ecliptic of my estate approximately 7 hours ago." "Very good, sir." The officer bent over his console. Alana sensed only the concentration of a dull, duteous man as he started pulling files. After less than a minute, however, his face creased in a confused frown. Hain noticed it too. "Is there a problem?" "No, not at all." The officer shook his head. "There were 3 drones located over the estate, but it appears that one of them suffered a malfunction 12 hours ago and has yet to receive proper maintenance." "Then why the frown?" pressed Alana. "I don't recall receiving a maintenance request, but I will look into it." "Can we view the footage from the other 2 cameras?" "Yes, of course. If you'll lean in close, you can see it all." Warrant Officer Corfulus had proven his use after all. Unlike Norhaven or Kikit himself, the technician knew how to remove records from the computer core and insert false ones. Kikit didn't trust the notice from a malfunctioning security drone would satisfy suspicious Jedi, or Vandrin himself, but it would buy him the time he needed to get off the station and pursue whoever had actually hijacked the satellite. But before that, he had determined who that person was. It's clear someone utilized your identification card 6 hours ago, Kikit said, looming over the squat middle-aged human. Where were you then, warrant officer? Corfulus only needed a touch of the Force to add to his natural submissiveness and make him talk. I was asleep, sir. My shift started 3 hours ago. Who could have stolen your identity card and returned it before you woke? Do you live alone? Yes, sir. The security pad is coded to my card. But someone has override authority? Correct. Well, the chief of security and his deputy, sir. And who would that be? A little awkwardly, Corfulus looked to Norhaven. The other officer's eyes went wide in fear, and he wagged his head back and forth. Sir, I did not do this. I promise that. Kikit turned on Norhaven. I will need a guarantee. I can't show you records, sir, proving my whereabouts for the past. Kikit didn't let him finish. He reached out and placed a hand on Norhaven's bald head, wrapping claws around his skull. The security guards jumped back in shock. One raised his sidearm but didn't fire. Kikit released Norhaven after a second. The man dropped to his knees, gasping. I believe your innocence, Kikit hissed. Now tell me, where's your deputy? Norhaven rose on trembling knees and rasped, let me check, sir. Tell him to come here immediately. Yes, sir. Norhaven thumbed on his comlink and said, Deputy Harkin, report to the computer core immediately. Do you copy, Deputy Harkin? There was no response. Norhaven frowned and turned to the computer console. He typed a quick search, then said, Deputy Harkin is no longer on the station. Then where is he? According to the computer, he departed on a shuttle 5 hours ago. To where? The flight logs say it was a hyperspace jump, sir. To Ismeru? Norvahan's brows drew together. According to the telemetry report, it seems he jumped in a different direction entirely. I need that telemetry. Now. There was no way the orbital station could track exactly where a vessel had gone in hyperspace, but it could at least point Kikit in the right direction. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Hurry. And prepare to return to my ship once you are done. Nothing, Haynes said bitterly. What a surprise. I'm very sorry about this, the officer told them. But I checked the maintenance logs, and it seems we did receive a request from that disabled drone earlier today. I'm afraid we, failed to notice it. Now that you have noticed it, you will remedy the problem immediately, Vandrin said harshly. Yes, my lords. At once. Alana sighed. Maybe we can copy the memory core directly from the drone. Unlikely, Senator, the officer said. The surveillance drones have no onboard memory cores. They're merely relay stations that pump data directly into this observation station. Then we'll check this computer core. Just to be sure. The officer turned on his comlink and said, Warrant Officer Corfulus, are you there? Speaking, the tinny voice replied. Our visitors require direct access to the computer core. Can you meet us there? Yes, sir. I can be there shortly. Alana leaned over the officer's shoulder and asked, to your knowledge, has anyone manually accessed the computer core recently? I don't believe so, miss. Corfulus sounded surprised. Haynes sighed. Let's get down there and see what's what, shall we? Alana sighed too. They were desperately scraping now. All right, let's go. As the officer led them off the command deck, Haynes sidled close to Alana and said in a low voice, you know, it's possible they didn't even use the satellites. A stealth ship in low orbit, for example, could have accomplished the same. A stealth ship would be even harder to track. Still, it's worth a look. All right. Alana slipped away from Hayne and up to Kalor Vandrin at the head of the group. She said, if this doesn't yield us anything, there's another avenue we think worth checking. Believe me, Senator, Vandren scowled. I am open for anything. Seated safely in Intruder's cockpit, Kikit watched as the station and the planet receded further and further in his rear sensors. He'd done everything he could to erase signs of his presence on the station. He'd ordered Norhaven to delete all records of his ship having docked, then used the Force to wipe away the memory of both officers and both guards. He wanted to be confident, to be sure there was nothing he'd overlooked, but it was hard to be confident when the Alliance investigation was being led by a Jedi, especially that one. He waited until he was far away from the planet to slip unseen into hyperspace. It was a short jump, enough to take him out of the system entirely on the exact vector taken by this Ro Harkin as he fled Carfedian. In theory, Harkin could have run to any number of worlds, but Kikit was willing to be that the officer would remain within the Synix and Juvex sectors. Most beings from this isolated corner of space never left the sectors in their lives and would be hopelessly lost in the galaxy beyond. He downloaded a copy of the man's personnel file from the station computer before leaving, which would be a place to start. Even that would only narrow things somewhat, but Kikit was a hunter, by birth and by training. He would find Harkin hiding somewhere among the stars. He believed that, because the only alternative was failure, and he had never believed in that at all. Chapter 4. It was already a long journey via shuttle from Carfedian to Ossus. Elena had provided her personal senatorial shuttle and crew to get two apprentice Jedi back where they belonged. It was the kind of generosity Jay Skywalker had come to expect from her cousin, but it still made her feel uncomfortable. She still felt like she was going home a failure. The shuttle was small, but she did her best to avoid Jadram on the long ride back, though she probably hadn't needed to try that hard. Jadram clearly wanted to ask her some things, but he was clearly having trouble getting them out. As it was a relief to both apprentices when Elena's shuttle set down on the landing pad outside the Jedi Temple complex on Ossus. Her father had told her about his own youth, spent growing up on Coruscant and Ossus, and a dozen other scattered planets, none of them really a home. For Jade, Ossus was it. It was always a relief to be back, then, and doubly a relief to be done with the long, awkward shuttle ride. Relief didn't last long, though. The thing she'd been dreading most was now dead ahead of her. Her father was there on the landing pad, waiting for her. There was nothing in Ben Skywalker's face to betray anything else but earnest gratitude to have his daughter back. She stepped out from beneath the shuttle, though words caught in Jay's throat, and it was Jadram who said, stiffly and awkwardly like he always did around her father, "Grandmaster Skywalker, it's an honor to see you again." Her father smirked beneath his graying beard. "It's good to see you too, Jadram." And Jade? His gaze shifted over her shoulder, and he turned his attention to the shuttle crew. He offered to let them come into the temple for food and rest, which they accepted eagerly. It took Jade a moment to remember that, as Elena's personal staff, they must have received this hospitality before. The Jedi Temple on Ossus still used the shell of the ancient pyramid that had served as an academy by Jedi 4,000 years ago, before radiation from a supernova rendered the planet temporarily uninhabitable and left permanent damage to its ecosystem. The inside of the pyramid, however, was as clean, sleek, and modern as any facility in the galaxy, thanks to donations from private individuals who supported the Jedi Order even in times of political controversy. An apprentice Jade didn't recognize escorted the shuttle crew to the temple's mess hall, leaving her and Jadram alone with the Grand Master. Her father sensed the awkwardness, of course, and added with another little smile, "Come on up to the greenhouse. Master Mjalu's waiting for us there, along with a few more guests." They both allowed themselves to relax again as they rode the lift up to the top of the pyramid, where glassy walls and ceilings let gold afternoon sunlight fall onto a luscious greenhouse featuring flora from all over the galaxy. At the center of the greenhouse was an elegant basin where smooth black stones sat artfully placed amidst carefully raked sand. Jade could remember how many hours she'd spent in this very rock garden, how hard it had been to find the Force and use its strength to lift her from one heavy stone to another without leaving a footprint in the sand. The fact that she finally willed herself to do it now, and could do it with ease, meant that she associated the garden with triumph rather than frustration, She was glad to be here and all the more glad to see Jedi Master Rakam Jalu sitting atop the largest rock. The short, furry Bim's legs were crossed beneath her brown robes and her eyes were closed as though in meditation, but when Jadram called her name they opened wide, black on black, and her long ears perked upright. Ah, familiar faces. Master Jalu's voice was soft and melodious like always. Congratulations, both of you, on a mission accomplished. It didn't feel like a mission accomplished. It felt like she'd been pulled back home right when her real mission was starting. Still, Jade forced a smile and asked, "Were you worried about us, Master?" "We took care of ourselves, all right," Jadram said with more convincing bravado. "Oh, I knew you would, but it's a Master's prerogative to worry when she sends her students on a dangerous mission alone." "We weren't exactly alone," Jade said. "But you were the ones to disarm the assassins, yes." "Well, kind of." Jay's mind flashed to the panic in the man's face right before the charge and his armor blew him to pieces. "Then it's your victory." Jalu unfolded her legs and stood upright, perfectly balanced on the smooth black rock. "And I've never been prouder of you both." Jade could feel her sincerity in the Force, and it was enough to make her blush. "We just did our best, Master." "You've never given anything but." Jalu's small body lifted off the stone. The hem of her robes dangled in the air as she drifted smoothly over the sand garden. She dropped onto the gravel pathway right between Jade and Jadram and took a hand in each brown furred paw. Looking past them at Jade's father, she said, "Well, what task should we give them next?" Ben Skywalker chuckled lightly. "For now, a little bit of rest and a little bit of practice. Then we'll figure something out." Jade knew she wasn't going to be sent back to Senex Juvex to help her cousin, but it was still disappointed, hearing it out loud. "Is there anything new from Alana?" she asked. Her father shook his head. "Nothing about the assassins. They're trying to press on with negotiations with the lords." "Something had better come out of it," Jadram said sourly. "Time will tell, but that's not our concern," Ben said with a light shrug. He opened his mouth to say something else, then stopped, as though he was listening for something. Jade reached out with the Force and sensed a familiar presence, the same her father surely recognized. "Well, as I mentioned earlier, we have guests." Ben spread his hands. Two figures emerged from the shaded path. The first Jade had expected, Arlen Fell, was dressed in brown Jedi robes like her father and stood just as tall, though his trim beard was the same deep brown as his eyes. He spent most of his time in Imperial space, and Jade was always glad when he visited Asas. Her cousin was almost 10 years older than her, but when they were together she never felt like a child being talked down to by an adult. She never felt nervous or awkward or judged, not like when she was with her father. The second one she didn't recognize. He wore the pale tunic of an apprentice, but what immediately stood out was his blue skin, black hair, and glowing red eyes. She never seen a Chiss before. Barring holo recordings, the secretive race had some presence on Bastion, she understood, but they otherwise preferred to stick to their enclave in what most of the galaxy called the unknown regions. As Arlen led the Chiss to the edge of the rock garden, his glowing eyes, so inscrutable, slid onto hers. She realized she'd been staring and looked away. "Jade and Jadram," Arlen said easily, "I'd like you to meet Ranwark Sapla. Or if you like, just Warren." "It's an honor to meet you both," Warren said with a short, crisp bow. "And a pleasure too, I'd hope." The little Bim chuckled. "I am Rakam Jalu." "It's an pleasure also, Master." As she looked at him again, Jade was struck not by his skin or eyes but by his age. Warren looked as young as her, maybe even younger. The two of them were about the same height, and Jade was not tall, not like Jadram, who seemed like he'd sprouted up a quarter meter over the past year. Arlen laid a hand on the Chiss's shoulder. "Warren here's been training on Bastion for the past 3 years. I thought it was time to give him a taste of what the galaxy at large is like." "Have you?" Jade stopped, hesitated, and went on. "Have you been to many places? Outside the Empire and, Chiss space?" "Only Asas." Warren shook his head. "And only once before." Jadrum crossed his arms over his chest. Well, it's a big galaxy out there, he said in a tone that struck Jade as a little condescending. Apparently, it did to Warren too. In a brittle voice, he said, I'm quite aware. I'm well-traveled within Ascendancy territory. Sure, I understand, Jadrum said, a touch apologetic. So I have to ask, though, how did you de-ice to become a Jedi? How did you even know you had the Force? I was fortunate, honestly. I wasn't born on Chilla, the homeworld. I grew up on Shirel, the main colony of House Xapla. My parents are highly placed in the house, and on several occasions, we had visits by Night Fell's aunt. He means my dad's sister, Wynsa, Arlen put in. She's got a senior command position in the CEDF now. And she noticed how intuitive Warren was and started talking to my parents, and they went out to Shirel to see him in person, and that's how he ended up in Jedi clothes. So that was all 3 years ago, asked Jade. Warren shook his head. He looked a little uncomfortable. Not precisely. My parents were quite reluctant. In fact, they expressly forbade it. The Chiss, as I'm sure you know, don't have a high opinion of outsiders as a rule, including Jedi. How did you change their mind? I didn't, Warren said. At 14 years, Chiss children are granted the legal status of adults. I went to Bastion as soon as I could. They had no right to stop me. Jade and Jadrum stared. If he'd been training for 3 years, that made him as old as Jadrum and 1 year older than her. She tried to think back on herself at 13 or 14. Touching the Force had still felt difficult then, uncomfortable. It was still difficult and uncomfortable sometimes now, too, but it had been worse then. She'd been worse then, constantly uncertain of what she wanted to do or be. At that same age, Warren had stepped back from everything he'd known and gone against the will of his family and his people, all to be a Jedi Knight. He didn't look so young anymore. Warren gave another short bow to Jay's father and said, It will be an honor to train in Ossus again, Grandmaster Skywalker. I look forward to seeing more of the galaxy as well. I'm sure you do. Ben raised a russet eyebrow. Tell me, apprentice, if you could visit only an planet you've never seen before, which one would it be? Warren's face creased in thought, like it was the more important question of his life, though Jade knew when her father was playing games. With an expression almost of defeat, he said, It may be too obvious, sir, but I would have to say Coruscant. A city boy, are you? Not particularly, but it's been the center of history for thousands of years. I want to experience some of that. The galaxy is so much bigger than Chiss space. I've learned that already. If we left home against your family's will to train as a Jedi, said Mjalu, it sounds like you already learned that a long time ago. Or perhaps you knew it all along. Perhaps, Master. Warren sounded like he was wondering which it was. Arlen clapped his hands. Well, you can start by exploring the insides of the temple. Jade, Jadrum, we just got in 2 hours before you did, so Warren still has a lot to see. Care to give him a tour? No problem. We'll show you everything, Jadrum said, and gave Warren a pat on the shoulder. The Chiss almost jumped out of his boots but nodded and forced a smile. Of course, I'd be honored. Lead the way. It wasn't the best start, Jade thought, but starting was always hard. There was something intriguing about Warren, something unlike any other being she'd met. Jadrum led the way out of the greenhouse, Warren right behind him. She was followed on his heels without looking back. When they were gone, Arlen let out a long, long sigh and asked, Were we ever that young? I doubt it, Grandmaster Skywalker said in a tone heavy with memory. Arlen immediately regretted his flippant question. Sometimes he let himself forget that, by age 17, his uncle had lost his mother, and worse, that she'd been murdered by the cousin he trusted more than anyone, a cousin who in turn had been killed by Arlen. Mother. It was just the first in the series of painful losses that marked Ben Skywalker's life. The Grandmaster usually did a good job of hiding it, but it was always there beneath the surface. Arlen knew all too well how much those events had scarred their family. Every now and then the same distant, regretful look would appear in his mother's eyes. To lighten to mood, Arlen grinned and said, Dad said he was just like Warren when he left Chiss space the first time. All stiff and formal and kind of overawed by everything but trying to hide it. And then he met Mom. Let's not stretch the analogy too far, shall we? Ben said warningly. Yes, sorry, not too far. Arlen held up his hands. Standing between them, a meter shorter than either, Rakam Jalu tilted her head and twitched one long ear. Correct me if I'm wrong, but all three of them are roughly at the age when humans normally begin mating rituals, aren't they? Well, Arlen started. Yes, Ben finished, but all three of them have more important things to be doing and you're going to keep it that way, Master Mjalo. The little Bim chuckled. Understood. So tell me, Grand Master, what do you have planned for my apprentices now that you've torn them back from Cynic's Juvex? Arlen winced. A little strong, isn't it? No, Ben sighed. It's not. At least, that's exactly how Jade sees it. Arlen couldn't deny the girl seemed a little sulky. Well, what are you going to do with them? Make them stay in the temple and train with Warren. For now, yes. I'm eager to see how he works with students from outside Bastion. You mean ones my mom hasn't worked over? Partially. Mom teaches them to be competitive with one another. She says it gets results, but you can tell Warren's competing against himself more than anybody. You can take the boy out of Chiss Spacebud, you can't take the Chiss out of the boy. He'd been watching Warren closely since he'd first come to Bastion. Though the Chiss was technically apprenticed to his mother, Arlen, though still a knight, had been handling most of his day-to-day training. I think it would be good for him to work with Jade and Jadram for a while. Ben nodded. I agree, said Njalu. The question is, where? Asus is a good place to start, Ben said, then added reluctantly, after that, they should probably go out into the field again. But you want to keep them away from Cynic's Juvex, Arlen said. Ben nodded grimly. Alana hasn't requested more help from the Jedi yet, but if she does, I'm sending over my most experienced ones. I don't want to risk anything. Not the situation there, and not our apprentices. Not my daughter. Frankly, I should have never let Alana talk me into letting them go with her to Carfedian. That's unfair, Njalu said. To you? To Alana? To Jadram and Jade. And as their master, I dare say it's unfair to me. Not many Jedi felt comfortable speaking their mind to the Grand Master. Arlen certainly wasn't one, but this soft-spoken little Bim invariably was. Ben knew that, so his tight expression relaxed into a soft smile, and he asked, all right, want to go down the list? First, when you let Jade on that mission, you tried to treat her as any other Jedi apprentice, not your only daughter, which is you should have. The Jedi of the Old Republic may have overestimated the dangers of attachment, but it can still cloud judgment. We should strive for dispassion. Njalu counted off on claw tips. Second, Alana. By requesting Jadram and Jade as guards, she was showing trust in them. Feeling trusted is something all students need to experience. Without it, they'll forever feel like students. Third, my young apprentices conducted themselves as well as any of us could have hoped. And fourth, as for myself, well, Njalu shrugged. Good students reflect good teachers. Yes. We can only hope so, Ben sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. What do you think, Arlen? Is Warren ready for some field work? As long as he stays with me, yes. You sound like you have a plan for something. An idea. Before I left Bastion, I got a message from Chance Calrissian. According to him, he's lost 3 shipments to pirates along the Hydean Way over the past 6 months, and he's not the only one. Naturally, the Alliance is looking into it, but, well, some problems just need that special touch. And did Chance specifically request your assistance? Jedi assistance. It was a sticky point. The Jedi Order currently sat unaligned with any galactic government. The risk of looking like dangerous vigilantes was too great for Ben's liking, and he laid down the rule that they would only involve themselves on the formal request of a non-Jedi. He did. Arlen nodded firmly. I've got it recorded. Do you know where you want to start? I do. And I'm willing to take Jadram and Jade with me. He glanced down. And you, if you're willing, Master Njalu. The Bim nodded. I've been too long on Asus, I think. All this peace and meditation is wearing me down. I'd be happy to come with you. She swung her big black eyes on Ben. Will that be enough to assuage your worries, Grandmaster? No, but like you said, we have to be dispassionate. Ben allowed a tired smile. Besides, she'd hate me if I kept her holed up here forever. Did Chance give you a timetable, Arlen? He said whenever we're ready. Good. Ben glanced down the empty path through which the 3 apprentices had gone. There's no need to rush. Let's give them some time yet to get acquainted. Ossus was a long way from Bastion, and not just geographically. Warren learned that very fast. The Jedi headquarters in Imperial space was located in a modest but very secure building on the outskirts of the planet's administrative city, Ravlin. The Jedi temple here, by contrast, was isolated even from the sparse towns scattered across the planet's arid surface. During his initial tour, Jadram and Jade explained to him that Ossus had once been a lush and populous world, but a supernova sparked by a Sith Lord 4,000 years ago had washed the planet clean with heat and radiation. Those things were gone now, but the planet would never be what it was. When he asked why the Jedi had elected to rebuild the old temple here and use it as their central academy, he'd been surprised by the blank looks he'd gotten. Well, Jadram had said after a long time thinking, is far away from everything. All the gases in the Kron drift cut off most hyperspace lanes and make it hard to sneak up on, so it's pretty protected. And there's history too. I think it's about showing resilience, Jay said. The rest of the galaxies tried to wipe the Jedi away again and again, but we're still here. Is that what your father told you? Warren asked. She seemed to shirk at mention of her father. It was the first of many times he'd see her do that. She said, "It's what makes the most sense to me. And it's true, isn't it?" She had a very grim look on her face as she said it. It made her look much older than 16 years. Jay Skywalker, Warren decided, was a curious one and would bear further study. He spent his first day in the temple getting shown around by Jade and Jadram. They led him everywhere from the greenhouse to the exercise chambers to the communal mess hall to the simple single-bed rooms each trainee was assigned. The ancient temples inside wasn't that different from the headquarters on Bastion. Not physically, but something still felt off. Something Warren had a hard time naming. By the end of his first full day on Ossus, he'd figured it out. The training center on Bastion was regimented. Every student had a regimented schedule from dawn to dusk, and they knew what was expected of them on any given day. He didn't know whether to credit that to Imperial discipline or the strong ruling hand of Master Solo, but it had been easy to transition into coming from the Chiss ascendancy. In Ossus there was no order, no discipline. There was no reveille call, and no communal hours at the mess. There wasn't even the effort as such. There were more students than on Bastion, granted, but not that much more. For their first full day on Ossus, Jade and Jadram did a morning run around the temple base, ate, spent time in the library picking at random Jedi texts, ate again, practiced only a little lightsaber dueling, practiced levitation and breathing exercises with Master Mjalu, ate one more time, and spent the evening, of all things, catching up on some of the latest holodrama serials. His second morning on Ossus, after joining them for a second run around outside, he asked them point blank, "Is this all Yaddle here?" They both stared at him like his eyes had turned green. "How do you train on Bastion?" Jadram asked. "It's much more purposeful," he said. Purposeful. Jade raised a sand-colored brow. "It feels much more like an academy," Warren insisted. "A school. A place of learning." "We learn here too," Jadram said defensively. "I understand. But compared to Bastion or Shirel, this is very different." "Well, what do you want to do?" Warren thought a moment. "We barely spent any time practicing dueling yesterday." "Do you do a lot of that on Bastion?" He nodded. "Master Solo and Knight Feld are quite good at it." Jadram shrugged. "Well, Master Mjalu doesn't even have a lightsaber." Warren frowned. "Really? None at all?" "She says having to draw a weapon means you've already lost," Jade said. She must have noticed how Warren was looking at her because she added defensively, "I don't think she's wrong. You already know what happened on Carfadian." Warren nodded. "You saved the senator and the ambassador. And other people too. Right. But it shouldn't have come to that in the first place. People still got killed, and we couldn't do anything to help solve the mess Sinex Juvex are in, and that's the real problem. If Alana can't find a way to solve it without her lightsaber, then we're all in trouble. Alana rather than Senator Dejo, he noticed, which was interesting. Warren glanced sidelong at Jadram. He looked like he wanted to say something but was holding his tongue. Does Master Mjalu object to lightsaber training? He asked them both. Jadram shook his head. She just doesn't like to focus on it. Then I'd like to do lightsaber practice this morning, Warren said. Do you object? The two of them shrugged in unison. Suit yourself, Jadram said. Let's spar. They did just that for the rest of the morning. Master Mjalu didn't stop by the dueling arena to watch them, but a handful of other apprentices gathered around to watch the newcomer at work. So, too, did Arlen Fell, and Warren tried not to feel pressured by his teacher's eyes on his back. He was pleased with how he acquitted himself in the arena. He may not have been a match for his teacher, but he bested Jade in every match, and Jadram, who was more aggressive, in 2 out of 3. When they finally broke for cleanup and food, he felt exhausted and invigorated at once. As they walked to the showers, Jade slipped next to Warren and said, We did what you want to this morning. Tonight we do what I want to. Which is what? He frowned. You'll see, she said with a tight smile and skipped ahead. Warren looked at Jadram for clues. The human clearly knew, and he clearly wasn't saying, so Warren resigned himself to one of things he hated most, surprises. As night was falling, they came to him and told him to dress warm. The dry air cooled quickly outside the temple, and shambling through the dark, craggy terrain didn't do much to warm them up. They didn't travel far, thankfully. Jay's goal ended up being the rest of a hill from which the temple complex was hidden, but the night sky could be seen in all its glory. Warren had been tired from the trip last evening, and had barely looked upward last night. Now he understood what was so special. Ossus had turned his night-side face toward the rainbow nebulae of the Kron Drift, which would have been specular enough. Refracted starlight turned the stellar gases overhead into a wonderful and luminous landscape. Even more, though, both of Ossus' moons were full in the sky. One hung in the east, one in the west, both of them full discs glowing shining bright pure white against the Kron Drift. With no artificial lights to dim the brilliance of the sky, it was the most wondrous night scene Warren had ever seen. We don't get these often, Jadram said. The planet and the moons all have to be aligned just right to get a sky like this. It's incredible, Warren told them. Thank you for showing me this, Jade. To his surprise, the girl seemed sullen. She sat down cross-legged on the rocks and looked up at the sky. He thought he saw wetness gleam in one eye but couldn't be sure. Sorry. She sniffed and sounded embarrassed. Nights like these, they're special. Like Jadram said, they're beautiful. But it's hard not to think of Mom sometimes. Warren glanced at Jadram, confused. The boy stuffed his hands in his jacket and looked away, knowing but afraid to speak. Is your mother a Jedi? Asked Warren. No, Jay said. Then, yes, she was. But she's dead now. Ah. He should have seen it earlier, or at least expected. He muttered, I'm very sorry. She died 12 years ago, Jade went on. It was a night like this. I remember that. I remember looking at a sky like this, and then, I felt it. Your mother, was she ill? No. Jade's pale head shook. She wasn't even on Ossus, but I felt it from half a galaxy away. She was on Hapes. Hapes 12 years ago. Yes, that explained everything. He knew that Jedi had died during the violent coup that had overthrown the reigning Queen Mother and ended with the Consortium's withdrawal from the Alliance. Best he knew it was the last incident where multiple Jedi had been killed. 12 years was a long time, though, and he'd never expected to meet someone personally touched by that tragedy. It happened to Dad, too, you know, she added softly. He was, I guess, my age when he lost his mom, which is even worse, probably. I barely remember mine. I have to look at holos to picture how she looked. I just remember how it felt when she died. In the Force, Warren said. She shuddered slightly. It was really hard opening myself up to the Force after that. Master Mjalu, though, she's been good for me. She's a very kind teacher. Warren glanced sidelong at Jadram, who was pointedly looking at the moons and nebulae above. He knew all this already, of course, known it for years. He was probably surprised Jade had chosen to reveal it all tonight. Warren certainly was. I'm glad you decided to tell me this, he said. But, why me? We've only known each other for a few days. She tilted her head to look at him in the dark. I don't know. I think it's the Force telling me you're important, or that we'll be together for a long time. Jadram's shadow stiffened. Warren asked, Are you sure it's the Force? I think so, but that's all it's telling. Just hints, shadows, nothing definitive, she sniffed. I hate the Force sometimes. Cool wind passed over them. Nobody said anything for a long time, though Warren tried hard to find some words. Eventually, Jadram settled cross-legged next to Jade and said, Come on, sit down. Join us. You're going to meditate? On a night like this, just us and the wonders of the universe. How could we not? It was a good point. Finding peace inside had never been easy for Warren, but tonight, perhaps, with the cosmos sprawled overhead like he'd never seen it before, it just might be possible. So he joined his new friends on the cold rock, closed his eyes, and started looking for peace. Chapter 5. They called Yaga Minor and Bilbringi the twin pillars of the Empire. The reason was obvious. Both planets hosted an array of warships unmatched anywhere else in the galaxy, even in the Alliance's most impressive garrison planets. Furthermore, Bilbringi sat on the mid-rim, tantalizingly close to the core, while Yaga Minor was on the far outskirts, and Imperial-controlled space was spread between them. So it was a fitting nickname, but not, Davik thought, entirely accurate. The military was still an important facet of the Empire, but it did not hold the thing up. It was his own father who'd spent half his lifetime promoting the victory without war policy that had become the keystone of current Imperial order. Nothing was ever constant, especially when the Empire's head of state was chosen by democratic election. Jagged Fell's bedrock policies had weathered many internal storms, but the military had always been a source of pride and patriotism for Imperial citizens. Admirals like Pelion, Thrawn, and Makati were feted by historians and public memorials, which more than could be said of any Moff. And of course there were those we were never comfortable having victory without war, and didn't trust their new partners in the Alliance. All of those factors combined to keep credits flowing to the military, credits that were responsible for the Yaga Minor and Bilbringi being the two most fortified planets in the galaxy. Because ships weren't allowed to freely fly in and out of the twin pillars, it took Davik aggravatingly long to get to his destination. He went through one security check to get on the Governmentron hauler that would take him from Bastion to Bilbringi. He went through another check when getting off at the Fortress World's orbital dry dock. He went through yet another to board the jumper that would take him to Voidwalker. He was normally loath to throw his famous surname around, but he came very close to doing so by the third checkpoint. It was a relief, then, to see his ship looming out the jumper's viewport. Voidwalker stretched just under 500 meters from bow to stern. The Qantas-class attack frigate was a long-bodied, angular Kuwait vessel, reminiscent of the old Lorner strike cruisers in its modular design. Voidwalker had just spent the past week hooked up to Bilbingri's dry dock while crews removed a sizable chunk of its interior, once meant for supply storage and infantry barracks, and replaced them with hangar space and launch racks for another squadron of TIE-X fighters. That would reduce their onboard stormtrooper capacity to a mere company, but improve their space superiority capabilities. When Davik had asked Lieutenant Commander Kamal what was beside that tactical decision, the lanky first officer had merely shrugged and said orders were orders, but at least they got a week of shore leave for it. As a junior-grade lieutenant and chief tactical officer, he was one of the first to arrive back aboard Voidwalker. A lot of work needed to be done before the large-scale combat exercises scheduled for next week, and the first of those was to receive their third squadron of starfighters. A major part of his job was coordinating Voidwalker's mobile assets as Stormtrooper Company, its 36 snub fighters, the 2 shuttlecraft and 1 recon scout ship, and as such he was the one, to go down to the hangar and receive the newcomers while Captain Lorne, Lieutenant Commander Kamal remained on the bridge. Davek had heard that on Alliance vessels the captain often went down to the hangar in person to greet new crew, but this was still the Empire, and hierarchy was key. Newcomers were expected to find and greet the captain. The 4th Squadron of the 172nd Imperial Fighter Wing was scheduled to arrive at 1000 hours Galactic Standard Time, which meant Davik showed up at 0930. Chief Orn was there to greet him. The head of the flight deck crew was a strong but lanky man 10 years older than Davik, an enlisted man rather than an academy graduate who still spoke with the touch of his native Beskian accent. "You'll see we've got the racks all lined up and waiting, sir," Orn explained as they walked beneath the ceiling-mounted mechanical claws that would lock around the solar panel pylons of each Type X. "We ran dry runs last night and they're all functioning like they should. Were you here for the installation, Chief?" "Oh no, not me. I wish they'd let me, but there are rules, you know. Only shipyard staff and KDY supervisors were allowed aboard." He slapped the nearest support strut. "They didn't hurt my bird though, so I guess it's okay." "And if they had hurt your ships?" "Why, I guess I'd have to kill them, sir," Orn said, smiling. Davik smiled back. Orn was one of the few people aboard this ship he could relax around. He was open and unpretentious and didn't seem to care who Davik's parents were, or if he did, he was damn good at hiding it. "Tell me, sir," Orn went on, "do you know anything about the new squadron coming in?" Davik tapped the datapad he clutched against his side. "The 4/172nd is a transfer from the F and Saridi." "They got bumped down from a Star Destroyer, did they? What did they do to deserve that?" "Lost the bureaucratic lottery, I guess," Davik shrugged. "The squad leader is also pretty young. As young as you, sir, if you pardon my asking." "Younger, actually. She was 2 years behind me at the academy." Orn cocked a brow. "Really? Do you know her?" Davik shook his head. "Only by reputation. Mirajia Valter is her name. I was on command track. She was a fighter pilot, but they said her scores were the best in a decade." "And you both get to prove your talents on Voidwalker?" Orn looked around the frigate's hangar. Expanded as it was nowhere as grand as the Star Destroyers. "Well, I'm sure you'll both climb your way out of here." Davik hoped so, but it felt impolitic to say. Interruption came right on time with the scream of approaching starfighters. Davik and Orn's crew cleared away from beneath the fighter racks as 12 Type X's came in through the starboard portal. They slipped one by one through the invisible atmospheric shield and locked into their racks. "Just in time, I see," a voice sounded from behind Davik, loud enough to be heard over the rush of atmosphere and roar of ion engines. He turned to see the commander of Voidwalker's air group approaching. Captain Samar was short but broad-shouldered. He'd been flying TIE fighters since Davik was a child, and his short-cropped wiry hair was equal parts gray and black. Davik and Samar watched from the flight deck as Orn and his staff helped the 12 pilots clamber out of their spherical cockpits. It took 3 runs on the small service lift to bring the pilots down to his level, and is watched with his best authoritative expression as 12 figures in black formed orderly ranks in front of him. They were about 2/3 male, and all human save for one blue-skinned Twi'lek who looked almost glaringly out of place. Davik had only ever seen Mirajia Valter from afar, but she was still unmistakable. She was the shortest pilot in the crew, no taller than his mother, and long dark hair spilled over the collar of her flight suit and obscured half her face. She was the last one off the service lift, and she marched straight to the front row of pilots. She turned to face Davik and Samar, clacked the heels of her boots, and snapped a salute. 11 other pilots did the same in crisp martial unison. Being deferred to like that felt awkward and good at the same time. Davik returned the salute and lowered it. "At ease, Lieutenant." "At ease," Valter echoed and lowered her hand to her side. Her pilots followed her lead. "As Chief Tactical Officer, I welcome the 4/172nd to the Voidwalker. Beside me is Commander Samar of the 3/148th. He's also commander of the air group." "It's an honor to meet you, sir," Valter snapped. What she lacked in size she made up for in volume. Samar clasped his hands behind his back and paced slowly before the new pilots. I want you to know that however your squadron was organized back on Cerriti, I won't seek to change it, not unless it interferes with our mission or instructions from above. That being said, you're joining 2 squadrons here on Voidwalker, and you will be expected to work as a team with your fellow pilots. In addition to being CAG, I'm also leader of Black Squadron. You'll meet Lieutenant Polk of Gray Squadron soon enough. Lieutenant Valter, the 4/172nd will now be known as Gold Squadron. Is that understood? Yes, sir. You've already met Chief Orn, Davik interjected. He's in charge of the deck crew, and will be taking care of your ships. If you have any mechanical problems or any questions, see him first. For now, you should gather your things. Lieutenant Valter, please accompany me to the bridge to meet the captain. I'll be showing the rest of you to your quarters, said Samar. So at ease, break ranks, and follow me. Samar marched for the exit without looking back. 11 pilots fell in behind him in a mostly ordered line, leaving Davik alone on the deck with Valter. She was giving the whole hangar a look over. Dark hair fell over one side of her face to obscure her expression. Captain Lorne is waiting, Lieutenant, Davik said. It would be best not to keep him. Of course, Lieutenant, Valter said. Please lead the way. As they left the hangar and marched down the halls that would take them to the Bride turbolift, Davik asked, have you ever been aboard a class? I'm afraid not. It's a fine ship for its size. Davik tried not to sound apologetic. She's designed for fast strikes and fighting retreats, not prolonged slugging matched like Star Destroyers are. She's got 9 quad-turbo laser batteries, 2 heavy cannons, and 12 concussion missile launchers. That's quite a punch, Valter said as they rode the lift up. I noticed all 3 squadrons are TIE-X fighters. I was expecting an attack ship to have at least 1 set of bombers aboard. Actually, Voidwalker has been training in tandem with another attack frigate called Shieldbreaker, under Captain Dobris. She's been stocked with 2 squadrons of TIE demolishers. Red and Blue Squad, they're called. Heavy assault craft. Good, Valter nodded. We'll be doing the exercises next week with them. That's right. Commander Samar will be ranking pilot for all 5 squads during joint maneuvers. Understood. The lift doors slid open, and they walked shoulder to shoulders down the corridor leading to the bridge. She stood on his right, and the hair in her face still shielded it from view. He found himself wondering if she pushed it away for flying, and whether it was unconscious affectation she put up to wall herself from other people when she chose to. He pushed curiosity aside as they stepped onto the bridge. The frigate's command deck followed the same pattern common in Imperial Star Destroyers, though on a smaller scale. The one atypical element was the white metal command chair, located halfway down the aisle between crew puts and facing the forward viewport. On seeing them, Lieutenant Commander Kamal announced their arrival, and the white chair spun on its axis to face them. It was still rare for non-humans to command Imperial warships, even frigates, but to Davik's eye Captain Chavik Lorne looked the part perfectly. His olive green uniform was stretched a little long to accommodate his tall Muin frame, but like most of his species he had a certain ageless and authoritative quality. Without rising from his chair, Lorne waved them forward with a long-fingered hand. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Valter. Thank you for having me, Captain. That struck Davik as an odd thing to say, but Lorne just smiled. Behind you is my first officer, Trenzi Kamal. And you've already met Lieutenant Fell. Tell me, I'm curious. I looked at your service records and saw you both attended the academy at the same time. Did you ever meet? No, sir, Valter said, clear and loud and formal like always. Lieutenant Fell was 2 years ahead of me and on a different path of study. Lorne turned his eyes to Davik. I see. But you did start the academy on the pilot's track, didn't you, Lieutenant? Davik cursed the Muin for being curious. Yes, sir, but I'd switched before Lieutenant Valter began. I see. Lorne sounded disappointed. Well, no matter. Lieutenant Valter, Lieutenant Fell is to be your chief liaison with the bridge. If you have an issue for me, take it to him first. But for now, let me say once again what a pleasure it is to have you aboard. Thank you, sir. Davik thought he heard that strong voice waver. Just a bit. I will not let you down. Lord nodded wordlessly and settled back in his chair, his way of ending the conversation. Davik said, Lieutenant Walter, I'll see you to the barracks now. Very good. Until later, Captain. Lord waved them off as they walked briskly off the bridge and back to the turbolift. This time her was on her opposite flank and could finally get a good look at her face. As he watched Walter, her brown eye flicked up to his. For a second, both froze at the entrance to the lift. Then, as they both slipped through the door, she said, I didn't know you began training as a pilot, Lieutenant. The door hissed shut. Were you keeping track of me, Lieutenant? She tiled her head slightly, but not fully away. I was aware of you when we are at the academy. Everyone was. I see. He realized the lift wasn't moving to stab the button. As it hung to motion, he added, everyone was aware of you too. I'm not surprised you have your own squadron so soon. Her head bent a little further away before she said, thank you. May I ask why you decided to switch tracks? He looked at his boots. Well, you know I come from a family of pilots. Very good pilots. My scores in the early flight sims were good, but nowhere near what they could have done. I thought if I couldn't excel in the cockpit, well, I should try to do it someplace else, like the bridge. The lift doors opened sooner than he expected, but they were on the right deck. As he led her down the winding pale corridors for the barracks, he said, I'm not sure how habitats worked on the Cerriti, but here space is a premium, so you'll be sharing a facility with your flyers. The only pilot with his own cabin is the CAG. Do you have a private cabin, Lieutenant? Yes, actually. Then maybe you made the right choice after all. She stopped at the entrance to the barracks. I can't find my way from here. Thank you for the introductions. She extended a hand to shake. Davik took it. It was small but felt big and clumsy, still wrapped as it was in her flight suit's thermal gloves. Until later, Lieutenant, she said, turned and walked through the portal. Davik still looked at the door even after it had closed behind her. Talking about the academy and the career choice he'd made, there wasn't something he did often. He wondered why she'd been able to pry it from him so easily, and then he wondered if next time he shouldn't try prying the reason for the 4172 NDS transfer from the FN Cerriti. But that could all wait for later. There was still a lot of work to do before Voidwalker was ready for the upcoming combat exercises. He needed to get to it. There was no place she felt more at home than the cockpit of her starfighter. So when Mirajia Walter led the 4/172nd, newly dubbed Gold Squadron, on his first flight exercise, she felt better than she had in weeks. It was 2 days after the squadron's transfer to Voidwalker, and they were all still getting used to the frigate, but space was still space and their fighters were still their own. Gold Squadron's first flight was a simple loop around the outer edges of the shipyard complex. Next week, the large-scale combat exercises would take place throughout the Bilbringi system, notably on the asteroid belt further away from the system primary, but their patrol never strayed so far. The TIE X was a fast machine, but like most Imperial snub fighters, it possessed no hyperdrive. It was still well armed, with chain-link laser cannons and proton torpedo launchers both. She'd read how the earliest TIE fighters possessed minimal armaments and shielding. Both ships and pilots had been effectively used as disposal cannon fodder. She was glad those days were gone. As it was, she felt more secure in her cockpit than anywhere. The hum of the ion engines behind her, the firm grips of the control throttle beneath her gloved hands, the steady pulse of respiration, it all felt so familiar. She'd been flying since she was very young. There'd been little else to do on her homeworld. The Walter family claimed long lineage and good social standing on the appropriately named Colfax Minor. She'd understood early on that her natural knack for flying was her ticket to brighter places, but once she'd gotten to the academy, she felt overwhelmed. Her older brother, whose talents had led him to a stormtrooper company, had taught her how to disguise her backwater accent with the crisp and commanding one used by the Imperial elite. That had been a start, but not enough. She'd often felt lost surrounded by the children of career Navy men from the Yaga system, bankers from Moonalist, and bureaucrats from Bastion. Most of them had never even heard of Colfax Minor. Flying had meant everything then, and she'd excelled even against the Blue Bloods. Her instructors had remarked time and again on uncanny reflexes and ability to intuit the maneuvers of her opponents before they tried them. Her first assignment had been as a flight leader aboard the Star Destroyer F.N. Cerriti. Promotions normally came slowly in peacetime, but she'd been moved to full squad leader within 2 years. Her trajectory had been a straight upward shot until the skirmish at Mygeeto. A voice buzzed in her headset comlink, saying, "Gold 1, this is Gold 9. A ship just dropped out of hyperspace, .079er. Marasia narrowed her focus on her scanner. "I see it, Gold 9. Are they broadcasting identification?" "Negative. 3 flight moving to intercept." "Understood. 1 flight on me. 2 flight, hold position." She looked out the octagonal viewport as 4 TIE X's veered to port, led by Lieutenant Jake and Gold 9. Marasia moved to follow, with 3 fighters in formation behind her. Jake had been right. 1 medium-sized ship had left hyperspace and was heading for the shipyards, but had yet to broadcast a clearance identification. Normally she would have assumed that they were having some minor mechanical trouble. If one little ship thought it'd just fly into the most fortified system in the galaxy and cause trouble, it was sorely mistaken. She couldn't think that way after Mygeeto, though. "Weapons hot, everyone," she told her pilots. "Gold 9, do you have visual ID?" "Scanners show a Corellian cargo hauler, YV-900 model," Jake said. "We're hailing." No reply? "Could just be a comm malfunction," her wingman, Kosh Vendirk, said. "Quiet, Gold 2, she said, and tried to keep the tension from her voice. Mygeeto had started like this too. When her squad had intercepted that ship, it had waited until the very last minute to broadcast an official-looking identification code. She'd had a bad feeling about that ship, one she couldn't explain rationally. She'd commented the Cerriti's CAG to explain the situation and ask for permission to intercept and hold the freighter, but her superior had overruled her, saying she had no grounds for it. That freighter had ended up destroying a civilian hauler orbiting Mygeeto along with the 35 beings before another squad from the Cerriti had taken it out. A contract killing, investigators had later determined, involving a Muon banker and an organized crime syndicate. She had a bad feeling about this too, but she didn't know if she was really feeling something or if the shadow of Mygeeto was still on her. Of course it was, if it hadn't been for that incident, and how she'd reacted afterward. She and her squad will still be aboard a Star Destroyer instead of a support frigate. "Anything, Gold 9? She couldn't hide her tension. "Something just came through, lead. Transponder says it's a registered cargo hauler out of Ortracy." The ship at Mygeeto had a legitimate transponder too. "Fall back, 9. Take 3 flight and resume patrol with 2 flight." "Understood. Will you be joining us, lead?" "Negative. 1 flight on me. We'll be escorting the ship all the way to the dock." Her pilots clicked affirmatives without saying more. They'd surely seen how similar the situation was to Mygeeto. They'd all been waiting to see how she responded. 3 flight pulled away to resume a patrol route. Marasia settled her TIE X directly on the aft of the cargo hauler. Its engines blazed bright, they nearly washed away the targeting reticule on her helmet's heads-up display. Gold 2 and 3 settled on either flank, and 4 held behind her on standard escort formation. They directed the hauler all the way to the shipyards, where it docked without incident. The entire process took 15 standard minutes, and she felt so tense the entire time she wanted to scream. She still felt tense on the way back to Voidwalker, knowing all the while she was really tense over Mygeeto, not this random ship. After that incident, there had been a full investigation. She told the truth before the inquiry committee, something she regretted now. She said she'd reported a bad feeling about the intruder. Her CAG denied she'd said anything of the kind. He'd had 15 years and fall ranks on her, which had settled any dispute before it started. All of that had taken place behind closed doors. She still didn't know how much her pilots knew, and how much they blamed her for the 4.172 ND's demotion. She thought Jake and Vendark leaked recrimination sometimes but wasn't sure. It was increasingly hard to tell the difference between gut feeling, guilt, and paranoia. As a result of their detour, they returned to Voidwalker's hangar after the rest of the squadron had already docked. As her ship lashed into his rack, a voice came on her headset, saying, "Go leader. This is flight control. What's your status?" That was Davik Fell's voice. She said, one flight was redirected to escort a cargo ship into the yard's control. Normally deviations are cleared with the bridge in advance, Fell told her. Did you get a request from the shipyard control? Negative, she said, then added, the request came directly from the cargo ship. They were having mechanical problems. It almost true but still a lie. Understood. Fell seemed appeased. In the future, be certain to clear deviations with me first. His tone sounded procedural rather than scornful. She was pretty sure he didn't know about my Jido. Yes, Lieutenant. Is there anything else? Deviations require an incident log to file. Yes, I know procedure, Lieutenant. You'll have it within the hour. Understood. Go leader. Thank you. The comm clicked off. Marasia sat for a moment inside her cockpit and sighed deeply in her helmet. Davik Fell had surprised her. She'd expected a man born to one of the most influential families in the galaxy to act a lot more sure of himself. He'd chosen to become an Imperial officer instead of a Jedi Knight like his brother. That said something in his favor, she supposed, but she still didn't know what to make of him. She took off her helmet and shook her hair loose. She let it drape over one side of her face, then reached out and released the hatch. She always felt reluctant to climb out of the cockpit at the end of a flight. Life outside was always more difficult than life within. Still, she grabbed the edges of the portal overhead and pulled herself up. Chapter 6. A week after his near-fatal assassination attempt, Kalor Vandran still knew frustratingly little about who had tried to kill him, or if they'd tried to kill him at all. He'd heard nothing from his bearable hunter since the day of the attack. Their best lead was the fact that a security agent named Roll Harkin had disappeared immediately after the incident to parts unknown. His own people and the Alliance both were trying to find the man, but if any being was going to track him, it would be Kikid. Vandran felt that in his bones, which meant all he could do was wait for the fearsome alien to contact him. Negotiations were going as poorly as expected with the Alliance as well. Though neither Ambassador Hain or Senator DJO came out and said it, they both seemed to think the only way to satisfy Saviar and her band of greedy subhuman rabble was to give them everything they wanted. Professionals they might have been, but they were still naive and idealistic like everyone else from the Corps. They didn't seem to realize that what they were asking would result in the virtual abolition of the society Thal Vandran had created 1,000 years ago. He'd led his wave of human settlers to Sinex Juvex to be free of Republic interference and alien meddling. While the other lords had thought it smart to sign onto this federation of free alliances 50 years ago, he'd never know. Just when everyone felt the negotiations were at the breaking point, the final strike came over the HoloNet. The lords had forbidden all the news networks and Sinex Juves from carrying any rabble-rousing speeches from that alien Saviar, but they had no control over Alliance-based networks whose signals drifting into their space, and her latest one was rebroadcast on almost all of them. The speech itself was released during a negotiation session, but that evening Kalor Vandran and Saren and Turi retired to his quarters and sated themselves with a bottle of Hestrian wine before sitting down to watch the horror show. His intelligence people had been able to dig up a lot about Saviar, everything, it sometimes seemed, except her current whereabouts. The elusive and charismatic Fallen woman had been born to refugees who'd fled the U.S. Hinval and ended up indentured laborers for House Petrol's mining company on Jalaran. That had been almost 50 years ago, though Fallen had long lifespans and to human eyes she looked half that age. Jalaran was a hot and brutal world, and her parents had died when she was young. Later she'd escaped the planet and gone to the traitor world of Pristine. She'd spent 3 years in prison for small-time theft and upon release drifted from world to world, building connections with various groups of disaffected workers, mostly alien and mostly descended from refugees fleeing the Vong. There were a few gaps in her timeline, but everything was well attested enough for a clear reading of her character. Vandren had laid all this information out to Hayne and DJO as proof that Saviar had always been a dangerous upstart. For some reason they hadn't been convinced. Saviar must have good intelligence of her own, because she began her broadcast by decrying the Alliance for sitting down to negotiate with what she called the agents of injustice and oppression. The system the cynics and Juvex lords live by is corrupt from the ground up, she was saying. Saviar was tall with green skin and long black hair, handsome in the slightly androgynous way of her species but still clearly female. It has been corrupt since the very day Thul Vandren led his renegades into this star cluster, and that corruption has been perpetrated by every aristocrat for the past 1,000 years, all the way to preening and desiccated corpse who rules Carfettian today. Saren Anturi shocked him with an amused snort. When Vandren glared at her, she was back to studying the holo broadcast. This must not be allowed to continue. Saviar stared right at the holo transmitter, right at her audience. I appeal to the conscience of the leaders of the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. We are not free, and so long as we are not free, so long as any being in this galaxy is not free, then that name is a sham. I know that Ambassador Hayne and Senator DJO are beings of integrity. Oh, she's laying it on thick, Vandren hissed. And so I appeal to them directly. Use your authority. Step in now and salvage this situation. The downtrodden beings in Senex Juvex have yearned for freedom for 1,000 years. If we're not given the help we need, we will have to take it ourselves. A threat. Vandren pointed at the holo. She shows her true colors. Anturi hushed him. All of history is about to turn on what happens next, Saviar told her audience. This is a time to take sides. A being can either stand on the side of exploitation and oppression, the side of the Vandrens and Antirus and all the other houses, or one can stand on the side of all the billions who only want to live free. No one can straddle both sides, and when all this is over, history will judge you. History will judge us all. The holo winked out. Vandren sighed, gulped down the last of his wine, and looked sourly at Anturi. Do you doubt that that creature tried to kill us? It's likely, the woman admitted. But, he cocked a white brow. Anturi sighed and sipped her own glass, still half full. To be honest, Kalor, when the shots first started going off, I thought it might have been as you who set it up. Me? Vandren gaped. Oh, I don't think that now. But I thought you might have arranged it as a way to shut down these talks. I agreed to them. I agreed to host them. After I cajoled you. And you've been blocking every argument Hayne and DJO put up, day after day. These people are trying to destroy our history, our culture. They're trying to take everything from us as sure as Saviar. What would you have me do? Anturi took another sip of wine, then said very thoughtfully, I would try to kill Saviar. Vandren stared in surprise. She is at the center of this, after all. Without her, their leadership falls apart. Or it could solidify, with her as a martyr. The old woman shook her head. Her death would inspire beings to anger, but no one else among that rabble has the charisma to hold it together. She's made herself too big for that. Anturi smirked. No woman puts her face on the hollow net and gives one fancy speech after another unless she wants to be at the center of attention. So that's your solution? Vandren grunted. Then why these negotiations? I wanted to make friends in the Alliance, present ourselves as the reasonable alternative to Saviar's subhuman rabble, Anturi sighed. You haven't been helping much, coward. But what you suggested, have you out on anything about it? Anturi raised an eyebrow. Have you? That was a question neither of them would answer. Vandren settled back into his soft sofa and tipped back his wine glass for a final taste. Anturi said, you have people after Roll Harkin, don't you? Special people. And if I do, well, perhaps they might lead you to her. She took another sip of wine. Vandren hoped so. He'd been hesitant to have Saviar killed, fearful of what it might unleash, but Anturi was right, as usual. Things were reaching a tipping point, and he couldn't forestall action much longer. It seemed all his hopes rested on Kikit, wherever the beast might be. It was the personnel file that really decided things. Through it, Kikit learned that, unlike most of the security agents employed by House Vandran, Ro Harkin had been born not on a Vandran-owned planet but on a minor agri-world owned by House Kellerman. If a man wanted to disappear, home was not the place to go. Malador, the populous and somewhat shabby industrial center of House Kellerman's holdings, was. Based on the telemetry from which Harkin had left Carfedian, Malador was a very likely destination. Finding the likely planet was easy. Finding Harkin was much, much harder. Bearables were hunters. On the homeworld, they traditionally relied on scent and keen eyesight to capture prey. Kikit's resources stopped with a data file and a low-resolution headshot image. He had one more tool, and his greatest one. Training under Darth Zoran, he'd learned the power of imagination. He'd learned to conjure in his mind the mental state of a being, especially a being in distress, and by such conjuring he could attune himself and the Force to the emotions such being must exude. It was not unlike catching whiff of an animal of the wind. However, a busy port world like Malador jostled with conflicting scents from millions of sentients, and even if he did find something familiar, there was no guarantee it would lead him to his quarry. He had to narrow his search. He knew what kind of transport Harkin had arrived on and began searching entry logs for the ports. He assumed Harkin would be traveling with a false ID, but the ship model would be hard to fake. The only issue was that most ports kept their files confidential, but for Kikit, it was only a minor obstacle. Humans typically assumed that because bearables were big and fierce-looking, they were also stupid, certainly too stupid to slice into private records from a public information terminal. He had to slice into 4 terminals from 4 different spaceports on different continents before he finally found a match. The spaceport record also listed which customs agent had approved the incoming vessel, and from there his approach was refreshingly blunt. He found the agents, cornered him, and used a mix of intimidation and forced suggestion, mostly the former, to learn everything the agent knew about the spacer who'd arrived with the name Haller Roken. Kikit learned that the man called Roken had where to stay for cheap near the port, and that he'd paid the agent a modest bribe when said agent had pointed out a minor irregularity in his customs paperwork. When Kikit learned all he needed to, he wiped the agent's memory clean. When he finally found Harkin, it was anticlimactic. The man was holed up in a cheap boarding house in one of the Port Cedar districts, and when Kikit arrived, it was late at night. He reached out with the Force and sensed a single being sleeping in his assigned room on the 3rd floor. It would have been easy to burst into the room and seize a sleeping human, even without the Force. Bearables were expert climbers. As it was, Kikit elected to wait. Harkin likely didn't even know who'd hired him. Assassination plots were usually constructed layer upon layer, each separated from the others except for the ones directly beneath and above. If the man was crashing in a flop house, he probably hadn't been paid yet, but he'd be meeting his contact soon. Kikit ascended the building across the street and settled on the roof. It started to rain during the night, but the hood of his black cloak shielded him from the worst of it. He'd heard tales of bearables who kept vigil outside the dens of their prey for a standard week without sleeping. For him, it was easy to wait until sunrise. He knew when Harkin rose through the Force. The waking man exhaled all the emotions Kikit had imagined: frustration, impatience, greed, and a pathetic desire that everything be over. The last, at least, would be easy to oblige, but not yet. It was still raining as night turned to morning, which was in Kikit's favor. Harkin bled paranoia in the Force, and in better weather he would have been more careful about catching a tail. As it was, he walked fast and kept his head down, clearly eager to get to his destination and out of the rain. Kikit followed him through the port's narrow alleys and depressingly dirty streets at a cautious distance, but Harkin never looked back once. His destination was slightly surprising. Instead of covered alley or seedy cantina, he stepped through a small street front doorway. The sign above read Pogram's Private Security, your safety specialist. Kikit loitered outside the building, reaching out with the Force to sense who was inside, even as he used the same power to mentally nudge along any passerby who dared look under the hood of his robe at the black and red scale face beneath. He was pretty certain there were only 2 beings inside Pogram's place. There may have been droids or defensive installations, but only 2 sentients, probably both small and flimsy humans. He didn't hesitate as he rounded the building to the alley behind and found the inevitable rear entrance. A burst of the force knocked the door open. As he charged through, the entrance alarms wailed, but no automated defenses tried to stop him. When he reached the front room, the man he recognized as Harkin was standing there dumbfounded. But the second man, a fat, older human he assumed was the owner, Pogrom, was pulling open his desk drawer and reaching for his blaster. Keegan lunged forward. He backhanded Harkin, knocking him against the wall. He pivoted on one foot and lashed out with his tail, which whipped over the top of the desk and pounded Pogrom's bloated gut. The human wheezed and stumbled back. Keegan pulled his pistol out of the drawer and threw it down the hall. He reached beneath the desk and found what he'd expected, an emergency override switch for the alarm system. His claw tapped the button, and the room was suddenly silent except for the panting of two pathetic humans. He reached out and grabbed Pogrom by the thick neck. He dragged the choking man and threw him against the wall where Harkin had pinned himself. Still grasping the fat man's throat, Keegan growled, "Explain yourselves, both of you." "Oh, staying?" Harkin paled as he stared at the face before him. Keegan's hood had fallen back, revealing his black and red face, his long fangs, and his vertical predator's eyes. "You don't know who you're dealing with." Pogrom wheezed as Keegan relaxed his grip. "I have friends." "Good. Take me to them?" Pogrom blinked. What? Your friends. I want to meet them." "What are you talking about?" Harkin babbled. "You're crazy. If you want to talk to Broken Moon, just go there." Pogrom said. Harkin looked at him. What? You said Broken Moon was paying for this." "That's not, strictly true." Keegan rasped. He leaned so close his hot breath pulsed in Pogrom's face. The fat man winced and turned away, but he bled a single memory, clearly readable in the Force, a tall, handsome, falling woman with a hungry gleam in her eye. Somehow, deep down, Keegan had expected it all to lead to her. "Do you know where Saviar is?" "Saviar?" Harkin gaped. "But you said you were?" Keegan's free fist drove through Harkin's head and shattered it instantly. The wall behind it impounded, broken fragments of skull, and the muck inside splattered across the pale wall and Pogrom's face. Keegan released the human and let him slump down to the floor, too shocked to move and babbling profanities, and used the dead man's rain-damp clothes to clean his messy claws the best he could. Sith spawn. Sith spawn. Sith spawn. Pogrom stared up at his captor. "Who are you?" If the fat man knew he'd just answered his own question, his heart would probably give, so Keegan spared him the revelation. Instead, he squatted down, looked him in his wide round eyes, and asked, "Do you know where Saviar is?" I think I know people who know." "Then you will call them." Keegan wiped the last bit of bloody muck on Pogrom's trouser leg. "Right away." The morning after Saviar's broadcast, Kalor Vandrin and Saren Anturi looked at them from across the conference table and suggested a temporary break in negotiations. It was what Jevver Hayne had been expecting. He'd long ago learned to read his counterparts, and it was clear that, despite hosting the talks, Vandrin didn't want to give any ground. As for Anturi, she was more polite and seemed open to more concessions, but his gut told him that was a show too, which made him wonder why they'd even come to Carfedian except to keep up the illusion of progress. Or, he thought, talks had been a lure and assassination the goal. Not assassination of Jevver Hayne himself. He knew he wasn't that important. Senator Alana DJO, however, would have been a tempting target for Happen traditionalists and other sympathetic aristocracies, like the Senex Juvex lords. He didn't bring any of that up during the talks. He wanted to believe Alana's vaunted force would warn her if another attempt on her life was coming, but ultimately the Jedi's power was as mysterious to him as it was to most of the galaxy. Frankly, he wished she hadn't sent those two Jedi kids back to Ossus. They'd really come in handy the first time. When Vandrin and Anturi said they wanted a break in talks, Alana responded first. She said, without missing a beat, "That's very understandable. These talks have been tiring on everyone. When would you like to resume?" Just as smoothly, Anturi parried, I'm not sure yet. You understand we've both had to put a lot on hold just to be here for a full week. Of course, Alana smiled and thrust. Still, I do feel we've gained some momentum with these talks, so I think we should at least arrange a tentative place and time. Lord Vandren, I know has been an inconvenience to host us, so I'll gladly provide a location for our next meeting. I appreciate that, but our schedules really are quite full, Vandren dodged. I'm sure they are, but I think we can all agree these talks are very important. Alana went for a killing blow. The whole galaxy is watching what we're doing, and it's important we show them the progress we're making. If people get the wrong idea, things might spin out of our control. You make an excellent point, and Turi conceded. I believe I'm available in 3 weeks. Lord Vandren, is that acceptable to you? The old man nodded, seemingly amicable. If Venturi had kicked him under the table, Hank couldn't tell. Yes, I think that could be arranged. That's wonderful, Alana smiled. We'll also be putting out invitations to the heads of the other houses. We should get everyone's input before we reach final decisions. Don't you agree? Vandren and Anturi nodded and did a very fine job of hiding their chagrin. For Hain's part, it took effort to keep the smirk off his face. It was a small victory, but it was also the biggest they'd gotten this whole damned trip. After they'd left Vandren's palatial estate, as their shuttlecraft rocked through the upper atmosphere on its way back to Tidewater, he told Alana, "Your dueling skills are quite impressive." "I learned it all from my grandmother," she said with a tired smile. Of course. Hain reminded himself again how the senator considered Leia Organa Solo her real grandparent. "But I imagine you learned some from your mother as well." Thoughts of her grandmother brought a faintly nostalgic smile to Alana's face. Mention of her mother darkened it instantly. "My mother," she said carefully, "never considered herself a diploma. At heart, she never really thought of herself as a queen. Her mother was from Dathomir. She's always thought of herself as a warrior above all." "I see." The deposed Happen Queen lingered between them. Hain felt dropping the subject would have seemed as gauche as picking it up, so he asked, "Is she well, your mother? We hear so little from her." Alana's expression darkened even more. She prefers to stay out of the public eye. Of course. Hain decided it was time to jettison this line of talk. Perfectly respectable. This sort of life drains everyone. Alana nodded and watched the last flares of atmosphere burn off their shields. The ride smoothed out as the shuttle soared toward the waiting Mon Cal cruiser. As they listened to the pilots mutter routine checks with Tidewater's flight control, Hain said, "Do you have any idea where we'll host the next meeting?" "I hadn't thought about it. You can handle that if you'd like. I'll be sure to select a planet that's suitably luxurious." Hain paused, then said, "That still leaves us with 3 weeks. A lot can happen in that time. It seems a waste to do nothing." "There's other options." Alana avoided his eyes. "Yes. We can try talking to the other houses." They both knew the results weren't going to be any better than with Vandren and Antri. "Senator Dijo." "Yes, Ambassador." She glanced at him without turning her head. "You're thinking about Harashans, aren't you? Do you have suggestions? I suggest you think very carefully before exploring them fully. Despite the many faults Vandren and Anturi have, their opponents aren't necessarily saints. They see themselves as freedom fighters. That doesn't automatically make them righteous. Keep that in mind if you plan on talking to her." He didn't need to specify which her. "And why do you think I'm considering that, Ambassador?" Hain bent in close and whispered, "Because I'm thinking it too, naturally. I imagine you have more resources than I do." Alana gave the tiniest of nods. Hain leaned back. "I suppose in 3 weeks you can find enough time for a short break. A visit to Asas, perhaps, or to see your mother." "I think I'd like to take that break as soon as possible. I'm sorry if it's an inconvenience." "Don't worry, Senator. I'll make sure everything is covered on Coruscant. Just do what you need to do." Chapter 7. Jay Skywalker sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, a classic Jedi meditation pose. She tried to push away the soft rumble of Starlight Champion's engines as the ship rushed through hyperspace. Slowly, Gently, without moving a muscle, she began to lift herself off the cold deck and rise into the air in the center of the cavern. Master Mjalu said nothing and made no noise, but she could feel the beam rise slowly into the air beside her. The bond between them was wordless but strong. Jade drew strength from Jalu's inner calm and allowed herself to fall deeper into the Force. The key, her master had always told her, was to purge yourself of all anxiety, all desire, even all hope. It was only by surrendering self to the universal flow of the Force that you could truly harness its power. Right now it was easy. Master Mjalu guided her deeper. She felt a touch of farewell. Mjalu was pulling back so Jade could find her own path. For a long moment, she could never be sure how long. Time was always so slippery. When they meditated, she felt like she was floating, bobbing atop the surface of a lake. She felt calm, and flowing felt effortless. Then it came, the twinge of doubt and remembered fear. She tried to push it aside, but once it came, it never let go. She felt her pulse quicken and her breathing draw deeper. She knew it was coming, but she didn't want to break the meditative trance. Not yet. She didn't want to surrender. And then it was on her. It came as a rush out of the flow. Panic, fear, anger, and hatred. A pain that physically shuddered through her body. She tried to hold firm but failed. The next thing she knew, she clattered to the deck. Jade grimaced and tried to sit back down on the floor. Mjalu was standing in front of her, looking at her wordlessly. "I'm sorry, Master," Jade sighed. "I tried. I really did. I know. It always happens the same. I really try to sink deep into the Force like you taught me, to surrender all my thoughts, but I can't get away from it. I can't forget." "You'll never forget the pain of your mother's death," Mjalu said, "but you have to find a way to come through it." Jade rested her sore bottom on the deck and curled her legs against her chest. "I know, that's what I tried to do. That's easier said than done. I remember," she swallowed and didn't go on. After her mother's death, she'd hidden away from the Force, refusing to touch it for over 5 years. She'd gotten better since then, but the kind of deep meditation Mjalu encouraged always brought up the same painful echoes she could never get beyond. She wondered if she ever would. She could dimly hear the clash of lightsaber blades beyond the cabin sealed door. She touched the Force a tiny bit and could feel Warren and Jadram locked in furious concentration. "What they're doing is easier," Jay said softly. "They are quite competitive, and it's to their credit," Mjalu said, "but the Force means so much more than mere feats of physical dexterity." "I know. Master, did you ever use a lightsaber?" "As an apprentice, yes, I trained with one, because it was expecting." She looked at her small, claw-tipped paws. "I quickly discovered it was not for me, so I destroyed my weapon. It was a liberation for me." They listened to the cracking of sabers beyond. Jay said, "I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that, Master." "I am not saying you have to. My way is not the only way to be a Jedi. Far from it. I know, but that's not what I mean. I just don't know if I'll ever be able to trust the Force the same way you can." "Trusting the Force," Mjalu said, "is the core of what being a Jedi is." Jade looked at her own hands. If she couldn't be a Jedi, she had no idea what else she could ever be. Sensing that doubt, Mjalu said, "You are young, Jade. You still have so much time to learn and to test yourself." "Is that what we'll be doing on this mission? Testing ourselves? Is that what you want?" She thought, but only for a second. She still didn't know if she was meant to be a Jedi, but she certainly wanted to try. "Yes, Master. I do." Mjalu smiled softly. "Then I believe you'll get your wish soon. I believe we're nearing our destination." Arlen Fell had read his history, and he knew that for centuries the world called Ord Mantell had been a common layover for traders, smugglers, criminals, and anyone looking for information or credits of all levels of legality. That had changed with the coming of the U.S. Hinval. 50 years later, the planet's industrialized, some said over-industrialized, surface was overgrown with an alien jungle and filled with very deadly alien life form. Thanks to its location on a primary shipping line, Ord Mantell remained a hive of activity, only now it all took place in orbit. A half-dozen space stations now swung regularly around the planet, and the largest of those was called the Second Wheel, a name that might have been curious if you didn't know that the first station called the Wheel had been destroyed by the Vom. But Arlen did know. His grandfather had been there when it happened and told him stories. As he maneuvered the Starlight Champion so his ventral airlock attached to the second wheel's docking clamp, Arlen reflected that the storied Han Solo would have been a much better man for this mission than any of them. Arlen had seen more of the galaxy's seedy underbelly than most Jedi, but right now he had 3 teenage apprentices tagging along. Why he thought bringing them was a good idea he couldn't remember right now. As Champion sealed itself tight against the station exterior, everyone in the cockpit peeled off their crash webbing and gathered supplies. As Arlen had ordered, everyone was dressed in causal-looking jackets and trousers instead of white apprentice tunics or brown Jedi robes. Their lightsabers were all safely stowed out of sight, and Arlen had slipped a holdout blaster into his coat as a backup. "Okay, you guys know the plan," he told them. "Jade and Jadram, you're with me. As of now, you're my younger brother and sister, and we're a family of mechanics from Coruscant looking for work." "Got it." Jadram raised a hand. "Do we get names?" Arlen blinked. "You have a name?" "I mean fake names." Arlen knew from experience that fake names could be hard to remember, especially under duress, and especially if you just thought them up 5 minutes beforehand. "No. We're Arlen, Jadram, and Jade." He thought of a common surname, Pavan. "Understood." Jade and Jadram both nodded. They looked strange out of their apprentice tunics. He could tell they felt strange too. Arlen turned his attention to the third apprentice. A Chiss was going to attract attention wherever he went, and attention was the last thing they needed right now. "Warren, your job is going to be to stay in Champion and monitor flight control's comm channel. I've set up the console so you can hear everything. Let us know if any incoming or outgoing vessel seems unusual." "Unusual how?" Warren said, frowning. He wasn't happy being left behind, and Arlen didn't blame him. "You'll know it when you hear it. We might also come you with questions. So think of yourself as mission control. If we need to run for whatever reason, well, you've had practice flying this thing." The Chiss boy nodded. "I'll do what I have to." "I know you will." Arlen looked down at Master M'Jalu. The squat, floppy-eared Bim looked more like a children's toy than a rough and tumble spacer. "I'll find ways to busy myself, don't worry." M'Jalu waved a hand. "I'll probably find the Central Market and start making conversation. Frankly, I think they'll be more likely to talk to me than you." She had a point. Bims were widely reputed to big on trading, bartering, and gossip-mongering. "All right, everyone. Let's get ready to head out. Master M'Jalu, if you don't mind, wait 5 minutes before we leave to head out." 5 minutes is no problem. Jade and Jadram went down the corridor to the airlock quickly and anxiously. Arlen and M'Jalu followed while Warren stayed in the cockpit. When they were out of earshot of the others, Arlen bent low and said softly, "I'll watch out for them. Master, I promise." "I've no doubt. Just remember, they're eager to please. Jade especially. She looks up to you." "I've noticed." Arlen had never been much of a big brother to Davik and generally enjoyed playing one to Jade, but M'Jalu's voice held reproach. "Just be warned. Whatever steps you ask them to take, they'll take 10 more in the same direction. We'll be cautious. You be cautious too." M'Jalu's chuckle was soft, almost musical. "Don't mind me, young man. I'm just going to make some conversation, nothing more." During the flight from Asus to Ord Mantell, Jadram and Warren had practiced sparring and dueling remotes and Starlight Champion's main hold, but Jade had barely paid attention. She'd used that time to meditate and read over the information Arlen had provided by way of chance calibration. It seemed like an unidentified pirate gang had been raiding ships all over the Hydean Wave for months now. They usually lurked at points where ships would deacon from hyperspace inbound to port planets and attack them the moment they entered real space. No good sensor logs were available of these attacks because these pirates, rather than taking just cargo, hijacked entire ships. Most of these were lightly armed and lightly manned cargo haulers. The crew was always rounded up and ejected in escape pods or small shuttles, and so far no deaths had been directly linked to these pirates, which might have been why they hadn't been making news on the Hollow Net despite all the successful raids. So far 3 ships owned by Tendrando Enterprises had been stolen, 2 from Volgma Shipping Incorporated, and the rest were from separate companies, none of which seemed to be connected in any way. So it was uncertain if there was a leak within these corporations, if the pirates had some other information source, or if the raided ships were just unlucky. Despite his nickname, Lando Calrissian Jr. was not a man who trusted fortune, which was why he'd made the appeal to the Jedi. Jade didn't feel much like a Jedi as she followed Arlen and Jodrum into the bowels of the second wheel. She felt closer to what she was pretending to be, a kid following her big brother around through a busy, confusing port and trying not to lose him. The initial layers near the docking rings were actually clean, well-lit, and generally respectable looking, but Arlen didn't stay in those for long. When they got to the deeper levels, Arlen did all the talking. He went around begging questions from various beings, always pretending to be an out-of-work mechanic looking for jobs for him and his family. He didn't ask anything about the pirates who were flitting around this end of space, but that would have seemed out of place for a mechanic. What he was asking was more subtle. He asked whether any ships were in need of crew, and the models he listed, claiming he'd worked them before, mostly matched the models of the stolen ships. The closest they got was the time a Baragwin told them that his friend needed crew for a BBF-34 cargo hauler, the same model as a ship stolen from Volgma Shipping. When Arlen tracked down the ship's owner, another Baragwin, said owner explained that he'd been in possession of the hauler for 6 months and had been doing refits the whole time. He even had the certification to prove it, which pretty much ruled him out as a potential client of the mysterious pirates. Maybe we can try posing as pirates ourselves, Jodrum suggested after that bust. A family of pirates? Arlen asked skeptically. Well, we can split up. Start asking around individually. We'd stand out less that way. Jay thought that was a terrible idea. Arlen would be able to pull it off, and Jodrum was tall and lanky enough that someone would take him for an overconfident kid, which wouldn't be far from the truth, really, but nobody would buy that Jay Skywalker, or whatever she called herself, was some space rat, ready to steal ships. That was when Arlen's comlink buzzed. He pulled it out and said, "I'm here. Anything to report?" "I believe so." Master Mjalu's voice was faint and Jade had to lean in close to hear it. "I just finished a conversation with the Karite who became garrulous once I paid for his 3rd and 4th drinks." "What did you find?" "He claims his cousin's former shipmate has fallen in with a group of pirates who've been stealing ships, big ones." "Sounds like our guys. Did you get anything else about the cousin's former shipmate?" "I got an earful, actually. Apparently, the former shipmate steals spouses as well as spacecraft, hence the former. My conversation partner claims he just ran into his cousin's shipmate a day ago. He could be on the wheel still. Is he running with those pirates right now?" So my conversation partner claimed. He also said they were using a fast ship, apparently not too big and not too small. "That doesn't narrow it down much, Master." He also mentioned the ship was of Kuwaiti design. "Huh?" Arlen grunted. Jade wasn't a ship expert, but she knew civilian cargo haulers and outlaws alike generally preferred Corellian ships. Kuwait was more for military-grade capital vessels. "Thanks. I'll pass it on to Warren and see what he can come up. Keep talking around until you hear otherwise." Arlen switched his comlink off and looked at the apprentices. "Okay, let's get a move on. Head back to the upper levels. If Warren can pinpoint our ship, we'll need to get there fast." Jade and Jodrum hurried ahead while Arlen relayed the news to Starlight Champion. They'd just gotten off the lift and onto the upper level's main promenade when Warren commented back, saying he'd pinpointed one medium-sized Kuwaiti vessel and rattled off the bay where it was currently docked. The second wheel was a huge station, and the diameter of the outermost deck where all the ships came in totaled almost 8 kilometers. There was a maglev service that ran continuous loops around the circle, and Jade felt increasingly tense as they crammed in with all the other station-goers and rattled their way from station to station until they reached the stop closest to where the mystery ship was docked. She hadn't accomplished much of anything on this mission so far except tag along with her older cousin. She desperately wanted to do more, needed to do more. Her father had to know she could do more. The mystery ship was at least twice as big as Champion and had a certain blunt, utilitarian design that bespoke its coolity design. The bay itself was empty at first glance, and Jay couldn't sense anything from the Force either, at least not outside. Inside the ship, Jadra muttered, "I think, maybe 2 beings, maybe 3. Arlen nodded as the 3 of them hunched in the entry alcove. All inside. Resting, I think, maybe waiting. A ship that size probably has a bigger crew. They still hold cargo haulers with that?" asked Jadra. "Most pirate gangs, the really successful ones, utilize multiple ships. They can pull off complex operations, and they're harder for law enforcement to track." Arlen licked his lips. "Assuming this is our pirate ship, we still don't know for sure." "Then how do we find out?" asked Jade. "We get closer." Arlen put a hand on her shoulder. "Jadram, stay out by the hallway. If something comes up, send us a signal." "Comlink. Too obvious. Can you do it in the Force?" Jadram and Jade exchanged looks. They'd trained together for so long that they'd learned to pass emotions and simple thoughts between them. It didn't work perfectly all the time, but it usually worked well enough. "We'll do it in the Force," Jade told Arlen. "Okay." Jadram clearly wanted to go with them. "I'll, loiter in the hallway and try not to look awkward." "I believe in you, Jade. Let's see if we can find a way inside." Jade wasn't sure how that was going to work. The leaning ramp was extended from the ship's belly, but the portal at the top was closed by what seemed to be reinforced blast doors. Said blast doors looked like they'd also undergone some actual blasting in their time, which reinforced the possibility this was a pirate ship. Jade anxiously fingered the black carbon scoring while Arlen examined the small panel-mounted keypad. "If we try guessing the access code, it'll probably set off alarms," Jade told him. "I know. Same if we use the Force to pull it open." Arlen reached into his jacket. For a second, Jade thought he was going to pull out his lightsaber, but instead it looked like a metal key the size of his thumb. "What is that?" she asked. "Just a little gift from my old master. Lowback is a lot better with machines and computers than I am. He fixed this up for me." "What is it?" Instead of answering, Arlen shoved the key into her hands and took out a slim knife. He used the blade to pry the panel away from the bulkhead and peek at the wiring inside. "Anything from Jadram?" he whispered. "Nope." "Good, 'cause if they find us like this, it'll be really awkward." Arlen held out his hand. She passed him the key and watched as he slipped it under the panel and connected it to some of the wiring. He thumbed the tiny switch on the key side and sucked in breath. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "Lowbacker rigged this thing. It's basically a code breaker. It overrides the security trigger, then tries to brute force the lock by trying 100 permutations per second." "Will that work?" "On a low to medium quality lock. On an expensive high-end thing, no." The door hissed open without warning. Jade fumbled for her lightsaber as Arlen carefully pulled the key out and placed the panel tight against the bulkhead like he'd found it. Arlen peeked his head inside, then waved Jade forward. They stepped into a long, gray, empty corridor. Arlen punched the button on the wall, and the door closed behind them. "Guess we're in luck," Jade whispered. "Yeah, I love it when my enemies are cheap." Arlen closed his eyes and reached out with the Force. Jade tried reaching out too, but before she could sense anything more about the onboard crew members, Arlen said, "They're in the cockpit, all 3. Let's head aft and see what we can find." She did as she was told, clutching her lightsaber all the while. Arlen didn't tell her to put it away, so she figured it was all right. Just holding it made her feel better, like she was a Jedi instead of any old intruder. They found some kind of auxiliary storage room with a computer node and slipped into it. Using the same key as before, Arlen was able to bypass the basic security protocols. Jade watched over his shoulder as he scanned the ship's communication log. Most of their transmissions seemed to have been with two other ships, probably from the same pirate crew. Look at that. Arlen tapped the screen. That call right there. They hailed a Sec 7740 freighter exactly 8 days ago. That must have been Chance's third ship. So we know it's them? What do we do now? Let's see if we can figure out where they've been. I'm pulling up their navigation logs. His fingers ran over the keypad. I recognized those systems. These guys were at all of the raids. Jay's heart was pounding. What do we do now? Should we try to arrest them? We're Jedi, not police. But yes, I think it's time we have a little chat. As Jay stepped back so he could stand, she suddenly felt it, Jadram yelling at her through the force, saying they're coming and they're coming, 5 more all coming in. She slapped a hand out, stopping Arlen before he could go for the door. She whispered, 5 more. Arlen grimaced and edged toward the door. Jay tried to stifle her panic and reach out with the force. She felt more beings, energetic and anxious, entering the ship. They didn't seem to be getting closer. They seemed like they were going up for the cockpit, but she wasn't sure. They're not coming this way, Arlen confirmed. What do we do? Get out of here, probably. Come on. They went into the corridor carefully just to be sure. As Arlen stopped to unlock the door that would get them out of there, voices from the cockpit echoed down the hallway. They all seemed to bounce off each other into an incomprehensible mess, but Jay stepped silently closer and closer, trying to hear them better. Better strap in, someone said. Check those engines. Said enough. Right, don't rush me. Don't want to be late. She scampered back to Arlen. They're leaving. Then so are we. He stabbed the control panel, and the door hissed open. Jay caught another burst of noise from the cockpit. Wait, she said, and slipped forward once more. Arlen, already halfway out the door, called her name, but she went ahead anyway. The ship started to rumble as the engines warmed up, and she had to get even closer to hear the voices. Shut up and get to work. I've got it. Sublight's good to go. Hyperdrive warming up. Route patched in. As the whole ship trembled with takeoff, she heard a voice say, next stop, Bulbringi. She hurried down the corridor. Arlen was waving for her. When she reached him, he grabbed her and threw her toward the door, but the ship had already lifted off. The landing ramp had retracted and the door was only open because of Arlen's override. Wind was thrown in her face as the ship accelerated for the hangar's atmospheric envelope. Arlen grabbed by the back of the collar and pulled her away so fast she choked. His free hand slammed the control panel, and the door slid shut right before they plunged into the vacuum. As the full fact of their situation dawned on her, she reached out for Jadram, fast dwindling behind them, and screamed at him through the force, praying their mental connection would last those crucial seconds. Over and over and over again, until the ship shuddered with entry into hyperspace, she told him, Bulbringi. By the time Jadram threw himself into Champion's cockpit, Warren had already warmed up the sublight and hyperdrive engines both. Master Mjalu, in the co-pilot seat, had tracked the mysterious Kuwiti ship on the navigational sensors and reported the exact second when Arlen and Jade had disappeared into hyperspace. We have their telemetry, for what good that'll do, Warren said as Jadram buckled in. He'd already gotten clearance to depart from second wheel's flight control, and the ship buckled only a little as they detached from the docking ring. We can't find them, the human said. I know we can. Do you know where they're going? Asked Mjalu. Jade was trying to tell me something as they left. She was sending it in the force. Jadram was still breathing fast from his sprint to the ship. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to calm himself, but Warren was anxious too, and he restrained himself from snapping at Jadram, telling him to figure it out fast. He and Mjalu just watched in silence, waiting until Jadram opened his eyes. He licked pale lips and said, Bulbringi. They're going to Bulbringi. Chapter 8. When Atlanta's shuttle reverted to real space, the sprawling luminous gases of Thul's shroud filled the cockpit viewport. It was a beautiful sight, the kind that might instill a wonder at the marvels of creation in another circumstance. but instead she tore her attention away from it to ask the pilot, "Is that thing interfering with our sensors?" The woman shook her head. "Not our short-range scans, Senator." "Anything out there?" She checked her readouts. Sensors are negative for metallic compounds and trace elements within a 3-light-year radius. Alana let out a short, relieved breath. "Then it looks like things are going according to plan, more or less. I don't suppose they said what kind of ship they'd be coming in." They refrained from mentioning it. Alana looked over her shoulder at the woman leaning in the cockpit doorway. Tall and slim with flame-red hair braided around her shoulders, Tanith Zell could have passed for Alana 20 years ago. No, better to say she would have passed for her mother at that age. Like Terran before her, Tanith was a sworn member of the Lorellian court. Part bodyguard and part field agent, she'd pledged her life in service to the reigning monarch of Hapes. In the eyes of the Alliance government, that title still belonged to Alana's mother, but as Tenno-Ka Djo hadn't appeared publicly in over a decade, it had fallen to her in all but fact. Alana trusted Tanith more than nearly anyone in the galaxy, but sometimes it was hard to be around her. It was hard to look in those eyes and see the selfless devotion. It made Alana remember the same devotion in the eyes of Terran and Zek, remember the last time she'd seen them on that awful final day on Hapes. Enough people had died for her already. If Tanith followed her parents, Alana would never forgive herself. "We got here early on purpose," Alana told everyone in the cockpit. "We planned to wait. So now we'll wait." "I hope you had the right intel," the co-pilot muttered. "Trust me, my contacts are reliable." Tanith crossed her arms under her breasts. "They'll be here?" "I'm just surprised she agreed," the co-pilot said, still under his breath. Alana looked back at Tanith. "Do you think they're hiding in the shroud, watching for us?" "It's definitely possible. All that gas and stardust goes on for hundreds of cubic light years. It takes up almost a third of the space in Alcin Juvex. They say there are safe routes you can cross it via short hyperspace jumps," the pilot put in. "But since the gases are always drifting, the routes change too, and you never know if you'll get yourself stuck someplace forever." "If you know what you're doing, it's the perfect place to hide," Tanith said. "Of course, the houses know that too." "Knowing where to look is different from finding someone," Alana said. "Besides, I'd bet a lot of credits that Saviar never stays in one place too long or plots her movements far in advance." "She'll come from one direction or another," Tanith said. "The real question is whether she'll bring friends." She said it pointedly, looking right at Alana. The young woman was selfless and loyal, but she wasn't afraid to speak her thoughts either. "We're keeping hyperdrives on standby," the co-pilot said. "If we have to run, we can run." "Good. Then for now we wait," Alana said, ending any argument before it began. Wait they did. They'd arranged to arrive at the rendezvous point a full hour before the appointed time, but they were for close to 90 standard minutes, just enough to give Alana doubts, when the co-pilot announced a ship just dropped out of hyperspace. "Looks like an old Corellian Corvette, CR-90 model." "Those are ancient," Tanith remarked. "And very easy to modify," the pilot said. "Running scans now. Looks like 3 quad laser turrets, maybe 1 projectile launcher. Shields are down." "They're hailing," said the co-pilot. Alana took a breath. "Put them on." There was a short burst of static on the overhead speakers. Then a brusque male voice said, "Identify yourselves immediately." It was Tanith who spoke. "This is Galanor 5781. Requesting confirmation." After a short pause, the same voice said, "This is Juvex 9174. "Code checks out," Tanith said quietly. "These are the people I talked to." That meant it was Alana's turn to speak. "This is Senator Alana Djo of the Galactic Alliance. I'm very glad we could arrange this meeting." The next voice was firm, female, and familiar from all those holo broadcasts. "Greetings, Senator. I've looked forward to seeing you in person." "Likewise, Madam Saviar. Maneuver your shuttle to my starboard airlock. I will meet you there." "Understood." Alana waved a hand, and the pilot began docking maneuvers. After the co-pilot killed the comm signal, she turned to Tanith and said, "You're with me. Let's go." As they stood at the airlock, Tanith lingered behind her, hand near the sidearm strapped to her hip. She was dressed in a plain dark jumpsuit rather than the blues of the senatorial guard. Alana figured there was no reason to pretend this was a formal meeting. As the airlock clanked and hissed with equalizing pressure, she found herself wishing she'd hung onto Jade and Jadra. She knew Ben didn't want THM involved in the Senex Juvex situation, but she'd still have felt better with two Jedi watching her back. When the hatch slid open, Saviar was standing on the other side. She looked as Alana imagined she would, tall, handsome, dignified. Behind her were two guards, one Rhodian, and one some near-human species, probably native to Senex Juvex. Their poses mirrored Tanith's, with hands near their weapons but not on them. As if to reject the potentially tense meeting, Saviar stepped across the threshold and offered a hand. "Welcome, Senator. After all the lies you've been getting the past week, I'm sure you're looking forward to a little truth." It was so blunt, so brazen, Alana had to smirk. She squeezed Saviar's hand and said, "I'm impressed by your confidence. Is it contagious?" "I certainly hope so. Only time will tell." The falling woman looked around the small cabin. "As a sign of trust, Senator, I'm willing to hold these talks aboard either your ship or mine." "That's generous of you," Alana said, quietly relieved. She'd been planning to insist this was done on her home turf. "As this is my personal shuttle, I do have a chamber set aside for formal discussions. It's nothing extravagant, but I think you'll find it tasteful." "That's perfectly acceptable." Alana ushered them toward the door. As Saviar and her party stepped ahead, Tanith leaned very close to Alana's ear and whispered, "Just watch the pheromones." Alana just nodded. Falling were notorious for using their body chemicals to affect the air and sway those around them. It was why the species had a reputation for being seductive in every sense of the word. She wanted to believe that, as a Jedi, she could overcome such primitive suggestion. Suspecting she was about to find out, she followed Saviar into the cabin. According to the tactical readout on Voidwalker's bridge, there were currently over 1,000 vessels active in the Bulbringi system. The clear majority of those were small vessels, including support shuttles, reconnaissance ships, and especially starfighters. Voidwalker had emptied its hangars of all 36 TIE X fighters, and many other ships had done the same. There were still over 50 capital ships active, ranging from 100-meter gunships and pickets to mid-sized frigates like Voidwalker, all the way to the 25-kilometer-long Compeller-class star destroyers that acted as flagships for each of the two opposing fleets that were about to face each other in the elaborate series of war games set to transpire along the system's asteroid belt. Nearly every able vessel had been pulled away from the actual shipyards to take part in these maneuvers. It would be the first major one Davik Fel had ever participated in. He knew that Alliance tacticians considered this all a waste of time and energy. Their theory went that large-pitched battles between roughly equal fleets was a thing of the past, but in the Empire tradition remained the guiding star, which was why they were here today to fight an elaborate mock battle that would be bigger than any actual one in the past 30 years. It was frankly more nerve-wracking than the minor skirmishes Voidwalker had engaged in before. Voidwalker was just one ship in the Armada, and in theory all they were to do was follow orders and provide support from the battle group commander aboard the Bloodfin-class destroyer Resolute, but neither fake nor real battles ever really went according to plan. If Captain Lorne was feeling anxious, the Muin betrayed none of that as he sat in his command chair, long pale fingers steepled in front of him, watching the glow of all those starship thrusters as the ships arranged themselves in opposing lines and faced each other across the line of the asteroid belt. As Chief Tactical Officer, it was Davik's duty to keep track of all Voidwalker's combat units and those of the battle group. Right now that meant the 3 squadrons of TIEs, but when things got messy he'd have to track the rest of the nearby ships too. Resolute, Shieldbreaker, 2 Javelin-class support frigates, and 4 Dark-class anti-starfighter gunships. His headset comlink was patched directly into Captain Samar's fighter, and as he watched the tactical holo he heard the CAG's gravelly voice in his ear saying, "All squads are in position and holding steady." Affirmative, Black Leader. Davek tapped his headset twice, switched Frex to his counterpart aboard Shieldbreaker. This is Walker. All our birds are in position. Over. So are ours, Walker, Lieutenant Pelkey replied. She had a soothing voice, somewhat deep. He'd never seen his counterpart in person, and didn't know what she looked like, but the sound of her had become reassuring. He tapped his headset once more to bring up resolve. Once he repeated the same message, a very brusque male voice responded, affirmative. Stand by to move. He stepped close to Captain Lorne and said, the whole task force is in position, sir. Then we wait, the Muon said. Davek glanced at Lieutenant Commander Kamal, hunched over the gunnery station, and asked Lorne, Sir, did they ever explain which side would begin the attack? Lorne's thin-lipped mouth slipped sideways, his species version of an amused grin. Of course not. That's the whole game. Every commander from the line admirals on down had to come up with two totally different battle plans, one assuming offense and the other defense. A clever choice, Davik said, then added, hardly sporting though. War never is. Without reproach, Lorne added, at your station, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Davik hurried back to the tactical holo. The two fleets were just waiting now, waiting for the signal from the Supreme Commander, Admiral Warhaven, telling one side to begin the attack. Captain Lorne, we're getting a hail from Shieldbreaker, called Lieutenant Renwer. The Chief Comm officer was the same age as Davik. Understood. Patch it to my chair. Davik watched from a distance as the blue holo image of Shieldbreaker's Captain Dobris appeared over Lorne's right armrest. The audio field for that projector was tight and Davik couldn't tell what they were saying. He stared anyway, but only realized it when Transi Kamal's hot breath went literally down his neck. Attend to your post, Lieutenant, the first officer reminded him. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Davik turned his eyes toward the tactical holo, even though nothing had budged. We're at the mercy of Fleet Command now, Kamal said under his breath. The first officer was an older man, nearing middle age. He'd spent years working as chief engineer on a star destroyer. Davik knew his brusque manner generally implied dissatisfaction with his mid-career transition to first officer on a frigate. There was a story there somewhere, but Kamal wasn't a man who seemed open to questions. Right then Davik decided to engage in mild commiseration. I just want to get it started. The waiting's the worst part. You might change your mind on that when the fighting starts. He had a point. We'll see, sir. Yes, we will. As soundlessly as he'd come, Kamal glided away to breathe down someone else's neck. Davik glanced at Lorne and saw that the holo was off. His conversation finished. It was back to waiting then. He didn't have to wait long. He'd been expecting some message from Admiral Warhaven to start the fight, either via all-fleet broadcast or a data burst to his tactical station. At the very least there should have been something from their size flagship, the Oswald Teshik under Admiral Brandt. Instead he caught the flicker of motion of his tactical holo, blinked, and took a second look. The ships on the other side of the asteroid belt were lurching forward, starfighter waves in front, combat pickets after them, and behind those was a wave of 10 star destroyers itching for a fight. Captain Lorne, Davik called. It's begun. After an hour and a half of negotiations with Saviar in her private cabin, Alana was pretty sure those pheromones weren't affecting her. She was sure because, rather than finding herself intoxicated by the falling woman's arguments, her mind was furiously at work parsing out each phrase, always trying to weigh aspiration against reality. She couldn't deny the aspiration itself was admirable. Saviar's rage against the injustices perpetrated by the Sinex Juvex lords for centuries was palpable. One turn of phrase in particular arrested her. She said that this crisis, coming to boil as it was now, was merely unfinished business from the U.S. Hinvong War. That conflict tore the entire galaxy apart like nothing before it, not even the Empire. If it weren't for that war, my family would have never fled to Sinex Juvex, and the houses would never have welcomed billions of refugees by making us slaves in all but name, Saviar had told her. It was a crucible that forged the previous generation. It made our parents what they are, and they made us what we are. They made mistakes. They failed. This is our chance to rectify things. Alana tried not to show how much it affected her. She'd heard it said that the trauma he'd gone through, the loss of his brother, his torture by the U.S. Vong, had set her own father on the dark path leading to his fall and death. Her mother and Aunt Jaina had a more complicated take on the matter, but the truth was undeniable. There was still so much unfinished business, so many past crimes they needed to rectify. As a politician and diplomat, Alana was used to hearing pretty words. When it was all done, when Saviar had gotten out everything she needed to, Alana looked the fallen woman in the eye and said, "What you're proposing is an abolition of the Senex Juvex aristocracy altogether. I'm proposing full rights and free elections. If the damned empire can have those things, why can't Senex Juvex?" Reforms in the empire happen gradually and from within. I've read my history books, Senator. Jagged Fell was forced on the Empire by the Alliance and the Jedi. Fell only continued the reform started by Pelion. Vitor Riage was elected head of state, and he accomplished more than either of them to modernize the Empire. Senex Juvex has no Vitor Riage and never will. You've been talking to Vandrin and Anturi the past week. Do you see any chance for reform from them? No, Alana admitted. Though I've invited leaders from the other houses for a second conference to be hosted in Alliance space in 2 weeks. And they've accepted. Most of them, yes. Alana smirked. I'm sure a lot of them are just mad at Vandrin and Anturi for hogging the spotlight, but some of them might have genuine interest in solving this problem. I wouldn't depend on that. I'm not. I want you to be present too. Saviar seemed surprised for the first time. They'll never accept me, Senator. They'll walk out the second they see me. Or they'll try to kill me. I promise my very best people will be there to protect you. You mean Jedi? If that's what it takes, Alana said ambiguously. In truth, she wanted to avoid having Jedi as visible stand-ins for Alliance security. Saviar frowned in thought. That's quite an offer. I know what they say about me, even outside the house. Will Lonix Sevash really approve of an alleged terrorist showing up at a peace conference? In the Alliance, rumor isn't enough to convict someone. That must make things interesting. The falling leaned back in her chair and steepled long claw-tipped fingers in front of her face. Do you really think this will accomplish anything, Senator? Let's not be flippant. I'm too controversial to sit down at a civilized talk. Yours is the most important voice in this crisis. If people don't hear it, this conference is all a shadow play. Saviar closed her eyes and thought for a moment. When she opened them, she asked, "What if I send someone else to speak with my voice?" You mean a representative? Yes, I'm sure that can be arranged. Alana tried to hide her relief. This was the outcome she'd hoped for all along, but she feared that proposing it first might offend Saviar. There are people who've joined my cause who might be more palatable than me, the Falling said. I can put them in touch with you. That would be excellent. Should I contact you through your agent? For now, yes, though I hope we can work together through official channels soon. I hope so as well, Senator. I really do. They rose and shook hands, and after she saw Saviar and her guards out the airlock, Tanith turned to Alana and said, "Well, was it worth the trouble?" I hope so. Alana hugged herself tight. We took a first step today, but there's a lot more to go. In the days leading up to these exercises, Miragia Volta had listened to a full array of worried grumbling from her pilots. Sharon Marth had been terrified that she might collide with an asteroid by accident. Tosh Ronner had been more concerned about hitting another tie. Rakashmer, the squad sole non-human and usually a voice of stolid equanimity, had voiced anxiety about shooting down friendly ships in the chaos. Never mind that they'd be using no actual plasma rounds or torpedoes. The entire battle was being fought with guns silent, and the only fire exchanged would be through the massive linked network that connected every targeting computer in the combined fleets. Even if she'd wanted to, the techs had programmed her fighter and all the others not to fire real ammunition for the duration of the war games. Everyone had been worried, but not Miragia. The objectives in this mission were clear, even if the fighting might get chaotic. It was win or die, virtually speaking, and that was as pure as goals could be. She felt slightly disappointed. Then, when the fleet on the opposite side of the asteroid field moved forward to attack, it was the side she'd wanted to be on. She felt even more disappointed when they were ordered to hold back. Gold Squad, Voidwalker, the entire battle group led by Resolute. They were located on the far end of the battle line, so it wasn't too surprising, but she still felt frustration as her sensors reported the center of their line moving forward to engage the attackers. She felt a spike of envy, too, when she saw that the Star Destroyer F.N. Cerriti and his flight group were at the head of the charge. Maragia watched the fight and did nothing for 5 awkward minutes before she noticed something. A few ships on the other side the belt had just winked off her scanners. She wondered if her instruments were off, wondered if they might have accidentally hit some asteroid. Then Davek Fell answered her question, saying, "All squad leaders, fall back to point 0719. Looks like they're trying to micro-jump." Maragia wheeled her TIE-X around just in time to see a pair of Qantas-class frigates, mirror images of Voidwalker and Shieldbreaker, appear behind their line. TIE fighters, probably held in reserve at the start of the fight, now streamed out of their hangar bays. "This is the CAG," Samar's voice grated next. "Red and blue squads, target the frigates. Gray squad, cover them. Black and gold, with me. We'll tackle the fighter screen." That meant dogfighting. Maragia savored the rush of adrenaline as she kicked her fighter ahead. All 11 ships in her squad followed in tight formation. The TIE demolishers from Shieldbreaker were powerful attack craft but sluggish compared to nimble TIE-X's. Black and gold squads leaped ahead to engage the interceptor, screaming at them. Maragia dropped her targeting reticule on an approaching ship's black eyeball and squeezed her trigger. No hot green plasma arc from her fighter, but a red marker appeared above the fighter, marking a target hit and destroyed. The fighter, already out of the exercise, peeled away to the edge of the combat zone. Frankly, the kill wasn't as satisfying as it should have been. Even the simulators at the Academy had thrown in a little flash. The initial waves of TIE fighters rushed past each other. She noted with relief that nobody had collided on the pass. It was the only truly deadly part of these games. The enemy TIEs kept going straight for the demolishers that would target the frigates. Maragia called to her pilots, "Break formation. Targets of opportunity. Go now." Everyone scattered to chase the near ship. This was when the fight really got chaotic, but Maragia let her instincts guide her. Her eyes plucked the nearest available target from the tangle, and she chased after it. All it took was a careful aim and shoot, and the fighter was down before it could even evade. Her next target was more slippery. It broke off a run on the demolishers to dance and bob and weave, and her first 3 shots went wide. Rather than get frustrated, she concentrated on the fighter's movements, the way it danced, the seconds in between maneuvers when the pilot was figuring out what to do next. Intuition came like it was supposed to. Even before her opponent juked hard to right, she adjusted her reticule and squeezed the trigger. Her target lit up red. Another kill. The demolishers were starting their first run on the frigates, throwing virtual proton torpedoes against virtual shields, and she raced to help them. She didn't get far before her proximity alarms wailed. 2 hostile TIE-X's were firing on her from behind. "This is Lead, requesting assistance," she called. "I see you, Lead," Rakashma reported. "Coming your way?" Maragia did her own wild maneuvers, throwing her TIE-X into a corkscrew dive in the hope of shaking off her pursuers, but they were flying the exact same fighter as her and could keep tight on her tail. She glanced at her scanners and saw a pursuer light up red as the Twi'lek took it from behind. The other fighter broke off and ran. Maragia and Rakashma both followed. Rather than flee back toward friendly ships, their target raced for the edge of the system. Maragia thought, with a twinge of sympathy, that the pilot must have known he was out of it and was heading out of the combat zone prematurely. She and Rakashma fired off at the same time. She didn't know which one of them scored the killing blow, but imagined her computer could tell her after the fight. "Thank you for the assistance, 5, she said. "You're welcome, Lead. Now we should wait." "What's that?" Maragia looked at her scanner. then looked right back up as something flared in the distance through her viewport, the engine glow of a ship inbound for Bilbringi. Her first thought was that it was another micro-jumper, but as she and Rakashima chased after it, her sensors began to get a read on the ship. Her computer said it was a Corsair light skimmer-class scout, and certainly not part of any Imperial war group. She switched her comlink to the broadest frequency and said, "Inbound ship, stop your approach immediately. The Bilbringi system is off-limits to all civilian ships at this time." The ship wasn't slowing, though. It was happening again. She automatically fell behind it and dropped her targeting reticules on its engine glow. Then she remembered her guns were offline. So were Rakashmir's. So were everyone's. "Identify yourself," she barked and tried to bluff. "Identify yourself right now. I will open fire and destroy your vessel." "Lead, you can't," Rakashmir whined in her ear. A new voice crackled over her headset. "I'm sorry, but we can't do that. We need to get to Bilbringi right away." It sounded like a teenage boy. "There are war games in this system. Turn back or change course." "You don't understand, lady," the boy said. "Somebody's trying to rob your Criffin shipyards, and they're doing it right now." Chapter 9. Arlen would have preferred the flight from Ord Mantell to Bilbringi last a little bit longer, but it was just long enough for him and Jade to come up with a plan and execute it. After the ship had jumped to hyperspace, they'd hidden themselves again, not at the auxiliary computer station, but in a near-empty storage closet they didn't think would be checked. In the dark and whispers, they'd hacked out their options. Hiding and waiting to be found was the next. They decided that their best chance of stopping the pirates lay in taking the ship before it came out of hyperspace. The longer they waited, the less time they'd have to foil the pirates' plan once they learned what exactly it consisted of. Arlen already had a pretty good idea. He remembered what his brother had said. The Imperial Navy was conducting a very large war game exercise on the outskirts of the system, which meant the shipyards themselves would be relatively undefended. If his memory was correct, the ships actually taking part in the mock fight would have their live weapons disabled, which would make it even easier for the pirates to slip out with whatever ships they were planning to steal. Arlen would bet anything, though, that they had a plan to slip in and out without raising any alarms. The best option was to learn that plan as soon as possible, and that meant taking control of the ship. Arlen's force abilities were keener than Jade's, and he could tell that most of the crew was still in the cockpit, maybe going over their plan for the shipyard raid. When he sensed one being coming their way, he clamped a hand over Jade's mouth and shut her up mid-sentence. Just moments later, the room outside their storage closet creaked with footsteps. They held their breaths and listened. For a long moment there was silence. Then they heard something clatter to the floor and the man outside mumbling profanities. Arlen figured that was as good a window as they get. He took his hand off Jade and gave the door a quick push with the force. It swung aside to reveal the white-set backside of a man bent over to pick up his datapad. The eyes in his upside-down face went wide when he saw the figures behind him materialized as from nowhere. Before he could say anything, Arlen drew the holdout blaster from his jacket, grasped it with both arms, and pointed it right at the man's face. "Quiet. Don't say a word," Arlen whispered. The man didn't speak, didn't move, even though he looked off balance and ready to tip over onto the crown of his bald head. "Stand up. Hands in the air." The man started to straighten. Before he could start turning, Arlen lurched forward one long step, stuffed the tip of the blaster against the man's back, and squeezed the trigger. The man's body muffled the whine of the stun bolt. He tried to hold the heavy body up as it wilted on top of him, but he had to use the force, and Jade's help, to lower the man to the deck. "Now what?" Jade breathed. "Try to hide him?" "No point." Arlen patted the man down. He found a Zerka pistol on his hip and nothing more. He tossed the Zerka in the storage closet and said to Jade, "That's one down, 7 to go. I don't think we'll be able to pick them off one by one. We might as well use surprise while we've got it." 7 against 2. He could hear her voice quaver. He thought back to the auxiliary control computer he sliced into when they first sneaked aboard. "Don't worry," he smiled. "We've got one more trick to play." That was why, 30 minutes before they were due to drop into the Bilbringi shipyards, Arlen and Jade charged into the cockpit, sabers blazing. The 7 pirates, gathered in a loose circle around the command deck, reacted slowly. The oxygen levels on the bridge had been decreasing slowly for the past 10 minutes, as Arlen had instructed the ship's main computer. The adjustment had been localized, so the 2 Jedi swept into the room clear-headed, and by the time the first 2 pirates got to their feet, Arlen was already on them. He used the force to knock one over the back of his chair, spinning heels over head, while he dropped the other with the side kick to the jaw. Jade lashed out with her saber, sharing the barrel of another blaster rifle before he could bring it to bear. Another tried to rush her, vibroblade in hand, but all he had to do was duck low. Already sluggish from creeping hypoxia, the man stumbled, tripped over Jade's hunchback, and fell face down on the desk so hard his nose smashed blood against metal. The remaining 3 men had time to get their weapons fully out. 2 of them, sensing Arlen as the bigger threat, began shooting. His lightsaber sprung to life with one hand, deflecting 2 shots before he could drop one of them with a stun bolt. Jade jumped up behind the second and jabbed the pommel of her lightsaber hard against the back of his skull, dropping him. There was one left standing, dead in the center of the deck. He had a Blast Tech heavy pistol in his hand but hadn't yet raised it to fire. Then he shouted Karkit, put the blaster to his head, and pulled the trigger. They both stared in shock as he crumpled, dead amongst all his unconscious colleagues. Jade rasped, "Why did he do that? Didn't he see we were taking them alive?" "I don't know, Jade." With effort, Arlen looked for the main computer. He found it quickly, and as he set bridge atmosphere levels back to standard, Jade was still staring at the dead man. He was a pirate. The girl insisted. Why would he kill himself? "I don't know, and we can't think about that now." Arlen shook her by the shoulders. "We've got less than 30 minutes before we reach Bilbringi. We have to figure out what their plan is and stop it. But we'll worry about him later, all right." Shock faded from her green eyes. Something hard settled there instead. "I just want one mission without somebody dying in front of me, Arlen." That guard on Carfedian, he'd forgotten. "I'm sorry, but we need to act now to make sure nobody else gets hurt or dies." "Understood." "Yes." She nodded grimly. "What do we do now?" "We start by reviewing the computers. Then we can." He stopped at the sound of a groan behind him. They both turned to see the pirate who'd gone after Jade with the knife. "Just what we needed," Arlen said as he crouched down. The man was trying to sit upright and was wiping blood from his broken nose with one sleeve. He only noticed Arlen when the other man was right in front of him. Then he simply froze, forearm pressed to his face. "How are you doing, friend?" Arlen asked. The man was bleeding fear and confusion in the Force, just what they needed. The man propped himself up with both hands and looked around the bridge. His eyes fell on the body with scorched ruin in place of a head. "You Criffin killed him." The pirate gaped. "But you're Jedi." Arlen knew an opening when he saw it. "What does that matter?" he asked. "Jedi, they're not supposed to kill." "Is that what you heard?" Arlen said darkly. The man swallowed and pawed a little more blood off his face. He didn't take his eyes off the dead man. Arlen asked, "Was he your captain?" The pirate nodded. You must have sneaked on, back at the wheel." "That's right. Now you're going to tell us what you have planned at Bilbringi, and you're going to do it now." He jabbed a finger at the dead man. "Unless you want to end up like him." He could feel Jade's discomfort but didn't lay off. He knew it was getting results. The pirate gave a trembling nod. "Hey, all right. I'll tell you everything." When they dropped out of hyperspace, Arlen was at the pilot's seat and Jade at the communication station. The pirate ship had been programmed on a course that would insert them into real space near the planet itself, rather than the edge of the system, where the warships were arrayed for a mock battle yet to begin. Even with all the actual warships far away, Bilbringi's automated defenses were key to track and open fire on any vessels not displaying an approved transponder code. Jay started transmitting one such signal. Where the captain had stolen it from, none of his crew seemed to know, though there'd be time to investigate that more thoroughly later. They sailed past the initial defensive stations and quickly found themselves hailed by station traffic control. This, Arlen knew, was where it would get interesting. Transport Scarlet Rain, direct yourself to Dock 47 Besh, and prepare yourself for inspection. Sorry, Control, I can't comply with that one, Arlen said, and waited for the response. Excuse me, Scarlet Rain? Less early than he'd expected. Prepare to receive a data package over this link immediately. You're going to need it. Negative. Stop your approach and explain yourself, or the automated systems will open fire. He killed his engines and said, My name is Arlen Fell, and I'm a Jedi Knight of the Galactic Empire. You'll want to hear what I have to say. He'd been hoping his name might have some pull, but the voice said, The Jedi are not authorized to operate in Bobringi at this time. We didn't plan on this. I'm aboard a hijacked pirate ship trying to steal from very high-grade military equipment right from under your noses. The voice went stiff. Do you have proof of this? Open the link, and I'll send you the data package. It's got an inventory of what ships they were planning to hit and which ones their buddies are raiding right now. There was another pause, just long enough for an off-the-mid curse, and the traffic controller said, Link open. If this is a trick. I'm a dead man, understood. Arlen threw a finger at Jade, who promptly began transmitting the data stream. The audio link with the shipyards cut off, leaving the cockpit in silence. Arlen sunk back in his chair and released a long breath. What if they don't believe us? Jade asked nervously. They'll believe it. They're stubborn and paranoid, not stupid. Jade didn't look convinced. She glanced at the overhead scanners. It seemed that the big fake battle on the edge of the system was just being joined. You said your brother's out there? That's right. He's tactical officer on a frigate. Oh, after a beat, she asked, not a pilot. He understood why she asked. It did run in the family. Davik started on a pilot's course, then dropped out and switched to bridge crew. Why was that? He never really said. That was true enough. Their parents had theories, and so did Arlen. As he saw it, being unable to touch the Force had left his younger brother with a combined sense of inferiority and an aching need to excel at something. When it had looked like he'd make a merely pretty good pilot, he changed course to try to excel somewhere else. How that was working out, Arlen didn't know. Ever since they'd been children, it had been tricky talking to his brother. They very literally operated on different wavelengths. But that was all too much to explain to Jade right now. Arlen. Yes. Before, with the prisoner, the way you threatened him? He knew she'd bring this up, but he thought she'd wait until later. It was the quickest way to get results. It was either that or reach into his mind and scramble it up looking for the information we needed. But that would have been even worse. I guess. Jay swallowed. It's just, the Jedi aren't going to build people's trust treating them like that. He was about to tell her that the pirate he'd threatened was going to spend a very long time in an Imperial jail, and his opinion didn't matter. But she was right. At the core of it, she was right. Before he could offer an apology, the flight controller's voice grated over the comlink. Scarlet Rain, your data has been processed. Security teams are on their way to investigate the ships in question. You will hold position. If you deviate from that position or attempt to run, you will trigger the automated defensive cannons. Understood. Please confirm. Control, did you say you've got security teams locking down all those ships? There was another pause, suspiciously long. Security teams are in operation as we speak. There were 7 ships on that list, all heavy cargo haulers packing tons of high-grade military equipment. Have you locked them all down? Yes or no? That is not your concern. Hold position, or you will be fired upon. Oh, come on. Yes or no? Please. It was times like these he ruled that Force suggestion didn't work over comm lines. After one more pause, the traffic controller said, 6 are under lockdown. The 7th left port 5 standard minutes ago. Have they jumped to hyperspace? Not yet. Can you stop them? Shoot out their engines. They passed beyond the automated defense systems. and your ships are all tied up in war games. Let us go, and we can intercept them. We'll knock out the engines. I'm sure this thing has weapons. Somewhere. Negative. Deviate from your position, and the automatic. Guns will blow me up, I get it. Arlen scowled and looked at Jade. If you have any ideas, let me know. The girl shook her head, bewildered, and turned her eyes upward to watch as the tiny yellow marker denoting the stolen cargo ship inched further and further away from the planet. It would be free to jump in under a minute, by his guess. Then he noticed something, 3 more markers in green, racing headlong toward the stolen ship as though they'd come from the mock battle on System's Edge. Jade, he said. Hell, those ships. Do it now. Warren's experience flying the Starlight Champion was pretty much limited to some test maneuvers with Arlen looking over his shoulder. He was thankful, then, that all he had to do right now was point his nose at Bilbringi and kick thrusters to maximum. He had no idea what he'd have to do once he actually got close to the planet, but he figured that out as it came. Hopefully. The 2 TIE X fighters who'd intercepted them on the System's Edge were racing with them. They were fast little ships, even faster than Champ, and their red pinpoint thrust trails lit the way for Warren to follow. The woman in the lead TIE had explained that their weapons were disabled as part of the combat exercise around the asteroid belt, which meant that if they needed to use guns, Champ would have to provide. Jodrum had spent the last 10 minutes bent over the co-pilot's console, trying to figure out how to work guns. Do you have it yet? Warren asked, tensed. I think so. You said we've got 2 cannon turrets and 1 set of torpedoes, right? Right? Warren was pretty sure anyway. I found the torps. I think I found the guns. Do you know how to aim them? I'm working on it. A new light flared on the console, and Jodrum jerked back. What is it? Asked Warren. I don't know. I think, we're being hailed. By the TIE pilot. No, this is someone new. Wait, I've got it. He found a button and stabbed it. This is the Jedi vessel Starlight Champion. Are you Bilbringi Flight Control? Jodrum. The voice on the other end was female and odd. Jade, are you okay? Are you hurt? We're fine. Arlen's voice came on next. Who's flying my ship? I am, Master, Warren said. What's happening at Bilbringi? Long story short, we locked everything down, but there's 1 stolen vessel making a run for it. It's dead ahead of you. We see it. I thought something looked unusual. You need to stop that ship before it jumps to hyperspace. Who's that with you? 2 TIE fighters. They're, escorts. Tell them to blow out his engines. Now. Master, they don't have guns. They were disabled for the combat exercise. Stang it. All right, you'll have to do it. Can one of you arm the torpedoes? I've got it, Jodrum reported, adding under his breath, I think. Well, figure it out. That freighter's going to jump any second. Hold on. I'll tell the TIEs. Jodrum flipped a switch on the comm console and said, Gold 1, are you there? Standing by, the stern woman said. We need to stop that freighter dead ahead. Can you get there first and slow him down? I told you we don't have weapons. Just do what you can, please. They're stealing military cargo from the shipyards. Understood, she grunted and killed the link. The 2 TIEs raced ahead. Are you sure you can fire off those torpedoes? Warren asked Jodrum. Sure enough. The human glanced at his scanners. Those TIEs are heading right for the freighter. I mean right for it. If somebody doesn't veer or slow down, there's gonna be nobody left. They're ship thieves. Pirates. They're not suicidal. I hope you're right. Jodrum bit his lip. That transport's starting to break. The TIEs are spreading out to block him as best they can. I think she's trying to hail whoever's on the bridge. Can you get us behind them? Warren nodded and began to decelerate. They were on the slowed-down cargo ship and TIEs fast. He braked hard and slung Starlight Champion around, using the directional repulsors to spin it on a vertical axis so the freighter's great engine lights blazed right in front of them. Do it. Warren snapped. Shoot them now. Got it. Jadrum shouted. 2 proton torpedoes shot out from beneath Champion's cockpit pod. Their flare disappeared in the brighter glow of the engines. Then there was an explosion, and a scatter of energy across the ship's aft particle shields. Again, Warren said. Do it again. Will that be enough? We can't hold it back for much longer, the TIE pilot warned. I told them I'd open fire if they moved, but they're about to call my bluff. Those shields are too strong, Jadrum said. Suddenly, the bright lights ahead of them started to flicker. Warren gazed, stupefied, as the engines struggled to stay lit. Their torpedoes had been harmless. It was like something was interfering with the ship's power supply from within and keep it bottled up. He and Jadrum turned back as one. Forgotten in all the frenzy, Master Mjalu looked tiny in her human-sized chair. Her eyes were squeezed shut but twitching, her fur bristled and her body trembled. Hurry, children, he shuddered. I could not do this for long. Jadrum slammed the weapons console. A second pair of torps shot ahead. No shields raised to stop them. They burst the vessel's port engine in a mighty explosion. The other engines flickered and died as the ship started to drift helpless in space. Mjalu released a breath too heavy for her tiny frame and sunk into the chair, exhausted. Jadrum said, That was incredible, Master. The Force was with us today, the BIM panted. Be grateful. Relieved silence lasted only a minute. Then the TIE pilot said over the comlink, You have disabled the vessel. That's right, Warren said. Everything's under control. We think, added Jadrum, too soft for her to hear. Now that the crisis has abated, the pilot said, Will you please explain in detail just what transpired? Warren wasn't sure how to respond, but Jadrum breathed a long sigh and said, I hope you're comfortable in there, miss, 'cause it's a long story. Being suddenly pulled from the bridge of his frigate and getting shuttled back to Bilbringi had been strange. Having to spend the ride reading a hasty summary of what had happened, and who it had happened to while he'd been absorbed in combat exercises was borderline surreal. When Davek Fell walked off the shuttle and into the station hangar and saw who was waiting for him, it felt like he'd shuffled into a very unusual dream. His eyes first alighted on an unusual trio, his cousin Jay Skywalker, looking slightly unusual in plain clothes instead of her pale Jedi apprentice's tunic. Her taller friend Jadrum Tainer was right beside her, and standing between them was their master, a furry long-eared Bim who didn't even reach Jadrum's hip. Off to another side was a blue-skinned, red-eyed Chiss who could only be Ramwong Sepla, because he was right next to Davek's older brother. Standing off to the side and especially incongruous against the batch of Jedi was Lieutenant Valter, still dressed in her black flight suit. The last person he noticed, but certainly not the least, was Admiral Sol Warhaven, Supreme Commander of the Imperial Navy. Davek knew he'd been at the shipyards overseeing the war games, but he'd never expected to meet him, not here, not now. Davek pulled his attention away from all the others and snapped his most rigid salute. The Admiral, a broad-shouldered and white-bearded man older than his parents, gave a subtle nod and said, At ease, Lieutenant. When Davek lowered his hand, he went on, saying, I think we can agree this is a most unexpected turn of events. I had no idea this was going on, sir. Any of it. I understand that. Warhaven glanced over his shoulder at Lieutenant Valter. It's my understanding that the TIE pilot who helped capture the running freighter is stationed aboard your vessel. That's correct. The lieutenant and her squadron transferred to Voidwalker just last week. She's clearly acquitting herself well. I believe commendations are in order for her and her wingman. Valter's only reply was a nod. Warhaven turned to the Jedi. This is a more interesting case. As per terms of our treaty with their order, Jedi activity is only sanctioned in Imperial space if it's been expressly approved by the head of state. This was not one of those activities. The Little Bim said, soft but firm, this action did not begin in Imperial space, Admiral. We were pursuing pirates from Ord Mantell. This particular group has been menacing Alliance shipping lanes for months. We regret that our actions incurred in your space. We do not, however, regret those actions. An interesting distinction, Master Jedi, Warhaven said. A military board of inquiry will have to be drawn up to review this case. Next it was Arlen who spoke. With all due respect, Admiral, you'd have lost 7 ships full of high-grade equipment without our help. I'm aware of that, young man, which is why I'll recommend your exoneration to the board. Arlen flushed embarrassment. Thank you, sir. Warhaven looked back at Davik. You seem to know most everyone involved in this incident, Lieutenant Fell. Are you certain you didn't know anything about it until it was finished? That's right, sir. You didn't know about your brother's involvement, or your pilot's? No, sir. It was hard not to feel embarrassed. This situation took all of us by surprise. Admiral, Arlen said Davik didn't know anything about a raid on Bobringi. I didn't know about it was already happening. So today was a succession of coincidence, young man. Is that what you're saying? Coincidence, or the hand of the Force, the BIM said. Who can say where one ends and the other begins? Warhaven regarded her carefully. I'm not of your religion, Master Jedi. Treaty or not, there are still many in the Empire who view it with revulsion. We're quite aware, Admiral. Warhaven took a breath. However, that is all immaterial. Today, at least, the Jedi were of great help to us. I'll make sure that's known. Admiral, sir, a nervous-looking Jay Skywalker said, what will happen to the pirates? They'll be interrogated, naturally. We captured over 40 of them, so it will take time. Did any of them kill themselves rather than face capture? Arlen asked. It struck Davik as a strange question, but Warhaven just shook his head. Only the man on the ship you took over. He was their captain. Of that ship or the whole team, I don't know, but he had some position of authority. I bet most of them don't know who they were selling cargo to, but I'm sure he did. Perhaps. Our interrogators will get to the bottom of it. For now, we have facilities where you can rest after your ordeal. If your ship needs any repairs, we'll see to that as well. Arlen clapped the Chiss on the shoulder. I think Champ was in good hands, but I'll give her a look over and let you know. Very good. I have other business to attend to, but if you have a request, don't hesitate to contact my aide, Warhaven said, then showed himself out. There was a long moment where Davik faced his brother across an open stretch of hangar deck. Arlen was the one who relaxed into a slanted grin and said, Sorry you missed out on the fun. We didn't have time to call you. That's okay. It would have been hard to get away. Davik tried his own smile and looked at the Jedi. Which one of you flew my brother's ship? The Chiss raised his hand. I'd had practice a few times, and Jedi Tainer was the one actually shot at the engine. We couldn't have done it if it weren't for Master Mjalu, Tainer said excitedly. She used the Force to break the shields somehow. Really? Davik stared at the little alien. That's quite extraordinary. It required some modest exertion, Mjalu said with a faint smile. Davik had a feeling the exertion had been far more than modest. The fact that it had worked at all, that the Force had really disrupted the mighty energy pulsing through a huge starship, left him stunned and frankly humble. A team effort, then, he muttered. Pretty much, Arlen smiled and glanced at the woman standing apart from them all. Thanks for your help too, Miss Ull. Lieutenant Valter, she stepped closer, to a spot beside Davik. We couldn't have done it without you, Arlen said, that turned his smiling eyes on the young Skywalker. And let's not forget the time Jay saved my life and knocked a guy out with the butt end of her lightsaber. Jadram chuckled. How did that happen? When we took over the pirate ship, Jay said with a blush. It was pretty hectic. Things spun into Jedi stories after that. Everything was warmth and smiles, all aglow with victory. Davik couldn't feel a part of that. He could only envy those who did. Beside him, Valter said, I apologize, Lieutenant. Davik frowned. For what? I didn't ask for clearance, she said very seriously. Davik's response was an amused snort. I believe the Admiral said all transgressions would be forgiven, Lieutenant. Thank you, Lieutenant. Her hard expression melted into a soft, relieved smile. It was the first time he'd ever seen one of those. He had an urge to say it looked good on her but held his tongue. They turned wordlessly to watch the strange mismatch of Jedi milling around the base of his brother's ship, and he felt weird satisfaction wash over him. Whatever it was that had happened here today, it had been a good thing. He wasn't sure of much, but he was sure of that. Chapter 10. The cockpit shuddered around Kikit as the ship reverted to real space. The bright light of hyperspace vanished from his viewport and was surrounded by starlight filtered through the violet tangle of gases and stardust that was Thul's shroud. Sitting dead ahead was an antique and heavily refitted Corellian corvette, the kind that had been used to run blockades and ferry rebel agents 80 years ago, and had now been put to similar use by the followers of the revolutionary Savior. They didn't hail the new ship right away. The entire universe seemed to draw breath. Kikit had spent the long trip here pondering how he would handle this very moment. There had been so much to weigh: methods of approaching the ship, methods of disabling, methods of getting aboard and tracking, and finding the rebels' falling leader, assuming she was even on board at all. More than anything, he had to consider what his master Darth Zorm would want him to do. For the past 5 years he'd worked as a covert agent and assassin for hire, building a whispered name for himself in the galaxy's underworld most hired killers would envy. Reputation had never been the point. Every job had been carefully selected as a step in his training to become a full Sith Lord worthy of belonging to the one Sith that had been laying low for decades, patiently chipping away at the Galactic Alliance and the Jedi Order. He'd not seen Zorn face to face for months, and on their last meeting his master had told him that his work for Kalor Vandran would be his final such test. This was his final test. He was sure of it. Succeed or fail, it was all that stood between him and ascension to full Sith. He decided on a plan after great deliberation. Now all that was left was to act, resolute and fierce, until the Force bent to his will and gave him what he needed. He steered the Corvette over and checked his scanner readouts, locating every vulnerable weapon, shield generator, and power conduit. The long moment ended and the universe passed breath. Identify yourself immediately. This is Malador 71338. It was the code he'd been given by Pogram's contact, a lieutenant in Savire's organization. It was that lieutenant's ship Kikit was riding in now. Its owner and Pogram both had been jettisoned out an airlock before he'd entered the shroud. He waited, tense. He was sure the lieutenant had given him an accurate code, but it was possible they had unexpected levels of security. But then the voice said, "Prepare to dock at our port airlock." "Understood," Kikit said, and killed the transmission. As he swung around the Corvette's bow, he used his free hand to tap in a program key into his ship's communications console. The pre-recorded signal immediately went out. The Corvette crew might have noticed it being sent, but it didn't matter. They'd have no time to react. It took only a fraction of a second for the signal to be received and processed by Kikit's intruder, waiting unmanned at the edge of the shroud. It would take at most 1 full second for ship's onboard computer to process the signal and accept the instructions into its slave circuity. 10 seconds after that, its hyperdrives would warm up from standby and begin. Exactly 55 seconds after the signal was sent, right as Kikit locked docking clamps with the Corvette, Intruder dropped out of hyperspace with guns blazing. The stealth ship's automated targeting systems were powered by the best droid mind available. It located each target on the Corvette and vaporized it with precision laser blasts before Savire's crew could even react. First the shield generator, then the port turret gun, then the ventral. Intruder attacked from the starboard flank, which meant Kikit's stolen ship was naturally shielded by the Corvette's bulk. The ship shook violently around him, but Kikit was in his crash webbing and prepared. The Corvette crew, caught off guard, would be knocked violently off their feet. Kikit waited until Intruder made his first pass. The second one would come around from the port side and cripple the main power generator, but he wasn't going to wait for it. He needed to get inside the Corvette while his crew was still confused and panicked. He opened the airlock, and cool foreign air rushed through. Kikit dashed through the portal, not even bothering to strike the 2 Rhodians who'd been sent to meet him and thrown to the deck by Intruder's first run. By the time he got to the long white hallway that ran down the spine of the Corvette, people were starting to react. The first ones who saw them didn't even move. Already shocked and reeling from intruder's attack, they just stared at him like he was some black and red nightmare. Kiki sniffed the air and reached out with the force. There were multiple fallen on this ship. He could tell from the traces of pheromones they left in the air. Their leader, though, gave off a unique force, aura, that was impossible to mistake. He charged after it, further toward the aft of the ship. The first crewman who finally gathered his wits was a human with an old blast tech rifle, the kind Imperial infantry used to carry. He stupidly placed himself in the center of the hall, raised his weapon, and ordered Kiki to stop. The bearable used his left hand to catch the fire shot, then used his right to tear through the man's throat. He threw the body aside without slowing down. More crewmen were finding their weapons and bringing them to bear, but the shots were easy to dodge or catch. Some of these rebels knew to fight, but none of them had expected to, not on their leader's secure transport. Kiki only had to kill 6 of them before he reached a heavy set of blast doors. He could feel his target right behind. There were different ways to get through. The quickest was to fish out the small charge he kept in his cloak and press it in the narrow seam where the doors met. He heard footsteps behind him and knew more defenders were coming, beings with weapons and training to use them. He let them come. As they rounded the corner, he threw up a wall of force energy, not facing them but the doors at his back. When the charge went off, the shockwave knocked all the troopers off their feet. Not even singed from the blast, Kiki lowered his wall and turned. The blast doors were thickly armored, and the charge had pushed them apart less than 1/3 of a meter, but it was enough for Kiki to slide his body through the gap. The second he passed into the bright chamber beyond, he was blinded with blaster fire. Kiki dropped to all fours and scampered for the first cover he spotted, a pile of supply crates. As he ducked behind them, he dared one fast glance at his attackers across the room. One glance was all it took. He counted 5 of them, each one in plated armor with rifles in hand and shooting. Above the muzzle flare, he made out 5 reflective T-shaped visors. Mandalorians. He not expected them. And beyond them all, on what seemed to be a raised platform overlooking the rest of the chamber, he spotted the tall and dignified silhouette of the falling woman by now familiar to half the galaxy through her impassioned holo broadcasts. But first, the Mandalorians. He never fought them, but he knew their reputation as scrappy and tenacious fighters. He knew, too, that their Beskar armor was invulnerable to any kind of laser weapon. Their helmets would be able to see in infrared or night vision, but it would still take them a few milliseconds for their helmets to adjust viewing modes. Bearables had excellent night vision, but it would take his eyes, too, a second to adjust. Still, it was his best bet. As laser blasts shook the crates he hid behind, Kiki closed his eyelids. Darkness settled around him. He slid out of his cloak, revealing the black armor he wore beneath. It was plated plasteel rather than Beskar, but it was durable enough, and it covered him from wrists to ankles, bearing only his feet and hands, his striped face and powerful tail. Kiki plucked the second charge from his cloak pocket. He held it in one hand, the black fabric in the other. Then he did 3 things at once. He threw the charge over the crates toward the Mandalorians. He opened his eyes, and with the twist of the Force, he tapped the simple wall-mounted control panel to kill the chamber lights and plunge them all into darkness. After the flash of the explosion, the entire room fell to blackness, but Kiki's eyes had already adjusted. He hurled the cloak high over the crates. 1 or 2 Mandalorians must have spotted it because they raked the air with laser fire. Kiki, though, dropped to all fours and charged low. The Mandalorians had taken cover behind their own set of storage crates. His charge had blown a hole right through the barricade, and 1 Mandalorian was already on the ground. Not even Beskar could block out the concussion force of a blast at close range. Kiki wasted no time with him. He grabbed the warrior's T-visor helmet and twisted it 200 degrees. The moment he heard vertebrae snap, he dashed away. 2 Mandalorians had already recovered from their shock and began shooting at him. One winged his left leg, searing an armor plate and throwing him off balance. Rather than scramble to recover, he let himself fall, rolled onto his back, and used his tail like a whip. The Mandalorians who shot at him jumped back, but another came from him at the side and pumped 2 rifle shots into his chest armor. The force was enough to pin Kikit to the floor. The one who shot him straddled him and bent low. Kikit reared up and grabbed his armor chest plates with both hands, right by the collar. The warrior let himself be tugged forward so close he could put the tip of his rifle against Kikit's jaw. The man snarled through his helmet, "Got you now, you mon." With a snap and a hiss, a beam of red light shot out from Kikit's right arm, just above the wrist. It speared into the underside of the Mandalorian's helmet, through his jaw and into his skull. The rifle rolled out of his limp hand, and for a critical second his 3 standing friends froze in shock. Kikit used his tail to quickly push himself upright. He drew out the blade of red light a half-meter long and sizzling out of the crystal-focused miniaturized lightsaber built into the wrist of his armored suit, and used his left forearm to pin the dead Mandalorian to his chest. The other 3 started shooting, but most of their lasers pinged pointlessly off their dead friend's Beskar. The corpse and his armor were heavy, but Barables were strong. Kikit charged forward and slammed the body hard against the closest Mandalorian. He heard a cry of shock, higher pitched, a woman. Then Kikit grabbed her arm as it flailed, dropped the corpse, then shoved one clawed foot against his new captive's breastplate. Beskar armor was hard, but in the end it was just plating attached to some fabric wrapped over a fragile human body. Kikit pushed and tugged at once. The fabric tore, and the woman screamed. Kikit spun and hurled her ripped-off arm at the Mandalorian coming behind him. The surprise was enough to throw him off balance. Kikit lunged forward and ignited the second light blade on his left wrist. He drove them in from either side, slipping past armor plates, through some fabric and rib bones, lungs, and intestine. Kikit smelled steam and roasted meat but didn't have time to savor it. A round of laser blasts pounded the armor on his back and knocked him off his feet. He disentangled from the corpse and turned around to see the last Mandalorian charging at him. He raised his blades to deflect a few shots from his face, but the warrior still kept charging. He found the nearest wreckage of a storage crate and pulled on the force. The crate tumbled through the air and took the Mandalorian from behind, knocking him off balance without toppling him. That was enough. Kikit sprung to his feet, took 2 long strides, and thrust his right blade through the Mandalorian's throat. Then it was over. No, not quite over. As the armored body dropped dead at his feet, Kikit heard a pained, rasping noise. He turned and saw the female Mandalorian, blood still gushing from where her left arm had been, staggering toward him with a pistol clasped in her remaining hand. Stubborn, foolish, suicidal, but there was, he supposed, something a little admirable about it. With the swipe of his left blade, her armored head tumbled from her shoulders. The rest of her body toppled and lay still. Kikit allowed himself to breathe deeply. He looked around at the corpses, the wreckage, and the blood, until he saw the tall, falling woman standing amongst it all. When she'd come off her platform, he didn't know, but she walked toward him now, slow and purposeful and unafraid. Kikit raised his sizzling blades in a cross in front of his chest. Then he shut them off and lowered his hands to his side. He bent on one knee and asked, "Is my trial complete, Darth Zoran?" She observed him coolly. "You have performed well." It wasn't a yes. His head was low but heard the sound of a new lightsaber igniting. The light from her red blade bobbed in front of him as she stepped close. She held the tip of her weapon against his cheek, and he wondered if he was going to have to fight her too. Kikit knew he would lose and couldn't fathom why she would ask such a duel of him. But if she ordered him, he would fight to the end. Then the lightsaber shut off, and she said, "You are now Darth Kikit, Lord of the Sith." Right. His heart swelled as he rose. He looked at her eye to eye and said, "You honor me, Master. I had little doubt you'd succeed." Her lips took on a sly smile. "You've had excellent teaching, after all." "But, Master, was it all a test? The assassins you hired could have killed Vandran or the Alliance ambassador. They could have killed Senator Dejo." Darth Zoran shook her head. "No. The spawn of Darth Ketis would never be killed by some pathetic bride guards. I knew she'd find a way to survive. I was right. No, I wanted to test you, Lord Kikid, and to sow more discord between the Alliance and the houses. I was successful on both counts. It is a shame we could not kill her. Zoran's laugh was musical, strangely light. You need to think more creatively now, Darth Kikid. We cannot kill or turn her, but we can use her, just as Sith have always used Jedi. Their smug, self-satisfied righteousness will undo them. It always does. Then is it time to begin the rising. It is. She ran a green fingertip down Kikid's jaw. We'll be sending one of my trusting subordinates to a conference with the houses. Senator DJO came to deliver the invitation personally. Personally, Kikid's eyes widened. You met her? We spent, an hour or two sitting alone in her shuttle, talking. Zoran's smile was wicked. Don't worry. I learned how to shield my thoughts from Jedi a long time ago. Kikid hadn't been thinking that. He'd been thinking how impossible it would have been for him to just sit across from one of the most important Jedi in the galaxy, the woman Lord Crate had seen in his dreams, and do nothing but talk. But his master was right, as always. The one Sith were fighting a long war, a slow war, a war the Jedi didn't even realize they were fighting. It was how their kind had brought down the Jedi once, and how they'd do it again. Will you send me back to Vandran? He asked. What should I tell him? We'll go over that. She let her hand fall to her side. We'll go over everything. It's no simple task to break the spine of the galaxy, Darth Kikid, but that is exactly what we're going to do.